In this world, a structure known as the Tower of Malevolence, also called the Harbinger of Disasters, suddenly appears out of nowhere. Along with it, countless demons and monsters emerge, wreaking havoc on humanity and plunging them into a state of hopelessness. Their devastation is so overwhelming that mankind is driven to the brink of extinction, until the first generation of awakened, known as the Founders, rise to challenge them. These legendary warriors manage to push back the monstrous threats and eventually succeed in defeating them, destroying the tower in the process. For the first time, humanity claims victory against these creatures from another dimension. The Founders are hailed as heroes, and their legendary feats are immortalized in the mausoleum of the Founders. A century later, a young boy named Kanagi Minato sits in a library, engrossed in a book about these legendary figures. As he reads, he learns about a fearless swordsman who, wielding nothing more than a wooden stick, single-handedly defeats 10,000 soldiers. He also discovers the tale of a wise wizard capable of casting powerful magic without even uttering an incantation. However, in the present era, these stories are regarded as mere legends or fairy tales, a far cry from the reality they once were. Despite this, Kanagi dreams of engraving his name in history, just as the Founders did. He bears the seal of the Chosen Ones, a mysterious mark that has appeared on his body, and he vows to prove himself worthy of the title. However, reality hits hard. As his classmates celebrate passing their class, Kanagi remains seated, his gaze fixed on his phone screen. The message staring back at him confirms his worst fear. He has failed the Hunter's qualification exam. While laughter and cheers fill the air, his eyes well up with tears. To make matters worse, his classmates begin mocking him, joking about throwing a party while sarcastically suggesting that he should clean up the trash instead. As someone who has awakened, he understands the simple rule: writing down a name would secure success in the test. Yet despite this knowledge, he has failed 3 consecutive years, earning nothing but ridicule and the label of disgrace. This is his final opportunity, and with it slipping through his fingers, he resigns himself to the idea that becoming a hunter is an impossible dream. Alone in the classroom, he silently gathers the discarded scraps of paper, his thoughts heavy with disappointment. Achieving a perfect score on the written exam and dedicating years to refining his aura has amounted to nothing. His crest, the supposed mark of strength, feels more like an empty scar than a gift. Clutching a trash can, frustration and sorrow well up within him until the words spill out. He too longs to stand among the Founders, to be acknowledged, to be more than a failure. A voice suddenly cuts through his despair, calling his name and urging him toward the school gates. Shaken back to reality, he hesitates before responding that he has completely forgotten. With a sigh, he wishes, just once, to be admired, to be celebrated just like the A-rank hunter Hizaki Kaisei. Outside, a crowd of students has already gathered, murmuring among themselves about Hizaki Kaisei and his charm. Flashing an apologetic smile, the man addresses the students, acknowledging the commotion he has caused. Meanwhile, Hizaki's followers turn their attention to Kanagi, berating him for arriving late and keeping their leader waiting. Stammering, he can do nothing but offer a weak apology. However, before this can escalate, Hizaki himself intervenes, casually instructing his subordinates to back down. One of his followers scrambles to explain, but Hizaki, forcefully smiling, gestures toward the press stationed nearby. The presence of reporters silences any further objections, and his subordinates hastily apologize. One of the reporters approaches Hizaki, eagerly showing him a photograph meant for the cover of an upcoming documentary. The image captures the precise moment he vanquished a dragon with a single stroke of his sword. When asked for his thoughts, Hizaki responds with a mix of pride and embarrassment, admitting that while it is a great picture, it still feels slightly uncomfortable to see himself glorified in such a way. Kanagi and Hizaki entered the academy together 3 years prior, but their paths have always been drastically different. Hizaki has been a prodigy, effortlessly securing top marks in every subject, while Kanagi has been nothing more than an afterthought, but convenient target for Hizaki's constant torment. Now forced to spend an entire day alongside Hizaki for the documentary, Kanagi can't help but question why he has even been summoned in the first place. Curiosity sparks among the reporters as one of them points at Kanagi, inquiring about his identity. Without hesitation, Hizaki turns, as if ready to make an introduction, only to pause mid-sentence. Leaning slightly toward one of his followers, he whispers a quick question, asking for the boy's name. They reveal that it is Kanagi Minato. With a smooth nod, Hizaki repeats the name aloud, feigning familiarity. He then adds that while Kanagi's grades aren't particularly impressive, he has a habit of constantly seeking Hizaki's help, so much so that it often interferes with his own training. This statement leaves Kanagi bewildered. His confusion only deepens when Hizaki goes on to inform the reporters that Kanagi often seeks financial assistance. Kanagi knows the truth. Hizaki has always been the one taking from him, never the other way around. It is a year unlike any he has ever endured, filled with humiliation and helplessness. The reporters, captivated by Hizaki's narrative, praise him as a flawless role model. As if to cement this image, Hizaki suddenly takes hold of Kannagi and proclaims to the cameras that he will soon rise as an awakened one, destined to leave his mark on history. The reporters turn their attention to Kannagi, assuming he must feel honored by such generosity. They press him for a response, eager to hear his gratitude. Kannagi, ready to refute such nonsense, is halted when Hizaki leans in and murmurs that he has failed the test, and he is worthless. He presses Kannagi, saying it is best to accept this outcome and avoid further trouble. A sharp squeeze on his shoulder sends Kannagi's mind spiraling back to the torment he has endured before. Fear twists his expression, and when he finally speaks, it is with a forced smile, claiming there are no words to express his appreciation. With that, Hizaki moves forward, commanding the conversation's direction. Time is limited, he says, and the discussion needs to move on. He gestures toward his trophies, a display that leaves Kannagi trembling. From behind him, he catches the hushed exchange between two reporters, one questioning whether Kannagi's name is even worth mentioning, the other dismissing the idea entirely, saying that nobody will care. It is at that moment Kannagi fully grasps a cruel reality. That power alone dictates who is remembered. Morality has no weight in the equation. He struggles to suppress the tears threatening to spill as he attempts to speak his own name. Before he can gather himself, a voice calls out, shaking him from his thoughts. Turning, he sees Hizaki approaching with his usual entourage. Without explanation, Hizaki orders him to appear at the founder's mausoleum after school. Kannagi, still disoriented, questions why. Hizaki, however, merely smiles before suggesting something unexpected: a chance to retake the test. This shocks and confuses Kannagi even more. Hizaki assures him he will handle matters with the association. When Kannagi questions his motives, Hizaki makes it clear that this is just another move to boost his own image. The upcoming documentary's final segment will take place at the founder's mausoleum. Everything has to be recorded there, and the matter needs to be addressed accordingly. Before departing, Hizaki makes one thing clear, revealing that Kannagi has no choice but to comply. As Kannagi stands there struggling to process the situation, he feels an internal conflict warring within him. He detests being used as a pawn for Hizaki's self-promotion, but at the same time, this is a rare second chance. Despite his resentment, a faint smile creeps onto his face, determined that this time, he won't fail. Later, at the founder's mausoleum, the cameras roll as the final scene of the documentary unfolds. The lens captures Hizaki standing in front of the historic site, making a grand declaration. After the reporters finish their interview with Hizaki, they thank him for his time, mentioning they have captured a great photo. Hizaki politely responds, expressing his anticipation for the article. Once the reporters leave, Hizaki ventures deeper into the mausoleum, where his subordinates are digging something. He inquires if they have located the entry point, to which they eagerly point out a hidden pathway, asking if it is the one they have been searching for. Suddenly, a voice from behind questions their actions. Hizaki casually responds, almost amused, suggesting the person should have figured it out by now. He reveals they are on a treasure hunt. The other individual, Kannagi, erupts in anger, calling Hizaki a grave robber and demanding if he understands the significance of those resting in the mausoleum. Hizaki dismisses the concern, kicking a statue of one of the founders and declaring that the past is irrelevant. He argues that the opportunity to become wealthy is too great to pass up, brushing off the importance of the founder's remains as mere relics. Kannagi, visibly upset, acknowledges the founder's greatness, and expresses his desire to emulate their legacy. In a fit of rage, he lunges at Hizaki, but Hizaki effortlessly dodges the attack and strikes Kannagi hard in the stomach, causing him to collapse in pain. As Hizaki continues to berate and assault him, one of his men interrupts, announcing they have discovered something valuable. The man presents a collection of treasures, including a circular crystal that seems to emit a mysterious aura. Hizaki is ecstatic, claiming it could secure his future without the need for work. Kannagi, weakened and struggling to speak, attempts to stop them, but his efforts are in vain. Hizaki grabs him by the shirt and explains in simple terms that he has been using Kannagi all along. He reveals that he has manipulated Kannagi, knowing about his frequent visits to the library and his aspirations. Hizaki coldly declares that Kannagi has served his purpose as a pawn in his scheme. Hizaki then drags Kannagi outside, taunting him about his dream of becoming a hunter. He reveals his plan to steal the treasures from the mausoleum and disappear, framing Kannagi as the culprit. As Hizaki holds Kannagi over a cliff, he mockingly asks for his name one last time, only to dismiss its importance. With a final cruel goodbye, Hizaki lets go, leaving Kannagi to face his fate. Kannagi plunges into the river, his thoughts swirling as he wonders if this is truly the end. His mind is racing with thoughts about all the years of training, the countless tests, and if they all have been for nothing. He feels himself fading, his existence slipping away without leaving a mark on anyone's memory. Just as despair begins to consume him, a strange glow surrounds him. Figures materialize, their voices echoing around him, speaking of a vessel and using Kanagi as one to fulfill their wish. They reveal themselves as the heroic spirits, the very souls sealed within that sacred place. Our boy is really confused about the lights and voices appearing out of nowhere. One of the spirits points at Kanagi Crest, calling it Crest of Nothingness. They explain that while it holds no inherent power, it has the potential to manifest abilities beyond imagination. The spirits offer him a choice: to form a contract with one of them and gain mastery over a specific art, whether it be magic, swordsmanship, endurance, or alchemy. They urge him to decide whose power he desires most. At first, Kanagi thinks of seeking strength similar to Hizaki, but his resolve shifts. He no longer wants to mimic others. He craves a power unmatched by anything in the world, a force capable of erasing every humiliation he has endured. When the spirits press him to choose, Kanagi declares he wants it all. He demands every ounce of their power, refusing to settle for anything less. The founders are taken aback, deeming his request impossible, as no vessel can withstand such an overwhelming influx of energy. Yet Kanagi yells at them and suddenly starts absorbing all of them. Getting inside him, all spirits are confused and shocked that a weak vessel like Kanagi has absorbed all of them. From atop a nearby hill, Hizaki notices a sudden burst of light erupting from the river. The water surges violently, as if an explosion has occurred beneath its surface. Moments later, Kanagi emerges, landing on the hill in front of Hizaki and his men. Kanagi looks irradiating a powerful aura, and his vibes seem completely different. One of Hizaki's men sneers, mocking Kanagi for crawling back like a roach. Kanagi, undeterred, breaks off a small branch from a tree and swings it at his men. They laugh incredulously, questioning if he truly intends to fight them with nothing but a stick. Hizaki, growing impatient, orders his men to cut Kanagi's head off, ensuring he won't survive this time. One of the men, calling himself an A-rank swordsman, steps forward, channeling his energy into his sword. He arrogantly declares that Kanagi should feel honored to be cut down by someone of his caliber. With a swift motion, the swordsman lunges at Kanagi, his blade slicing through the air. But as he lands behind Kanagi, something goes horribly wrong. Blood begins to pour from the swordsman's body, as though he has been the one struck. He screams in agony, collapsing to the ground. Hizaki and the remaining man stare in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what has just happened. Kanagi stands calmly with the branch still in his hand, mocks the fallen man, asking him to teach him the sword skills he was yapping about. Hearing that the remaining man starts channeling a spell, however, before he could do anything, Kanagi counters it with his own. He channels the Thunderbolt Hadad spell with incantation, and it directly strikes Hizaki man, sending him defeated on ground. Hizaki stands in disbelief, struggling to process how Kanagi has effortlessly defeated his men. First with nothing more than a branch, and now with magic that requires no incantation. Memories of ancient legends resurface in his mind. Tales of a legendary swordsman who once felled an army of 10,000 with only a wooden stick, and a wizard who could cast spells without chanting. These stories, long dismissed as myths, now seem to come alive in Kanagi. The souls of the founders, once dormant within the mausoleum, now reside within him. There are 106 souls in him of the great founders. Kanagi, recalling Hizaki's earlier boasts about marking his name in history, steps closer. He declares that his name won't be forgotten, that he will be remembered eternally, and that a new myth will be born from his actions. As he approaches, Hizaki struggles to accept the reality before him, that Kanagi has absorbed the souls of the founders through the crest of nothingness. Inside Kanagi, the founders express their joy and excitement, marveling at the freedom they now experience after centuries of confinement. They eagerly discuss who will take control of Kanagi's body, treating it as a competition. Among the founders, the great swordsman Hinoki Reichuru addresses Kanagi, expressing no surprise at being remembered after so long. He inquires about Kanagi's plans, dismissing Hizaki as insignificant, and directing Kanagi's attention to something far more ominous behind him. Kanagi, now focused, turns to Hizaki, who stammers in fear, warning Kanagi not to underestimate an A-rank hunter like himself. Without hesitation, Kanagi delivers a powerful jab to Hizaki's face, sending him flying through the air. Kanagi then turns his attention to a mysterious bag emitting a dark aura. As he focuses on it, a surge of immense power blasts out from within, catching him off guard. Hinoki, however, remains calm with a faint smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, in the city, a three-headed wolf monster is wreaking havoc. A man calls out to Kisaragi, urging him to handle the beast. Kisaragi swiftly engages the creature. With a graceful leap, he positions himself above the three-headed wolf and strikes it with a waterfall impact attack from above. The crowd erupts in cheers, amazed by his ability to instantly defeat an A-rank monster. Kisaragi, an S-rank hunter, humbly accepts their praise, inquiring about Hizaki's whereabouts. A man mentions that Hizaki is likely occupied with an interview, adding that it must be nice to be hailed as a young hope. Kisaragi brushes off the comment, noting that Hizaki's rising popularity will benefit their guild's reputation. As they prepare to file a report and grab a drink, a deafening aura engulfs the city, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Panic spreads as people collapse, and even hunters struggle to withstand the force. Kisaragi turns to see his team in distress, realizing that A-rank and B-rank hunters are unable to stand against the source of the pressure. It is clear that an S-rank monster has arrived. On the streets, people collapse under the immense pressure that is emanating from the mausoleum of the founders. In the jungle, Hizaki, trembling and struggling to sit up, stares in shock as a massive monster emerges from the bag before them. He mutters in disbelief, questioning if it is a demon and what it could possibly be. Kanagi explains that Hizaki's actions have undone the seal, releasing one of the boss monsters from the tower that has been sealed away. Hizaki, observing the unfolding disaster, understands immediately what has transpired. The act of removing the relics has undone a powerful seal, allowing one of the tower's dormant monstrosities to break free. Hinoki, analyzing the beast with precision, recognizes it instantly. It is the embodiment of emptiness, classified well above S-rank danger. According to Hinoki, it can kill numerous humans within a few kilometers with its poisonous aura, and was quite common during their era. Panic takes hold of Hizaki, who abandons reason and flees in desperation, convinced that staying means certain death. Kanagi, however, understands the predator's instincts, and warns that movement will only invite disaster. The warning comes too late. The moment Hizaki breaks into a run, the monster reacts with predatory precision. It attacks Hizaki with its massive tentacles. Hizaki barely has time to raise his blade in defense before the tentacle strikes, piercing his chest with ease. Though he once slew a dragon with that very sword, it proves utterly useless against this ancient beast. The creature wastes no time spreading onto Hizaki's body and draining his very essence. His agonized screams echo through the streets. But Kanagi, having foreseen the inevitable, merely observes. Hinoki, standing beside Kanagi, takes advantage of the moment to place a hand on his shoulder. He proposes that he seeks complete control over Kanagi's body. He asks if Kanagi wants to see his one-handed sword style. But before the offer can be fully entertained, other founders intervene, grabbing Hinoki by his hair, accusing Hinoki of attempting to claim such a powerful vessel for himself. Caught in the act, Hinoki seeks to defuse the situation. Though it doesn't help, it is Kanagi who disrupts the dispute, presenting his own terms. He will not grant control to a single individual. His body will be shared among them all. According to him, he will surpass them all and ascend to their level, proving his worth through strength alone. If they seek to use his body, they will need to show him what true power looks like. Hinoki, bewildered by Kanagi's audacity, readies his blade. Then, seizing the opportunity, he takes the first step in merging with Kanagi's body, rallying the other founders to do the same. As Hinoki lifts his sword, shadowing him, Kanagi does the same and targets the limbs of the monster. Hinoki's blade, guided by the expertise of another founder, severs one of the demon's arms in a single decisive strike. The beast retaliates with another violent swing, but Kanagi, now infused with yet another founder's mastery, evades with inhuman agility. Strength upon strength layers within him, each founder taking turns in controlling his movements. The old master's influence grants him the ability to seize the creature's own tentacles, using sheer force to slam the monster into the earth. The monster is sent flying by the attacks as Kanagi grabs a bow from the ground, allowing him to pierce the monster. He then uses every skill at his disposal, including whirlwind, fire breath, and ice attacks. Hinoki, seizing control once more, picks up Hizaki's broken sword from the ground. Just as the demon attempts a surprise attack from below, Kanagi's eyes glow yellow as the great wizard within him takes over, electrocuting the creature mid-strike. With a powerful leap, Kanagi positions himself above the monster, and Hinoki, now in control, executes his signature one-handed sword technique, the Gekyu Utachi wave cutting blade, slicing the demon in half and ending its rampage. A victorious smile spreads across Kanagi's face as the demon falls. Meanwhile, perched on a nearby tree, a raven observes the entire scene. Somewhere in the city, a man standing on a tower answers his phone, shocked to hear that the monster has already been defeated before he could intervene. He inquires if there are any strong hunters nearby, and the person on the other end reveals that, according to footage from the Raven, it is a student from the academy who has accomplished the feat. The man, Chihara Midori, the world's strongest awakened, expresses his desire to meet this student. The next morning, Midori sits atop a pile of monster carcasses, calling the academy's director. He informs him about the S-rank monster's defeat, but clarifies that it wasn't his doing. Based on the Raven's footage, it is Kannagi who has slain the creature. Midori finds it hard to believe, given Kannagi's history of failing the hunter's examination 3 times in a row. He requests a favor from the director. Back at the academy, students buzz with chatter about the previous day's events. The overwhelming aura has left many unable to move, and now they speculate about who could have defeated the monster. One student jokes with his friend, claiming he was the one who did it, but his friend dismisses the idea, pointing out that it has been a decade since the last S-rank hunter emerged. However, rumors are circulating that the Slayer is indeed a student from their academy. Kannagi, leaning on a stick for support, walks through the campus with his trembling body. He overhears the conversations, amazed that the incident has become the sole topic of discussion. Suddenly, a man bumps into him, knocking him to the ground and scoffing at the idea that someone like Kannagi could be the S-rank Slayer. Kannagi knows the truth. He has defeated the demon, but only by lending his body to the founders. Now his body aches terribly from the recoil of their power. As he struggles to his feet, a voice echoes in his mind, mocking him. It is Hinoki, who reminds him of his ambition to surpass them. Hinoki's tone is both challenging and encouraging, pushing Kannagi to regain his composure and strive for greater heights. Kannagi recalls his words from the previous night and responds with quiet confidence, affirming his determination. He forces himself to stand, ignoring the lingering pain in his body. Hinoki, residing within him, chuckles lightly, urging him to show his resolve. As Hinoki observes the students around them, he can't help but feel a sense of disappointment. The awakeners of this era seem no stronger than ordinary humans, a stark contrast to the warriors of his time. He muses that if the tower were to reappear now, the world would undoubtedly face its end. However, his thoughts are interrupted when he senses a powerful aura nearby. Kannagi notices Hinoki's sudden shift in demeanor and asks what's wrong, but Hinoki brushes it off, though he can't shake the feeling of the immense energy he just detected. At that moment, a professor calls out to Kannagi, instructing him to hurry over. Kannagi, assuming it is about his letter of resignation, so he approaches hesitantly. He is well aware that he has exhausted his 3 chances to pass the hunter's qualification test, and failing means starting over from scratch. To his surprise, the professor orders him to go to the field for a re-examination. The news leaves Kannagi stunned, as such opportunities are almost unheard of. Meanwhile, students gather by the windows, whispering among themselves. None can recall a hunter re-examination ever being conducted before. On the field, Kannagi is in position for a sprint. He is still not in perfect condition, but is determined to prove himself. The first challenge is a 100-meter sprint, with an average completion time of 3.6 seconds and a record of 2.7 seconds. The student who bumped into him earlier trash-talked Kannagi, calling him a failure. As he begins to run, the students watch in disbelief as he crosses the finish line in just 1.2 seconds. The next test is a 3,000-meter sprint, with an average time of 4 minutes and 20 seconds, and a record of 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Kannagi shatters expectations again, completing it in 1 minute and 17 seconds. The following tests, push-ups, bench press, and others, yield similar results. Kannagi surpasses every record, often doubling the previous bests. The students are left in awe, some even admiring his newfound prowess. Kannagi himself wonders if the founders are still aiding him, but Hinoki assures him they have no hand in his performance. In the headmaster's office, Midori is entrusted with Kannagi Minato's complete records. As he flips through the documents, he can't help but be impressed by Kannagi's exceptional track record. The headmaster, however, expresses his initial doubts regarding the request for re-evaluation. While Kannagi's physical prowess is undeniable, the real concern has always been his magical capacity. Across every assessment conducted over the past 3 years, his mana levels have remained entirely undetectable, rendering him incapable of utilizing magic. The headmaster has dismissed the possibility of Kannagi ever being worthy of the academy's attention. Midori's secretary, seemingly unsurprised by this revelation, affirms the expected outcome. Yet, he finds amusement in the situation, hinting that things might not unfold as anticipated. Out on the training grounds, Kannagi prepares for his magic measurement test. The professor overseeing the examination details the process, revealing he will need to channel his mana into a large fan, setting it in motion within a span of 30 seconds. The number of rotations recorded will determine his score. The standard performance stands at 1,513 spins, while the highest recorded result has been 4,022. As Kannagi readies himself, memories of past failures surface. No matter how much effort he has previously exerted, the fan has never so much as trembled beneath his attempts. His inability to sense mana has always held him back, but this time is different. For the first time, he can perceive it coursing through him, originating from his right foot, spiraling through his body, and returning once more. He recognizes that his breathing can regulate and accelerate the flow, allowing him to expel the energy through his right palm. As the professor signals the start of the test, Kanagi releases his mana. Instantly, the fan spins into motion at an astonishing pace. The counting machine struggles to register the rapid increase in speed, while the sheer force of the wind makes it difficult for the observers to even see the numbers. The velocity escalates beyond expectation, and before anyone can react, the machine blasts. The fan, now completely detached, shoots across the field like a cutter. Students cry out in alarm as it hurtles toward the main building, crashing directly into the headmaster's office with a deafening impact. Inside, the headmaster barely evades the incoming debris, collapsing from the sheer shock of the event. Midori's secretary, stunned by the spectacle, can hardly process what has transpired. Meanwhile, Midori, unshaken by the chaos, merely chuckles. To him, the resemblance between Kanagi's abilities and his own is undeniable. According to Midori, there has only ever been one individual before Kanagi who has produced an immeasurable score, and that is himself. The professor, still trying to make sense of what he has just witnessed, declares that Kanagi has passed the hunter examination. A wave of excitement ripples through the students as they erupt in cheers. Not only has Kanagi shattered every record, but he has surpassed all expectations. Staring at his own hands, Kanagi trembles with disbelief. He has spent years believing himself incapable of wielding magic, yet the power has been within him all along. From the sidelines, Hinoki observes the scene with quiet satisfaction, having anticipated such an outcome. Meanwhile, Kanagi knows that everything has changed. By surrendering his body to the founders, he has unlocked the dormant potential that has been hidden within him all this time. Hinoki can't help but laugh, remarking internally that the one before him is far from ordinary. With the crest of nothingness marking his fate, it's as if he has been waiting for this very moment for over a century. Before he can dwell further on the thought, an overwhelming presence descends upon them, sending a shockwave through the air. The sheer force of it leaves him momentarily speechless. His mind scrambles to make sense of the explosion. But Hinoki instantly recognizes the tremendous aura as it's the same one he had sensed earlier that morning. Standing before him, seemingly materializing from the very pressure itself, is the legendary Midori. Kanagi, seeing him, is shocked as he is the strongest hunter in existence. Midori, landing, starts addressing him directly. Midori acknowledges his achievements in the hunter examination, offering words of recognition. But Kanagi can barely utter a response. Midori then puts up a new challenge before him, which is an additional test. Midori wants Kanagi to land a single hit on him, the world's strongest hunter. Hearing that, Kanagi is left frozen in shock for a moment. Midori, 23 years old, a man who has earned the title of a full-fledged hunter at the mere age of 9, now stands before him. His feats are legendary, unmatched in all of history. He has turned thousands of demons to ashes in mere moments. His power so overwhelming that even other hunters dare not stand against him. 10 years ago, he single-handedly eradicated the pandemonium outbreak, and 5 years prior, he subdued the outbreak of Kyushu. He is a living singularity. As Midori explains his challenge, Kanagi is left in disbelief. However, Hinoki is excited, urging Kanagi to surrender his body to him immediately. Yet Midori explained the conditions in the simplest terms. Kanagi had 1 minute to strike him. Whether he succeeded or failed, no consequences would follow. Midori himself would only attack once every 10 seconds, ensuring that the challenge remained fair. There was no need for hesitation, no need for doubt. Any skill, any weapon was at Kanagi's disposal, while Midori would refrain from using any of his own. To prove his sincerity, Midori summoned a vast arsenal of weapons, giving Kanagi the choice of anything he desired. The sight of so many legendary weapons appearing in an instant only added to the surreal nature of the challenge. Confusion clouded Kanagi's thoughts, realizing that he was going to fight the famous Midori in a one-on-one fight. Still unsure, he hesitated before finally asking if he was truly free to use any weapon. In response, Midori casually picked up a katana, his grip light but assured. With effortless ease, he sliced the blade clean in half, as if it were nothing more than a brittle twig. He stated without the slightest hint of arrogance that his body surpassed the sharpness of any blade. Kanagi barely had time to process this display before Hinoki's impatience flared. Frustration seethed in his voice as he demanded to take over, unable to tolerate Midori's overwhelming confidence. His anger boiled over as he declared that such words from Midori were unforgivable. Kanagi could feel Hinoki's energy surging, his presence amplifying as though he was ready to unleash his full strength. It dawned on him in that moment that Midori's power was comparable to that of the founders themselves. Against that level of strength, he had no real chance of victory. Yet, even as realization settled in that there was no time to hesitate. Meanwhile, all the students gather around for the fight. Without warning, Midori initiated the countdown. A slight smile tugged at his lips as he signaled the start of the test. Kanagi grabs his sword and charges at Midori, determined to attack. Hinoki questions whether he intends to fight alone, insisting it isn't fair. but Kanagi ignores him and continues his assault. Despite knowing his efforts are futile, he believes that to become a legend, he must rely on his own strength, rather than borrowing power from the founders. He swings his sword at Midori, but Midori effortlessly dodges with minimal movement. Even as Kanagi relentlessly attacks, he remains on his phone, casually asking which social media he uses, and remarking that the incident will surely be recorded and go viral. The students watch in disbelief, astounded that Midori can dodge every strike without taking the fight seriously. Though Kanagi continues his relentless assault, one student notices something unusual about his movements. As they watch closely, Kanagi lifts his sword, feinting a vertical slash before swiftly switching to a horizontal one aimed at Midori's feet and throat. The execution is flawless, and Kanagi is amazed at how naturally his body moves. Realizing he isn't tiring, he wonders if this is the effect of lending himself to the founder's power. His thoughts are abruptly cut off when Midori places a finger on his head, preparing to flick him, and casually mentions that 10 seconds have already passed. Kanagi narrowly dodges, but the power Midori releases obliterates the field. Seeing the destruction, Kanagi realizes that if the attack had connected, his head would have been gone. Midori glances at his hand in confusion, sensing no malice from Kanagi, and wondering if he had miscalculated his own strength. Panic grips Kanagi as he understands that he will die at this rate. Desperately, he tries to recall the sensation of his stronger self. As he focuses, a powerful aura surges from him, catching Midori off guard. Kanagi launches another attack, his speed increasing rapidly. The students are in awe, shouting that the camera can't keep up with their movements. Midori notices the shift in Kanagi's presence and wonders if there is a specific condition to activate this power, or if Kanagi is deliberately keeping it a secret. Realizing another 10 seconds had passed, Midori decides to strike Kanagi lightly this time. He bends down, positioning his finger to flick again, but instead, he hits Kanagi in the chest, sending him crashing hard into the wall. Kanagi coughs up blood, yet he finds the experience incredible, marveling at the fact that he is fighting the world's strongest awakened. He understands that if his body were the same as it was yesterday, he would already be dead from that blow. This realization makes him smile, knowing it means he is growing stronger. However, he also acknowledges that his current skill is not enough to pass Midori's test. Determined, he chooses to push forward with brute force and charges at Midori once more. Suddenly, Midori appears beside him with unbelievable speed, causing Kanagi to stop in his tracks. Apologizing, Midori tells him he has seen enough. He then states that the 30 seconds are up before striking Kanagi at the nape, making him slowly lose consciousness. As Kanagi collapses, Midori observes that he is indeed a genius, but not on the same level as his comrades. In the end, Kanagi is unable to fully unleash the power Midori had sensed. Calling his secretary, he informs her that they should head back, expressing his disappointment in the outcome. Just then, Kanagi grabs his sword, and Midori immediately senses an intense aura from behind him. Midori glances back and sees Kanagi's body radiating with power. Hinoki, now speaking through Kanagi, remarks that the stubborn brat is already asleep, allowing him to finally take over. Stepping forward, Hinoki suggests they extend their fight a little longer. Meanwhile, Kanagi's spirit, separated from his body, panics at the sight of Hinoki controlling it. Yet Midori merely smiles, recognizing the presence he had sensed earlier. He wonders if this is an entirely different person, or merely a skill at play. Regardless, he understands one thing: Kanagi is now a monster. Kanagi, under Hinoki's control, suddenly launches an attack, shouting at Midori not to space out. Midori notices immediately that his movements have changed. His speed and strength have reached another level. Suddenly, a sword nears Midori's face, and he ducks just in time to avoid it. Kanagi swings again, forcing Midori to leap away to create distance. Still in shock, Midori watches as Kanagi swiftly positions his sword for another strike. He swings once more, but Midori bends down just in time, causing the attack to land on the building behind him instead. The students inside scramble in panic, realizing the danger. Midori notices that Kanagi's slashes have become unpredictable, yet he can still anticipate the flow of his movements. It reminds him of ancient swordsmanship, like a relentless torrent of water. Raising his palm, Midori laughs and remarks that such skill is necessary to defeat an S rank like him. He then lifts his hand again, intending to put Kanagi to sleep once more, noting that only 40 seconds have passed. However, Kanagi suddenly moves forward at an incredible speed, swinging his sword and shouting that Midori won't be able to hit him. Midori swiftly jumps back to evade the attack, laughing as he acknowledges Kanagi's impressive skill. The students can hardly believe what they are witnessing as Midori is on the defensive. Kanagi shouts that Midori is boring and insists that he shouldn't hold back. He warns Midori that if he looks down on him, he will beat him up. Without hesitation, Kanagi leaps forward to attack, but Midori only laughs and responds with confirmation. With a swift kick, Midori sends a stone flying toward the weapons behind him. Instantly, the weapons float into the air. He jumps, catching Kannagi off guard, and grabs one of the weapons hovering above them. Excitedly, Kannagi exclaims that Midori is finally going all out. They then engage in an intense mid-air battle, clashing foot against foot, stunning the students who watch in awe. They seize every weapon within reach, shattering them into pieces with their sheer strength. Meanwhile, inside Kannagi's body, the founders observe Hinoki unleashing his full power. They are impressed that Midori is able to keep up. Old Man Spirit suggests joining the fight, but another founder scolds him, calling him tactless. The Great Wizard, watching in silence, suddenly realizes that Kannagi has been studying Hinoki's movements, trying to learn from them. He notices Hinoki shifting his center of gravity as he pounces from below, but the sword in his hands shatters once again. Frustrated by the poor quality of the weapon, Hinoki feels a surge of anger. Midori, on the other hand, finds the battle exhilarating and fun. However, he soon realizes that there are no swords left and wonders if Kannagi will resort to firearms. With a taunting smirk, Midori shouts that only 10 seconds remain and teasingly asks what Hinoki plans to do now. Hinoki glances toward the building behind him before leaping toward it. He heads straight for the man who had pushed Kannagi earlier and snatches his sword. Just then, Midori jumps closer, launching his fist at Hinoki. The impact causes a loud explosion against the building. Fortunately, Hinoki dodges in time and reappears in front of Midori. They resume their mid-air clash, exchanging blows. Midori shouts that the fight is fun and suggests they continue a bit longer. Meanwhile, the students notice that the building is on the verge of collapsing. As the battle reaches the rooftop, Midori's secretary watches nonchalantly. Midori then places his hand on a massive fan and grabs it, causing cracks to form on its surface. He retrieves the fan from the building and aims it at Hinoki. With a powerful throw, he sends it hurtling toward him. However, he is taken by surprise when Hinoki, wielding his one-handed sword, slashes through the fan like dice with his dice-style sword art. The fan shatters into tiny fragments, and Midori reacts with excitement, praising Hinoki's skill. However, Hinoki wastes no time and launches his sword at Midori. To his shock, the sword shatters upon impact. Midori raises his hand, aims at him, and calmly acknowledges that 60 seconds have passed before striking Hinoki with his palm, sending him crashing down. Hinoki curses under his breath, but before he can react, Kannagi suddenly leaps onto his back and pushes him back toward the other founders. As Midori's attack nears, Kannagi manages to deflect it aside with a gentle motion, successfully dodging the strike. The unexpected maneuver leaves both Hinoki and Midori stunned. However, the impact breaks one of Kannagi's hands. Despite that, he remains focused on his goal and delivers a punch to Midori's face with his remaining good hand. From the inside, the battle between the singularities feels endless. A fierce clash over a seemingly small outcome, much like a chess match where both players are equally skilled. Despite its intensity, Hinoki knows it has lasted only a brief moment. Watching with quiet pride, he realizes that Kannagi has carved open a new path to victory. Kannagi, however, is left in shock when he sees Midori halt his fist just in time. Frustration fills him as he realizes he has failed to land a clean hit. But then, to his surprise, Midori smiles and deliberately pulls Kannagi's fist toward his own face, acknowledging the effort. Without hesitation, he confirms that Kannagi has passed. Before either can react further, both collapse onto the ground. The students observing the battle murmur in confusion, struggling to comprehend what has just happened. Midori, still holding Kannagi's unconscious body, calls for his secretary Rin, and informs her that they should leave. Rin arrives beside him and inquires about the outcome. Midori confirms that Kannagi has passed and admits finding him interesting. However, he acknowledges that he has accidentally broken Kannagi's arm, and requests Rin to heal him. She agrees without hesitation. The students, overhearing the conversation, struggle to believe that Kannagi has succeeded. The realization soon sets in, and cheers erupt throughout the area that Kannagi managed to land a punch on Midori. The noise stirs Kannagi awake, and as Rin works on healing him, she cautions him not to move. He complies, thanking her, and she congratulates him on passing the test. Kannagi, still in disbelief, sits up abruptly, questioning whether he has truly managed to land a hit on Midori. Before he can process the thought further, Midori suddenly appears beside him, amused by his reaction. Without dwelling on the moment, Midori affirms that a pass is a pass. He acknowledges having taken the battle seriously midway through his consecutive attack. Midori goes on to praise Kannagi's skill, commending his ability to dodge his strongest attack and his impressive movements. He encourages Kannagi to take pride in the achievement. Kannagi, regaining his composure, accepts the praise. Without hesitation, he turns his attention to the next step, eager to know what comes after passing. His question leaves Rin momentarily puzzled as she turns toward Midori, who, equally uncertain, searches for an answer. Later that night, Kannagi at home assists his mother with cleaning as she prepares food in the kitchen. She casually asks how many guests will be arriving. and Kannagi, still unsure, estimates only 1. His mother reflects on the day's events, remarking that it has been a momentous occasion. Not only has Kannagi passed the hunter's examination, but he has also attracted the attention of Midori. She expresses confidence in her son's abilities, believing that he has always been capable of achieving anything through sheer effort. Kannagi listens with quiet appreciation, acknowledging her words. However, his mother's expression soon shifts as she voices her concerns about such a famous individual visiting their home, suggesting it might be mistaken for a doghouse. Kannagi, exasperated, quickly dismisses the idea, insisting that Midori is not the type to judge such things. After finishing his chores and helping his mother, he finally collapses onto his bed, his mind still lingering on the events of the day. His gaze drifts to the card Midori has given him, and a sense of uncertainty fills him. He finds himself questioning why Midori has not given the situation more thought. His memories wander back to the battlefield earlier that day, recalling the moment when Rin had taken Midori down, twisting his leg. He vividly remembers Midori's pained scream as Rin had confronted him. At that moment, Midori has reminded Kannagi of his earlier words, implying that he has agreed to become one of his comrades upon victory. Kannagi, confused, has denied ever saying such a thing. Rin, growing more agitated, has tightened her grip on Midori's leg. Midori informs Kannagi that there are too many eyes around and suggests visiting his home that night to discuss matters in detail. He promises to explain the available choices and reveal their real enemies. Kannagi ponders who these enemies could be, knowing that the tower is already destroyed by the founders, and that the current hunters are tasked with eliminating the monsters that escaped from the dimensional crack. He wonders if there is another reason but soon drifts into sleep. Suddenly, Hinoki's shouting startles him awake. He sees Hinoki and the founders gathered in his room. Confused, he asks why they are there and what is wrong. But Hinoki simply states that they were discussing something and have just finished. Still puzzled, Kannagi instinctively covers himself and worriedly asks if they have decided who will take his body. Before Hinoki can respond, the doorbell rings. Apologizing, Kannagi assumes it is Midori and suggests discussing it later. He walks towards the door, noticing the darkness and feeling an uneasy sensation. To his shock, he finds his mother collapsed on the floor. Panic grips him as he calls out to her, rushing forward but stopping abruptly when he notices someone sitting in the kitchen. The stranger eats the food his mother has prepared, complimenting it while ignoring the mess around him. With a mocking tone, the man remarks that Kannagi should discipline his mother and insists that if he wants to impress customers, they should get better quality food. Kannagi demands to know who the man is and what he has done to his mother. The man, unfazed, shouts at him to watch his tone and introduces himself as Haitani Goro, an S-rank hunter and a comrade of Midori. Haitani then orders Kannagi to grab his luggage, announcing that they are moving to their base. Rage boils within Kannagi, and without hesitation, he launches a punch at Haitani. However, Haitani easily dodges and appears behind him. Questioning if Kannagi is challenging him, Kannagi remains silent, recalling his mother's words, how she had promised to raise him alone with pride after his father passed away. He remembers the worn-out shoes she still insisted on wearing, telling him to buy himself new sneakers instead. He recalls her congratulating him earlier, promising to make his favorite tonkatsu for dinner. With determination, Kannagi glares at Haitani and demands to know what he has done to his mother. Hinoki, observing the situation, recognizes that Haitani is an S-rank hunter from the previous era. Annoyed by the sight of someone he considers a rip-off of Midori, Hinoki declares that it is time to act. The founders, having witnessed Kannagi's fight with Midori, understand how they should treat him moving forward. Haitani, amused, taunts Kannagi, calling his angry expression pretty cute. He raises his hand to slap him, but Kannagi remains still, unfazed. As the strike nears, Kannagi effortlessly catches Haitani's hand and, with surprising ease, swings him around. The grandpa founder is stunned, recognizing this technique from their past battles against monsters. Suddenly, Haitani is hurled out the window, crashing through the backyard wall. Yet, Haitani lands on his feet before hitting the ground. Regaining his stance, Haitani approaches, processing what just happened. He wonders if he just witnessed Aikido. Recalling Kannagi's fight with Midori that afternoon, he had observed not only Kannagi's immense aura and swordsmanship, but also a peculiar power. He acknowledges Haitani's resilience, remarking that he is sturdier than Hizaki. Kannagi, his patience wearing thin, demands an answer. He presses Haitani to reveal what he has done to his mother, who remains inside, writhing in pain as poison spreads through her body. Haitani, laughing, mockingly points out that Kannagi seems unaware of the situation. Then with a grin he finally reveals the truth. His mother was in the way, so he put her to sleep with poison. Haitani smirks, adding that if she is lucky she might only suffer minor side effects. He remains calm, asking that he don't understand, making Haitani glance at him in confusion. He then questions why they would harm the family of someone who might become their comrade. Hitani only laughs at the word comrade before suddenly appearing behind him, ready to strike. He narrowly avoids Hitani's attack, but the relentless assault continues. While attacking, Hitani declares that he will never be their comrade as he is only a puppet obeying their commands. He taunts him, saying that once his loved ones become hostages, he will have no choice but to submit, calling him naive. Before he can react, Hitani steps on his foot and slashes him, mockingly asking if he was right. He quickly creates distance, feeling the burning sensation on his cheek. As he reaches up, he realizes the poison is already spreading. Hitani grins, lifting his fingers, now coated with sharp needles laced in poison. He teases that it is already in his system. He then reveals that it allows him to produce dozens of poisons from his body called Phantom Bud's poison. Deadly vision. Complaining about the inconvenience of this mission, Hitani mentions that if he wished, he could release deadly toxic gas across a 5-kilometer radius, but doing so in the middle of the city is not an option. He states that the poison will kill him within a minute unless he agrees to join their organization, in which case Hitani will provide the antidote. Otherwise he will perish. He contemplates the sheer lethality of Hitani's toxin, recognizing that for an ordinary person, it would be an inescapable death sentence. Looking down at his hand, he calls upon the god of medicine Valentine, questioning whether she is present within him. The founders shift their gaze toward Valentine, who appears both confused and surprised. Apologizing for summoning her so suddenly, he asks if she can later teach him how to neutralize the poison. Stammering, she agrees. Hitani, irritated, hurls another wave of poison at him while demanding to know what nonsense he is mumbling. He swiftly dodges, explaining that the Aikido technique he used earlier was borrowed from the god of hands, Kudu Huma. The old man, residing within him, is taken aback, realizing that he has managed to replicate his move from a single moment of observation. He then calls upon the 10,000 army slasher, Hinoki, the blue spear of destruction, Shimmer Calcus, and the heavenly bow, Margit. He states that he has studied and memorized all of them from the records. Informing Hitani that the founders he once revered now reside within him, he leaves Hitani bewildered. But rather than feeling fear, Hitani becomes enraged, shouting that he will introduce him to a world of pain. Hitani charges at him with his needles out. He leaps away just in time, avoiding the attack. As Hitani's strike lands on a nearby tree, the tree withers and dies instantly. Without hesitation, Hitani launches another attack, shouting that if he kneels and begs, he might at least receive an antidote to lessen the pain. He warns that once pain consumes him, he will never return to normal. His mind will be lost to madness. But he remains silent, waiting as Hitani's hand draws closer. Just as Hitani reaches him, he swiftly slides to the side, placing his palm against Hitani's chest and activating the fist of Saint Wantak. Hitani coughs up blood from the impact, shocking Wantak within him. The force sends Hitani crashing into a streetlight. Without hesitation, he follows up with a kick using the feet of light, Eilerson, sending Hitani flying a great distance. Eilerson, residing within him, is stunned by the power. However, Hitani manages to stand, recovering quickly. In an instant, he appears in front of him again, attacking with both hands. He manages to slip through his attack, breaking some of his needles, and uses the sharp beak Karail attack, hitting Hitani's stomach. Kanagi then slashes Hitani with the dragon's claw, Rowan's skill, leaving Rowan stunned in surprise inside him. Hitani grabs him and activates the flipper of Lilac, throwing Hitani around in mid-air. Floating, he wonders what is happening. He knows that poison should cloud judgment, and it should have already affected the nervous system. But Kanagi is still moving, strong and unharmed. Kanagi activates the Magus of Truth, Meltius Silentius, and releases it on Hitani, causing a loud energy blast that leaves everyone in shock. Hinoki asks the founders if they saw that, and tells them that just after defeating Hitani, Kanagi started copying all their moves, both physical and magical. He adds that he doesn't care whether Kanagi's power comes from the crest of nothingness, but he finds him interesting. The founders agree. Hinoki suggests they train Kanagi, believing that if the founders train him, he will become the strongest awakener. Somewhere else on rooftops, hooded individuals are running and jumping. One of the individuals urges everyone to hurry, revealing that Nemours guilds are after Kanagi, so they should move quickly to catch him before they do. Suddenly, Midori appears behind him, asking if there are really that many. The man is shocked, and Midori calmly tells him that if there are 15, he should be the last one. He points a finger near the man's forehead, flips his head, and slams him hard onto the building's roof. Midori contacts Rin through his Raven's call, and she answers immediately, informing him that she has arrived. She reassures him that no awakeners are nearby, but her next words catch him off guard. Someone else has already been there. Midori remains silent, waiting for her to continue. Rin then reveals that the intruder was Hitani, an S-rank hunter known for his mastery of poison. He had come looking for Kannagi but had been utterly defeated. Midori's gaze shifts to the rooftop, where Hitani lies sprawled out, mouth slightly open, making Midori wonder what had happened. A short while later, they arrive at Kannagi's house. Midori claps his hands together, a bright grin forming as he praises Kannagi. He expresses genuine admiration, admitting that he never expected Kannagi to take down an S-rank hunter. Without hesitation, he asks if Kannagi had been exposed to the poison. Kannagi scratches his cheek, offering a small sheepish response. Both he and his mother are fine. Hinoki crosses his arms unimpressed. He reminds Kannagi that without Valentine's intervention, he wouldn't have made it through the night. At the mention of her name, Valentine groans in exhaustion, only for Hinoki to acknowledge her quick work. He notes that finishing everything in just 5 seconds is no small feat. Valentine shrugs, muttering that it wasn't difficult. With the poison's creator lying there, all it took was a few well-placed jabs to extract the necessary blood samples and find the antidote. Midori exhales, turning his attention back to Kannagi. Apologizing for his delayed arrival, he reassures him that he has already taken precautions against the many organizations now targeting him because of the events from today's video. Kannagi, still processing everything, finally voices the question weighing on his mind. He asks if Hitani had been lying when he claimed to be Midori's comrade. Midori nods without hesitation, confirming that it was a lie. He adds that there are plenty of people who throw his name around for their own benefit. With that matter settled, he shifts his focus back to Rin. He asks if she is finished, and as if on cue, she appears at his side, nodding. She informs him that all the damage has been repaired. Kannagi's eyes widen in disbelief as he glances at his house. His window and backyard wall restored to perfection. Midori, then with a bright smile, suggests they head inside to discuss Kannagi's future. Kannagi, standing frozen in place, feels a mixture of anticipation and unease settle over him. The next day, Kannagi's mother sees him off at the date as a car waits for him. She reminds him to check if he's forgetting anything. But Kannagi reassures her that he's fine, and that she worries too much. She can hardly believe that the very child she raised in her arms is now heading to Midori's place. However, Midori has already assured Kannagi's mother that he will take care of him and turn him into a great hunter. Hearing that, Kannagi feels a surge of excitement, but his mother remains a bit concerned. Hiding her worry, she hands Kannagi his lunch, urging him to eat since he skipped breakfast. Even though he doesn't really need it, Kannagi takes it without argument. Then his mother voices her concern directly to Midori, asking if her son will face danger. Midori confirms it without hesitation, to which his mother reveals that Kannagi has always struggled until now. It's a big deal for her to entrust her son to Midori's care, yet, as a mother, she can't help but feel uneasy. Midori, in a confident tone, assures her that he will train Kannagi to the point where he won't have any weaknesses left. Hearing this, she finally agrees to leave Kannagi in his hands. As they get into the car, Rin, the driver, glances at Midori and asks if it was really okay to make such a promise to Kannagi's mother, considering that even they don't know what the future holds. Midori, momentarily concerned, looks back through the rearview mirror and sees Kannagi's mother giving him last-minute advice, telling him how to wash his clothes properly, and reminding him not to sleep naked, or he'll catch a cold. Seeing her concern, a determined look flashes in Midori's eyes. He silently vows to do his best. Meanwhile, Kannagi, holding back his emotions, says his final goodbye. Just as he's about to enter the car, his mother reminds him to come home for New Year's. As they finally drive away, Midori asks if Kannagi is okay. Kannagi admits that he had to control his emotions pretty hard. Midori leans back against the seat, telling him to do whatever he feels like, whether it's eating or resting. Looking around, Kannagi notices the lunchboxes his mother packed, sitting neatly beside him. He opens the lunchbox, his mother's words still lingering in his mind. As he lifts the lid, his eyes land on a small, good luck message carefully placed on the pork cutlet. The simple gesture strikes him deeply, stirring emotions he hadn't expected. He pauses for a moment, reflecting on all the care and sacrifices she has made for him. A quiet gratitude settles in his chest as he begins to eat, though the meal is accompanied by the sting of unshed tears. Rin and Midori, seated nearby, exchange glances but remain silent, allowing him to process the moment in his own way as the journey continues. Upon arriving at their destination, Kannagi is shocked as he takes in the sight of the impressive anti-prophecy headquarters building. Midori welcomes him, explaining that only a select few awakeners are ever permitted inside. The weight of that knowledge settles over him, and for a brief moment, he is overwhelmed by the realization of what he is about to become a part of. Inside one of the rooms, a man stands by the window, observing their arrival with a quiet intensity. Without turning, he speaks to another individual in the room, confirming that the new members have arrived. A girl, her expression unreadable, questions whether this is truly about the newcomer. a young man responds, remarking on how rare it is for them to gain a new comrade. However, another man, standing off to the side with his arms crossed, expresses skepticism, insisting that they should first determine whether the newcomer is truly worthy of joining the anti-prophecy. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters, he remains momentarily frozen, struggling to fully process his surroundings. Questions swirl in his mind about what exactly is the anti-prophecy unit, and could it have any connection to Ichihara Guild? Sensing his unease, Rin acknowledges the lack of clarity and apologizes for not explaining sooner. She states that she has been unable to reveal everything to his mother, due to its classified nature, emphasizing that it is a top national secret. The words hit him harder than expected. As they move toward the building, Midori suggests taking his luggage to the dorm first. Rin offers to help, but he refuses, insisting that he can manage on his own. Just as he prepares to move forward, a sudden voice cuts through the air, calling for them to wait. The unexpected interruption startles him, and as he looks up, he spots the young man from before standing above them. Without hesitation, the man declares that he should be the one to explain everything. In the same breath, he launches forward with a powerful kick aimed directly at him. Reacting instinctively, he raises his arms to block the attack, but the sheer force behind it shatters the ground beneath his feet. The impact sends a tremor through his body, yet he remains standing, bracing himself against the shock. The man, seemingly impressed, acknowledges his resilience and offers a rare word of praise. Intrigued, he hesitates for a brief moment before asking for his identity. Without missing a beat, the man steps back, landing effortlessly on the ground before proudly introducing himself as Hanada Hikataro, a member of the anti-prophecy unit, and his comrade. The revelation strikes him as unexpected. However, there is little time for hesitation. Hanada has been assigned to explain everything, and whether he is ready or not, the truth is about to unfold. Meanwhile, Midori remains unruffled as he asks Rin for some tea. Rin nods and pours him a cup while the two continue to spar. Midori watches them calmly, his gaze steady as he questions Hanada about why they are fighting despite being comrades. Hanada, unfazed, explains that it serves two purposes: to introduce the anti-prophecy unit to Kannagi, and to test his skills. The explanation lingers in Kannagi's mind, leaving him uncertain about what kind of test this really is. Without warning, Hanada moves with swift precision, launching another kick at him. Kannagi reacts instantly, blocking the strike with both arms with his unshaken stance. Hanada, still in the midst of combat, begins explaining the origins of the anti-prophecy unit. Kannagi listens but remains skeptical, doubtful that Hanada actually intends to provide a full explanation while they are still engaged in a fight. As the exchange continues, Hanada pauses for a brief moment to ask for Kannagi's name before proceeding. Without hesitation, he introduces himself as Kannagi Minato. Midori, still leisurely sipping his tea, reflects on how Kannagi has been tested repeatedly, first by the academy, then by himself, and even by an S rank. And now, he faces yet another trial. Turning to Rin, Midori wonders aloud if Kannagi will always be subjected to these constant evaluations. Rin, her expression calm, acknowledges that it cannot be helped. After all, Kannagi is a talent Midori has personally scouted. Hanada's relentless kicks keep coming, yet Kannagi keeps blocking with his hands, his endurance unwavering. At one point, Hanada throws out a question. What is the role of a hunter? Kannagi answers without hesitation, stating that a hunter's duty is to eliminate the monsters that emerge from dimensional cracks. Hanada gives an approving thumbs up, affirming that his answer is correct. He goes on to liken the role to pest control, a straightforward yet weighty analogy. Then, without warning, Hanada drops to the ground, shifting the conversation with a new question. He asks Kannagi about the other dangers that exist outside of dimensional cracks. The question catches Kannagi off guard. He hesitates before asking Hanada to clarify what he means by other dangers. Hanada's expression darkens slightly as he explains that the world faces threats far worse than those caused by dimensional cracks. He speaks of terrifying events: the Pandemonium 10,000 Demons Castle from 10 years ago, and the Great Outbreak of Kyushu from 5 years ago. Kannagi immediately recognizes these as large-scale dimensional breaks, disasters that left lasting scars. Before he can formulate a response, Hanada suddenly lunges at him. Instinct kicks in, and Kannagi raises his arms in defense, managing to block the attack. Even so, the sheer force of the strike sends him skidding backward. Hanada acknowledges his resilience, praising him for correctly recalling the public knowledge of those past catastrophes. He then adds that Kannagi will come to understand far more about them once he begins training at the academy. Just as Kannagi steadies himself, his breath still measured, he barely has time to react when Hanada appears above him with staggering speed. There's no room to think. Hanada's light is already descending in a crushing axe kick. Kannagi throws himself out of the way just in time, narrowly dodging as Hanada's foot slams into the ground. A nearby tree takes the impact instead, splitting cleanly in half. The sheer force of the attack leaves Kannagi momentarily stunned. Hinata straightens, his tone shifting as he continues his explanation. The events he mentioned, like the Tower of Malevolence from 300 years ago, aren't just disasters. They are full-scale invasions, direct attacks from another dimension. Kannagi processes the weight of those words, struggling to believe what he's hearing. This isn't just history. This is happening now. Hinata steps closer, his expression serious. He admits that he doesn't understand why today's awakeners seem weaker compared to those from the era of the Tower. There are fewer individuals who can match the strength of the original founders. A fact that troubles him. Kannagi, caught between curiosity and concern, finally voices the question that has been building within him. What should they do? Hinata's answer is firm. This is exactly why the anti-prophecy unit exists. Those with the ability to foresee these threats and predict the arrival of true catastrophes don't share their knowledge with the public. They inform only the elites, the ones capable of handling such dangers. And those elites, Hinata declares, are none other than the members of the anti-prophecy unit. Midori and Rin can't help but smile proudly at this revelation. Kannagi realizes that their purpose is to prevent these prophecies from coming true. Hinata then tells him that starting today, he is officially part of their ranks. He is the first person who has managed to block his kicks consecutively, so he welcomes him into the group. Hinata extends his hand, signaling his acceptance, and Kannagi shakes it. Midori and Rin applaud, and Hinata calls for the other awakeners, who appear above the house in silence. Hinata asks them what they will do, but they simply stare at him and disappear, which catches Kannagi off guard. Midori remarks that they vanish as if they are villains, but Hinata just shakes his head, suggesting that they want to see everything for themselves. Hinata turns to Midori, asking him to leave it to him, and Midori does just that, heading off. Hinata then helps Kannagi with his stuff, offering to show him to his room in the dormitory, which Kannagi thanks him for. That night, as he settles into his room, Kannagi can't help but ponder the significance of the organization he has just joined. An organization focused on handling prophecies in their world. He wonders if the founders have faced the same kind of crisis during the era of the Tower, and if he is now battling against something foretold. His thoughts fill with anxiety, but then, a voice interrupts his worry, suggesting that he simply train. Surprised, he turns around to see Hinoki and the other founders standing before him. He quickly apologizes for not having spoken with them earlier, but Hinoki reassures him that they have made a decision. As the founders, they have decided to train him to become the strongest awakener. Much like Midori. With their guidance, he could become the strongest awakener in history. One of their disciples. Kannagi is taken aback, asking if they truly want him to be their disciple. Hinoki nods and replies affirmatively, worriedly adding that it is a fine idea. But Hinoki teases that it will lead to a sort of battle royale between them. Kannagi, worried, urges them not to fight over him. Hinoki explains that things have started that way, but after observing him more closely, the founders have changed their minds. Rather than using his body for their own gain, they find the idea of training him far more intriguing. Hinoki then shares that when Kannagi defeats the poison user, he manages to copy all their moves, even though he cannot replicate them at the same level of proficiency. Nevertheless, Kannagi grasps the basics quickly. Hinoki asks if Kannagi understands the significance of his achievement, pointing out that it is possibly a result of his crest of nothingness. But more importantly, it is his speed of learning that makes him stand out. This ability, Hinoki explains, is stronger than any of the founders' talents. As Hinoi speaks, Kannagi feels tears welling up in his eyes. He remembers the looks of disappointment from his previous trainers, the ones who told him that it seemed like he had no talent. Up until this moment, no one has expected anything from him. It has all felt like a dream, especially when he was treated like trash and continuously bullied for failing the hunter's qualification test 3 times. He recalls the laughter of his classmates, their mocking voices urging him to give up. His name is often forgotten, lost in the crowd, as no one cares enough to remember it. No one has faith in his future, and he has grown accustomed to being overlooked. Yet now, 2 of the most renowned figures, Midori and Hinoki, acknowledge him. The thought of such recognition fills him with disbelief, making him question whether he even deserves this newfound happiness. For so long he has admired them from afar, never once expecting that they would place their trust in him. Hinoki, noticing his reaction, approaches him with a reassuring smile and places a hand on his shoulder, urging him not to let his emotions overwhelm him. It is then revealed that their very souls reside within him, particularly during his sleep. This presence allows him to access a space unrestricted by the usual confines of time and dimension. With this in mind, they lay out his rigorous training regimen. Each afternoon, he trains with the anti-prophecy unit, and at night, within his dreams, he continues his lessons. Peaceful sleep is now a thing of the past, but he has already steeled himself for the challenge. Without hesitation, he accepts their guidance, expressing his determination to follow their lead. As the night passes and morning arrives, in the bathroom, Hinata stands by the sink, washing his face when he notices him entering. A greeting is exchanged, though fatigue still clings to his expression. The exhaustion is evident, and he admits that he has yet to adjust to the grueling schedule. Hinata, understanding all too well, recalls his own struggles during his initial days at the dormitory. However, something unexpected catches Hinata's attention. A powerful aura emanating from him. Curiosity piqued, Hinata acts on impulse, launching a swift kick toward him. Yet, in a seemingly effortless motion, he simply lowers his head, simultaneously spitting out the water in his mouth before moving away. Without sparing a second glance, he dismisses Hinata's antics, stating that he has no patience for such things in the early morning, and that he is heading to the cafeteria first. Hinata, left in disbelief, realizes that the speed of his attack is faster than the previous day, yet it has been dodged with ease. Moments later, in the cafeteria, Hinata spots a suitable place to sit and approaches a woman enjoying a piece of fruit. He inquires whether she minds if they join her, to which she gives a curt approval. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata takes a seat across from her and signals for him to sit beside him. Recognition dawns as he recalls that the woman was introduced as one of Hinata's comrades the day before. However, her demeanor remains distant. She addresses him with formality, making it apparent that she does not particularly welcome his presence. Despite this, he greets her and introduces himself. Her indifference is immediate. She has no interest in learning his name, nor does she intend to remember it. Raising her fork and pointing it in his direction, she declares that she will acknowledge his name only when she deems him worthy. Until then, training is the priority, and he is expected to accompany her on a mission to eliminate a prophecy. The prophecy dated back to 1945, when the first book of prophecy had been unearthed deep within the ice of Antarctica, buried 3,000 meters beneath the surface. It was known as the Book of Doom. Its writing was crude, resembling the scribbles of a child, yet its contents foretold a catastrophic future. According to its predictions, the world would be subjected to a devastating attack 80 years later, along with a series of apocalyptic disasters. The weight of its words had been enough for the world to take it seriously. As they travel in the car, she poses a question, prompting him to reflect on why the world chooses to believe the book's grim predictions. His thoughts linger for a moment before he looks in her direction, still uncertain of her name. However, before he can inquire, she dismisses the need for introductions and urges him to provide an answer. He reasons that the prophecies must be accurate, but her reaction is immediate. She scoffs at his response, questioning his intelligence. If even a single event inscribed in the Book of Doom comes to pass, the world will face its end. The weight of this revelation leaves him stunned. As their conversation continues, he turns to Hinata, curious about the number of prophecies recorded. Hinata estimates that there are around 200, a revelation that leaves him speechless. He can't help but wonder if the world is already beyond saving. However, Midori reassures him that nearly 180 of these prophecies have already been prevented, a statement that fills him with awe. Still trying to grasp the significance of it all, he returns to the question of why the world puts its faith in the book. The woman explains that the Book of Doom was discovered by an explorer named Bernard Russell. The moment Bernard opens it, the very first page greets him with the words, "Hello Bernard," followed by a precise timestamp. March 17, 1945, at 11:35 a.m., on a sunny day, the date and time when he discovers the book. The eerie accuracy of this prediction leaves no room for doubt. Hours later, they arrive at their destination, Tokyo Sumida Ward, where an intermediate-level dimensional crack has formed. As they approach, guards stationed at the site block their path, firmly stating that the area is off-limits. Ignoring the warnings, they move past them with remarkable speed, leaving the guards momentarily stunned. When he hesitates, questioning whether it's truly all right to proceed, Hinata assures him that it is. The woman begins explaining the broader crisis at hand. Catastrophic events such as the Third World War, the dark side of the moon, the invasive pandemic, and the floating trees have all been classified as emergencies. Among these, the pandemonium outbreak, an incident Midori manages to suppress, stands as a particularly dire example. Though the Book of Doom is widely known, it is merely one of many grimoires scattered across the world. The Anti-Prophecy Unit exists specifically to gather intelligence, analyze predictions, and take preemptive action. Their responsibilities span multiple threat levels. Rank 3, involving the destruction of one or multiple regions. Rank 2, escalating into national emergency. Rank 1, affecting the planet's environment as a whole. Special rank, reserved for destruction of the world. He listens intently, his growing realization turning into alarm. With urgency in his voice, he asks if these missions are now solely their responsibility. The woman, unshaken, confirms that such duties naturally come with being a member of the anti-prophecy unit. Not long after, Kisaragi and his team spot them crossing the yellow caution line and immediately confront them. Assuming they are civilians, Kisaragi warns them to turn back, explaining the dangers of their location. However, she dismisses his concerns, stating that today's prophecy is a rank-free event. Though the dimensional crack before them appears to be an intermediate B rank, in reality, it poses a much greater threat. A rank-free disaster, codenamed Yellow Journal. She is certain that the crack will expand further, and almost as if on cue it begins to widen at an alarming rate. Kisaragi turns, eyes widening in horror as the fissure tears open completely. A wave of creatures begins pouring out, each one more monstrous than the last. With a sharp command, he orders his squad to prepare for battle. But the response is immediate and brutal. The creatures overwhelm his forces within moments, cutting them down with little resistance. Panic sets in as he curses under his breath, realizing that even B and C rank hunters are struggling to hold their ground. Then, his attention shifts to an even greater danger. The immense pressure radiating from a boss-level monster. Watching the newcomers stride forward, Kisaragi tries once again to intervene, warning them to stay back. But before he can say more, the woman presses her hand to the ground and casts a spell called Trismegistus. Instantly, spears erupt from below, impaling the creatures in a swift, merciless strike. Their bodies collapse, lifeless, as blood pools around them. Hanada too launches his own attack. With a burst of speed, he moves fluidly through the battlefield, knocking down every enemy in his path with precise, calculated movements. Kisaragi, witnessing the display of skill, is left speechless. He has always considered himself formidable as an S-rank hunter, yet these individuals far surpass him. He can't comprehend who they are or where they have come from. Then, the woman turns to Kisaragi and, with unwavering certainty, orders him to fall back. From their perspective, he is the civilian in this situation. Kisaragi's gaze drops to her hand, where an emblem is imprinted on her skin. Recognition flashes across his face. Their presence here isn't random. They are government operatives. Before he can process the implications, a massive hand emerges from the dimensional crack, ripping it open even further. As the rift widens, a towering beast steps forward. Julia Olnir, a being far beyond S-rank, looms over them, its monstrous form radiating an overwhelming presence. Without hesitation, the woman lunges forward, preparing to strike. Kisaragi shouts, warning her against a reckless attack, but his words fall on deaf ears. Together, they launch their assault, unflinching in the face of the threat before them. Hanada swiftly unleashes a series of kicks at the beastman, only to realize with shock that his attacks have no effect. The creature's anti-physical armor renders his strikes useless, forcing him to retreat just as it lunges toward the woman. Without hesitation, she gathers energy in front of her, preparing a counterattack. However, before she can react, Kanagi appears between them, stopping the beastman's assault with nothing but his bare hand. The impact causes the beastman to explode in a burst of energy, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. As the dust settles, Hanada recognizes the attack as a penetration shock. What truly shocks him, however, is that he has taken down an S+ rank monster with a single blow. The realization strikes him that Kanagi's strength has increased significantly overnight. Though the woman calls out, stating that such force was unnecessary, he knows that when facing an enemy with high physical resistance, striking from within is the most effective approach. He learned this from Wantak, the Fist Saint, who taught him the basics of penetration attacks just the night before. With that, Kanagi turns towards the girl and asks her name, noting that he saved her, so at least he deserves that. She excitedly reveals that her name is Akane. With no time to dwell on the moment, Hanada turns back toward the battlefield, enhancing his physical abilities to engage the new wave of monsters emerging from the crack. The woman, undeterred, unleashes her own attack, drenching her opponents in liquid mercury before igniting it into a powerful explosion with her Mercurius Reject skill. Together, they press forward, recognizing that just as Kanagi pointed out earlier, breaking their enemies from the inside is proving far more effective. Determined to move forward, she signals to Hanada, and without hesitation, they both advance toward the dimensional crack. Behind them, Kisaragi can do nothing but watch in disbelief. He knows that the world beyond the crack is entirely different, an unknown realm filled with unimaginable dangers. To venture inside is madness. Yet, before he can react, the two have already rushed ahead, leaping through the crack without a second thought, leaving him surrounded by the lifeless bodies of A-rank monsters. The realization strikes him. These two are not ordinary fighters. They have to be part of the rumored secret organization. As they enter the dimension, an overwhelming swarm of creatures awaits them. Assessing the situation, Akane raises her hand, noting that the monsters are identical to those outside. With precision, she conjures a barrage of mercury spears, impaling the creatures instantly. Kanagi, while running, observes her technique, acknowledging her immense power. He understands now why she is regarded as the strongest area of effect fighter within the anti-prophecy unit. Defeating the other enemies, Akane now stands in front of a massive bear monster. However, just as she is about to attack, Hanada leaps toward it first. Seeing him, the bear swings its claws. But Hanada dodges by, jumping onto the roof, and then follows up with a barrage of kicks all around the beast. Kanagi watches in amazement as Hanada effortlessly moves and simply giggles. However, to his shock, Kanagi suddenly rushes toward the bear and unleashes a barrage of kicks just like he did, asking Hanada if it looked similar to his own technique. Hanada is taken aback but smiles in amazement. After defeating the monster, they venture ahead. Akane notices that as they go deeper, the number of enemies decreases. They finally reach a huge open space that resembles an arena. Suddenly they feel a powerful aura around them, realizing that something is coming. To their shock, a massive Minotaur warrior monster jumps in front of them, completely enraged. It is a boss-blind Minotaur with a triple S-rank power level. While Hanada and Kanagi are taken aback by its towering presence, Akane stands nonchalantly before it, questioning if this is really the boss. Numerous spears emerge from the portal as Akane yells at the others to unleash their strongest attacks. She will handle the final blow. Hearing this, Hanada begins channeling his energy while Kanagi stands in the background, amazed by both of their attacks. However, deep down, he knows it might not be enough to defeat the beast. When Hanada hears this, he is taken aback that Kanagi doubts their strongest attacks. Despite being bombarded by magic attacks, the beast swings its massive weapon, creating a crater in the ground, and sending powerful shockwaves throughout the arena. As the dust settles, they are shocked to see that the beast remains completely unscathed, even after their most powerful strikes. The group braces themselves for battle once more. As Kanagi prepares himself, he suddenly hears someone praising Akane's talent. He recognizes this voice. It belongs to his founder's spirit, Kilik. Kilik, an alchemist, expresses concern that Akane, despite her purity, agility, and incredible strength, may have her talent wasted by dying at such a young age in this battle. According to Kilik, Akane tried her best, but this Minotaur is on an entirely different level of power. She underestimated the monster's physical resistance, which is at a full 100%. Growing concerned, Kanagi asks what he should do, to which Kilik simply laughs. Meanwhile, Hanada and Akane struggle against the beast, realizing they should have brought someone skilled in magic. As Akane glances at Kanagi, she is taken aback by the strange energy radiating from his body. Kanagi has surrendered control of his body to Kilik, who cast his powerful spell Mercurius on the beast's legs. The spell freezes its lower body, leaving Akane completely stunned. She is shocked not only that Kanagi used the same type of skill as her, but also that he executed it in a way that effectively immobilized the beast. Kilik, now controlling Kanagi's body, looks at Akane with a serious expression and calls her a fool. He then scolds her for lacking flexibility in her expertise, telling her that she still needs to learn how to manipulate substances in 3 different forms to truly become an alchemist. As Kilik speaks, he simultaneously fills the Minotaur's entire body with mercury. As the liquid metal begins to seep from the monster's mouth, he casts a boiling spell. The mercury inside the beast rapidly heats up, boiling from within, while its toxic fumes spread throughout the arena, making it difficult for the others to breathe. Akane watches in amazement, realizing that instead of relying on brute force, Kilik used extreme temperatures to subdue the monster. Meanwhile, the Minotaur writhes in agony, its body overheating from the inside. While executing the spell, Kilik casually mentions to Kanagi that he wants to take Akane as his disciple. Kanagi, however, brushes it off as a joke. The boiling mercury ultimately overwhelms the Minotaur, reducing it to a lifeless heap on the ground. With that, the mission for the day, defeating the boss, which was classified as a level 3 prophecy, ends in victory. Akane watches in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she just witnessed. The skill Kanagi used should only be accessible to an awakener residing within a crest. She knows that Kanagi must be in the same class as Hiko, yet he managed to wield alchemy at her level. Still in shock, she demands to know who Kanagi really is. With a confident smile, Kanagi extends his hand and introduces himself. Annoyed yet intrigued, Akane reluctantly shakes his hand, declaring that she will definitely remember him. Seeing Kanagi earn Akane's recognition, Hanada beams with happiness. Meanwhile, outside, Kisaragi and his men continue waiting. To their shock, the dimensional crack begins closing. Just as it's about to seal completely, the trio leaps out in time. Kanagi asks if the mission is officially over, to which he is told that they only need to report back to headquarters. As they discuss their next steps, Kisaragi approaches them, expressing his gratitude for saving his team. He assures them that he has no intention of prying into their identities or what transpired inside. Akane thanks him for his understanding and advises him to include details about the emblem in his report, as it will explain everything to the authorities. As the trio walks away, Kisaragi offers his help if they ever find themselves in danger. However, Akane turns back and reveals that they will likely never meet again, suggesting he return to his daily life. Hearing this, Kisaragi realizes that, in the end, they are just civilians, people who exist in a world beyond his reach. On May 11th in N Prefecture Village, a red flash streaks through the streets. A guard catches sight of it but is left bewildered, unable to determine what it is. Suddenly a deafening, sky-piercing roar echoes through the village. At the anti-prophecy headquarters, the trio steps out of the car, and Akane reminds them to write their report for headquarters. However, Hanada receives a message on his phone, informing them that they are being summoned to the laboratory, an unusual request so soon after their mission. Curious, they proceed to the anti-prophecy HQ lab, where two individuals are already waiting for them. One stands on the stage, while the other sits in the stands and, in an authoritative tone, remarks that Akane took quite a long time to take down a rank-3 disaster. Kanagi immediately recognizes him as the red-haired guy from before. Akane, however, is enraged by his condescending attitude, irritated that he speaks as if he is a leader when he is not. Hanada quickly steps in, trying to defuse the tension, and asks what Director Kurihara needs from them. The man standing on the stage is none other than the director. As everyone settles down, he plays a video sent by the analysis team. The footage reveals a glowing red-hot charcoal piece, which, according to the director, is a prophecy grimoire. He explains that it was discovered in a volcanic region and has been under analysis ever since. Kanagi wonders if it's even possible to decipher a grimoire in such a state. However, the director, adjusting his glasses, reveals that with the help of AI and X-ray technology, they managed to extract some information, though the contents remain unclear. But what they did decipher was a single prophecy that explicitly mentions Japan. Everyone in the room is taken aback, especially Akane, as this is an entirely new prophecy, one they have never encountered before. The director further explains that anti-prophecy research is highly advanced, gathering information from across the globe, making the discovery of an unknown prophecy highly unusual. But in this case, the situation is different. The red-haired man immediately understands what this means. The four of them must investigate the matter. The director praises his insight and reveals that this mission would typically be assigned to the usual members, but they are currently unavailable. Hearing this, Kanagi realizes that this must be why Midori wasn't present when they returned. The director then orders them to depart immediately and assures them that further details will be sent via email. Kanagi is stunned that they received another mission so quickly, but the red-haired man simply tells him that he'll get used to it. Feeling a wave of unease, Kanagi grips his fists, a creeping realization settling in. This time, the fate of the world might truly be at stake. Suo slams his hand on the table and stands up, announcing in an authoritative voice that he and his 3 subordinates will be taking on the mission. Akane, seeing him act like a boss again, is visibly annoyed. As they leave, the director gives them a final warning, advising them to be cautious since the severity of this mission is unknown. He also reminds them that even if the prophecy begins to unfold, they must wait for the main force before taking any drastic action. In the car, Kanagi feels uneasy about the unknown dangers of the mission. From the front seat, Su suggests they get some rest, noting that Kanagi has just completed his first mission. Akane, driven by pride, refuses and insists that he has no right to give her orders. However, to her surprise, both Hanada and Kanagi immediately accept the offer and doze off within moments. Determined to stay awake, Akane struggles to fight off sleep. But as the night deepens, exhaustion finally takes over, and she too drifts off. Sometime later, the car comes to a halt. Akane stirs awake, noticing that the vehicle is now empty. Alarmed, she rushes outside and finds the others standing on a cliff, staring down at a glowing light below. What she sees leaves her in utter disbelief. A massive magic circle sprawls across the ground, its scale beyond anything they had imagined. Hanada quickly grasps the gravity of the situation. It is far worse than expected. The prophecy is nearly complete. Emerging from the ground, skeletal figures remain trapped within enormous crystals, their eerie glow casting an ominous light over the entire area. The sight sends chills down their spines, as they realize they might already be too late. These skeletons are the 23 residents of the village mentioned in the report. Suo recalls a similar incident from the past. 30 years ago, the Wakayama mansion mysteriously vanished, and a dimensional rift nearly opened. As he explains, the massive pillar at the center of the magic circle begins to erupt with bursts of energy. Noticing this, Suo urges them to move quickly. Hanada, drawing his sword, asks what they should do, to which Su reveals that they will have to stop it. Akane quickly reminds him of the director's orders. They were explicitly told to wait for further instructions. However, before they can debate further, they sense an overwhelming aura behind them. As they turn, they see Kanagi engulfed in tremendous energy, already prepared for battle. The group immediately realizes that Kanagi feels stronger than before. Despite this, Suo remains unfazed. With a smirk, he leaps forward and orders the others to follow. Everyone rushes after him, though Akane warns him not to act recklessly. As they charge down toward the magic circle, Hinoki and the mage suddenly recognize a scent in the air. A smell that feels eerily familiar. They have encountered it many times before in their lives. Just then, the ground trembles violently, and with an explosive burst, a massive hand erupts from beneath the earth. Hinoki's eyes widen in shock. He now understands exactly what they are smelling. It is the stench of a forbidden technique. This is the prophecy written in the Book of Scorching Heat. According to Hinoki, an awakener named Bandu Shijima, the leader of the Dark Magus, committed genocide during the Epsi period. He was eventually slain by the Onmyojis, but in the process, an entire village was dragged into the ordeal. Shijima collected the blood of the fallen villagers and used it to draw a magic circle, ensuring his reincarnation 1,000 years later. His goal? To devour everyone and reign over the world as a demon king. Before his demise, he left behind a forbidden technique that reveals how living beings would be sacrificed for his resurrection. Now in the present, Shijima has been reincarnated as a boss of unknown rank. His mission is clear: to fulfill the prophecy of scorching heat. Looking down at his hands, he scowls, realizing he has been revived with far less power than expected. He wonders if there weren't enough sacrifices for the ritual. As he surveys his surroundings, he notes with amusement that, even after a millennium, the place remains unchanged. However, his lips curl into a maniacal grin when he sees the anti-prophecy unit approaching, thinking that it is more sacrifices for him to claim. Channeling his dark arts, he unleashes Plate of Yin, causing a massive explosion beneath the charging anti-prophecy unit. Kanagi watches in alarm as the blast engulfs Hinata and Akane, but as the dust settles, they emerge unscathed. However, Kanagi's expression darkens when he notices a dark magic circle forming beneath their landing spot. It is the dark art, Death Realm. From the circle, hundreds of spirits emerge, their ghastly hands reaching out to ensnare Hanada and Akane. They struggle against the grasping spirits, quickly realizing that Shijima is far more skilled than they anticipated. As Shijima watches his spell take effect, he suddenly senses movement behind him. It is Kanagi launching a surprise attack. With effortless precision, Shijima dodges, bending and sidestepping with ease. He smirks, mocking Kanagi as an amateur, before casting Plate of Yin directly beneath him. The blast erupts, but to Shijima's shock, Kanagi emerges unscathed. He counters at Shijima with his Thunderbolt Hadad skill, but it gets blocked as Shijima channels his own dark magic. Despite stopping the attack, Shijima is impressed by Kanagi's choice of skill. From within the smoke, Su walks up behind Shijima and uses the Chrysanthemum spell, sending a barrage of sharp knives toward him. Shijima is taken aback but easily dodges it by jumping into the air. While he is mid-air, Suo uses another spell, revealing that he already knew Shijima wouldn't be defeated by such a low-level skill. Slamming his weapon down, Suo activates the Autumn skill, causing knives to rain from the sky. However, Shijima simply smiles, calling it a rain of mere lights. He then morphs his hand into a sword and attacks Suo, who blocks it with significant recoil. After being blocked, Shijima realizes that Su is likely the strongest one in the group. Kanagi, standing to the side, finds Shijima's power bottomless, as he is completely different from the enemies they have faced so far. Shijima feels stronger than even the founders. As Kanagi ponders this, he hears his comrades calling to him from behind. Turning around, he is shocked to see Akane and Hanada being blasted by black art skills. Managing to escape the attack, both Akane and Hanada begin charging toward Shijima, who is still fighting Su. While engaging them, Shijima summons 3 skeleton demons to deal with Akane and Hanada, who are still charging toward him. Hanada, seeing a demon summoned in front of him, launches a kick, but to his shock, it does nothing. The monsters' bodies are as tough as the minotaurs they faced earlier. One of the skeleton demons stands in front of Kanagi, blocking his path. Meanwhile, Suo and Shijima continue to exchange a barrage of attacks. Shijima mocks Suo, claiming he won't get any help from his comrades. However, as soon as he says this, Suo slashes straight at Shijima's shoulder, declaring that he doesn't need any help. He then points at Shijima, warning him to stay away, stating that the only thing he can rely on is his own ability. Wiping the blood from his wound, Shijima begins to yell maniacally, claiming that he too doesn't need anyone and will devour everyone. With that, he charges at Suo, who barely manages to block the attack just inches away from his body. As Su struggles to hold off Shijima's assault, he hears someone call him from behind. It's Kanagi, who is charging toward Shijima. Shijima is amazed to see him, as he had sent a demon to stop him. However, when he looks back, he sees the others still fighting the demons, while the one he sent to Kannagi lies cut in half. As Shijima processes this, he is struck by a powerful punch to the face from Kannagi, sending him dragging across the ground. Suo is also impressed by the attack, and Kannagi suggests that they fight together to defeat Shijima. Suo is momentarily shocked as Kannagi and Akane haven't even defeated their own opponents, yet this guy has, and now he's offering to help him. However, Suo's pride gets the better of him, and he outright rejects Kannagi's offer, declaring that he doesn't need anyone's help. He is more than enough to fight alone. Kannagi is in disbelief, but before they can argue further, Shijima suddenly closes in on them, unleashing his Madatsu's breath technique. A powerful beam blasts toward them both. Suo manages to block it, but Kannagi is sent flying, his body struck by the devastating attack. He crashes into a tree and his vision starts blurring as consciousness slips away. As he drifts into unconsciousness, he sees Hinoki and the mage's souls standing before him. Hinoki informs him that he has fainted, and so they have summoned him into his own consciousness. Despite the pain racking his bruised and battered body, Kannagi struggles to stand, desperately asking them to send him back. He needs to fight. However, before they can respond, a deep and authoritative voice echoes through the space, commanding him to step back from the battle. Meanwhile, outside, Suo is barely holding his ground against Shijima's relentless barrage of attacks. Shijima smirks, praising Suo for thinking the same way he does, needing no one else to fight their battles. With a sinister grin and the insatiable urge to devour everything, Shijima channels his power into his next attack, striking down with such force that Suo's sword shatters in half. Stunned but quick to react, Suo immediately summons another blade and swings at Shijima, but the enemy dodges effortlessly, bending backward with unnatural flexibility. Shijima seems to be enjoying himself more and more as Suo continues to struggle. Back in the spiritual realm, Kannagi's spirit form watches as the battle unfolds. Shijima is stronger than anyone there. Hinoki states that this is far beyond what Kannagi can handle. The mage adds that Shijima's precision is terrifyingly high. If there had been more humans living in this place, he might have already ascended to the rank of a demon king. She warns Kannagi that if Shijima consumes his life as well, he would become even stronger and unleash havoc upon civilization. She calls their discovery of the grimoire nothing more than a mere coincidence. Hinoki then steps forward, requesting that Kannagi lend them his body so they can handle the matter themselves. However, to their complete shock, Kannagi flat out refuses. Apologizing, he firmly states that this isn't training, this is real. He must overcome this obstacle on his own, just as he will in the future. With unwavering confidence and determination, he looks at them and asks if they agree with him. The mage tries to argue, but is interrupted by Hinoki, who laughs out loud. He tells Kannagi that he has already defeated them. Placing a hand on Kannagi's shoulder, Hinoki reminds him of his claim to surpass the founders. With that, he urges Kannagi to go, use everything he's learned, and do things his way. This boosts Kannagi's confidence, and with a determined look he faces the battlefield, asking the founders to watch over him. Without hesitation he dashes toward the field where Shijima and Suo are still locked in combat. Suo looks battered and beaten. As he opens his eyes, Shijima strikes again, sending him airborne. While in the air, Shijima readies his final blow to end him. But just as Suo braces for impact, someone grabs him mid-air. His sword and body are seized by Kannagi. Mid-air, our boy, burrows Suo's sword, and with a swift motion, he throws him toward the ground, away from the incoming magic beam from Shijima. Suo lands hard on the ground, and Shijima turns his attention back to the airborne Kannagi. He releases another Madatsu's breath aimed directly at him, but is shocked to see Kannagi calmly wielding Hinoki's one-handed sword style. With a sharp focus, Kannagi slashes through Shijima's breath attack, cutting it cleanly in half, and with precise control, he strikes Shijima's arm, severing it from his body. Shijima, stunned and horrified, is left speechless, unsure of what just happened. Shaking with fury, he yells about his identity, but Kannagi, his face set with unwavering determination, responds coldly that he is the one who will surpass the founders. The mage observing the battle asks Hinoki if Kannagi will win against the Dark Magus, but Hinoki himself does not know yet. However, he is certain that Kannagi is not foolish. He suspects that Kannagi may have learned something new while he was asleep in the car on the way here. A wide smile spreads across Hinoki's face as he wonders if it is something beyond his own understanding. Suo, watching Kannagi move with such efficiency and fluidity, is equally shocked. Just moments ago, he had rejected Kannagi's help, yet now it is that very help that is saving his life. Meanwhile, Kannagi relentlessly slashes at Shijima, forcing the latter to teleport backward and counter with his dark art skill, Pomegranate. A barrage of energy blasts hurtles toward Kannagi. He tries to dodge them but quickly realizes that they are tracking him. Jumping around in an attempt to evade, Kanagi finds the blasts persistently chasing him. Suddenly, he recalls one of the founder's skills, Aftershock. Slamming his foot into the ground, he erects a stone barrier in front of him, blocking the incoming attacks. Shijima is taken aback by Kanagi's tactics but quickly hurls more blasts his way. In response, Kanagi utilizes the shattered stone fragments to shield himself once again. Seizing an opportunity, Kanagi combines two skills to flash behind Shijima. But Shijima barely manages to dodge in the nick of time. Countering immediately, he unleashes his Plate of Yin Blast, striking Kanagi. Though Kanagi takes the hit, he absorbs most of the impact. Using an airborne rock as a springboard, he lunges at Shijima, recalling the lessons passed down by the founders. Shijima evades once more, but the sheer variety of techniques Kanagi employs leaves him stunned. The founders, watching from afar, are equally shocked by Kanagi's rapid growth and relentless assault. However, Shijima is not done yet. With a dark glare, he activates his forbidden art, summoning a towering skeletal monstrosity through skeleton fusion. This colossal creature looms over all, radiating a powerful, malevolent aura. Shijima smirks, declaring that this will be the end. The giant skeleton swings its massive palm toward Kanagi as the founders yell for him to run, but Kanagi stands motionless, staring at the incoming attack. Deep in thought, he acknowledges that even if he goes all out, he still lacks the power to defeat Shijima. He realizes he needs something more, something beyond his current limits. Recalling the lessons from the mage and Hinoki, Kanagi remembers how to wield Shining Flame and Hinoki's one-handed sword technique. He recalls Hinoki teaching him the wave blade attack and various slashes. Drawing upon both teachings, Kanagi channels Shining Flame into his hand while infusing his sword with Hinoki's skill, transforming his weapon into a blazing blade. The mage and Hinoki watch in shock. Kanagi has just achieved the impossible. Holding his newly empowered weapon, Kanagi stands ready. The technique he has just executed is called Blazing Fire Cutting Blade. Without hesitation, he dashes toward the skeletal beast, swinging his fiery sword as Shijima watches in utter disbelief. Remembering Hinoki's teachings about the blade and mage's magic arts, Kanagi desires more than just those two. With that determination, he manages to use the Blazing Fire Cutting Blade skill, engulfing his sword in flames. With a swift swing, he cleaves through the skeleton, splitting it from head to toe, while also slashing Shijima in half. Everyone is shocked by this feat, combining two magic skills in such a way. The alchemist founder is particularly amazed, calling Kanagi an irregular for his ability to switch and combine all kinds of skills. He never expected Kanagi to be capable of merging techniques so effortlessly, and he suspects there may be even more to his potential. Suddenly the alchemist vanishes, leaving Hinoki confused. Mage, overhearing his words, agrees, realizing they may have underestimated Kanagi's abilities. She now feels a twinge of concern, wondering if it's wise to raise someone like him. However, Hinoki is thrilled by Kanagi's power and eager to see just how far he can grow. As Kanagi lands on the ground, exhausted, he is shocked to see Shijima, who had been cut in half, beginning to regenerate from his own blood. Furious, Shijima snarls that if the attack had hit his head, he might have died. Channeling a dark energy, he forms a death ball, vowing to end things himself. But just as he speaks, Su suddenly slashes his throat from behind. Shijima is decapitated, caught completely off guard. As his body collapses, Suo grabs Kanagi, who has fallen unconscious. Holding him, Su recalls a distant memory. His older brother once carried him in the same way. It had been a freezing night under a bridge, with snow covering the ground. His brother had promised to get food for him in the morning. As Su drifted off to sleep, they had heard the sounds of a grand parade above the bridge. Others celebrating while they shivered in the cold, stomachs empty. This memory reminds Suo why he chose solitude. Shijima had tried to manipulate him by preying on his loneliness. But now, looking at Kanagi, he realizes something. He is not truly alone, and even if he is, he can endure it. As he ponders this, the barrier around them begins to crack. Akane and Hinata rush in, immediately worried upon seeing Kanagi unconscious. Once they confirm he's only passed out, Hinata notices the barrier is collapsing from the inside. She warns that they need to act quickly. Hinata asks what would happen if the energy within the barrier explodes outward. Suo grips his sword tightly, revealing that if that happens, they will all be crushed to death. Their only option is to hit it with their strongest attack and try to deflect it. Though Su says this with confidence, deep inside, he isn't sure if they are capable of it in their current state. But they have no choice. As they brace themselves, Kanagi, still unconscious, suddenly lifts his sword, channeling energy into it. Suo notices this in shock. Inside Kanagi's mind, Hinoki takes control, guiding his body. As the barrier explodes, everyone unleashes their full power, while Hinoki executes his one-handed style's splitting cloud attack. Outside the barrier, a red-haired man rushes toward the scene, accompanied by 2 men. His subordinates warn him that the barrier is about to collapse. Suddenly it bursts open. The men fear they might be too late, but to their astonishment, a brilliant beam of blue light shoots into the sky from Kanagi's sword. The red-haired man watches in awe, recognizing the light as a flawless sword technique, free of hesitation. His name is Su Makoto, the captain of the anti-prophecy unit. Observing the spectacle before him, he wonders whose work this could be. A while later, on a plane flying over Peru, Midori is on a call with Makoto, amazed that the new member has just stopped the unknown prophecy. Meanwhile, in Japan, Makoto, still on the call, is facing a rank 1 prophecy, one that, according to him, is on a much higher level than what they encountered before. Midori, instead of boarding the plane, sits on top of it, smiling as he reflects on how much the anti-prophecy unit has grown, even though he isn't there to witness it firsthand. However, his amusement is short-lived when Makoto reveals that the core member who stopped the prophecy was none other than Kanagi, the same Kanagi who had only joined the team 2 days ago. Shocked, Makoto desperately demands to know who he really is. Without hesitation, Midori confidently declares that Kanagi is the one who will bring an end to all prophecies. They had been anticipating his arrival for quite some time. There was a lingering sense of expectation surrounding him, as if he was the one they had been waiting for. Makoto, skeptical of such high hopes, questions whether their faith in him is truly justified. Instead of arguing, he is simply told to see for himself. Changing the topic, Makoto urges Midori to return. His presence is needed, as facing an opponent of equal strength without him is proving to be a challenge. Midori chuckles, offering a brief apology before shifting focus. Meanwhile, Rin reaches out, his voice carrying urgency as he speaks of a grand prophecy unfolding before them. It is a colossal enemy, a super-rank prophecy, the boss of suicidal infection, Ishtam. As the monstrous being charges toward him, Midori tells Makoto to hold on, assuring him that he will finish up soon. Without hesitation, he extends his hand and unleashes divine wind turbulence. At that very moment, in a hospital ward, Kanagi's eyes snap open. A startled cry escapes his lips as he abruptly sits up. A nurse, noticing his sudden movement, leans over to reassure him. She informs him that he has finally regained consciousness. He has been in the anti-prophecy infirmary, asleep since the end of his mission. Hearing this, Kanagi wonders if he had merely lost consciousness. His sleep had been so deep that he hadn't even entered the spatial realm to train with the founders. The nurse assures him that he is fine, drawing back the curtain before reminding him to call if he needs anything. As the curtain lifts, Kanagi notices Suo sitting nearby, arms crossed, silently watching him. Seeing him, Kanagi wonders if he had been watching over him the entire time he was unconscious. Kanagi looks around and notices that Hinata and Akane are missing. Curious, he asks about them, to which Suo reveals that they are training, frustrated by their perceived uselessness in the last fight. With an accepting tone, Su calmly states that Kanagi's power was overwhelming. Hearing this compliment from a man like Su shocks the overpowered boy. But before he can fully process it, Su suddenly stands and aggressively demands to know who he really is. In less than 2 days after his arrival, Kanagi has already defeated a rank 3 and a potential rank 1 boss, while using a rare fusion spell that Su has never seen before. Pressing the question again, Suo demands to know Kanagi's true identity, and how he too can become like him. As Su insists on getting answers, Makoto suddenly arrives, asking if Kanagi is the one he's looking for. Kanagi confirms, but Suo is taken aback by his older brother's unexpected arrival. Makoto walks past Suo, barely glancing at him, while Kanagi hesitantly asks if he really is Suo's big brother. The moment the question leaves his lips, Makoto suddenly draws his sword and swings it inches away from everyone in the room. Both Su and Kanagi are caught off guard. Dodging the attack, Kanagi wonders if it's some kind of test, while Makoto, equally surprised, marvels at how a mere trainee managed to evade his strike. Makoto confirms that it was indeed a test, and Kanagi has passed. Without hesitation, he introduces himself as the captain of Su's squad, Su Makoto. The realization hits Kanagi hard. Makoto truly is Suo's older brother. After a brief pause, Makoto announces that due to Kanagi's extraordinary performance against the Rank 1 disaster, he will be joining his squad temporarily. The announcement stuns Kanagi, but Suo is even more shocked. A tinge of jealousy creeps into him. Despite being Makoto's younger brother, even he is not allowed to join his squad. Wasting no time, Makoto orders Kanagi to follow him for a briefing. While in the background, Suo clenches his fists so tightly in frustration that his knuckles begin to bleed. Meanwhile, in the training area, the anti-prophecy unit duo is training hard. Akane wields multiple weapons while Hinata focuses on blocking her attacks. However, no matter how much they push themselves, they know that reaching Kanagi's level is nearly impossible. As they continue practicing, Midori suddenly walks in, announcing his arrival with chocolates from Peru. To his shock, they completely ignore the chocolates and rush toward him, eagerly asking how long he will be staying in Japan. When Midori reveals he will be there for a week, the duo immediately insists on training under him during that time. They refuse to let Kannagi surpass them without a fight. Taken aback, Midori hadn't expected them to be this determined. He agrees to train them but then asks about Sue, wondering if he wants to join. Just as he finishes speaking, Sue arrives, his expression filled with sheer determination as he confirms that he will be joining as well. Meanwhile, in the hall, Kannagi keeps pace with Makoto's fast strides as he leads the way. Back in the training room, the group is shocked to see Sue just as determined to join them. Suo reveals that Kannagi has been scouted by his older brother to temporarily join his squad. This revelation stuns the duo, making them realize just how far Kannagi has progressed. Being personally recruited by Makoto is no small feat. However, Suo sees this as a sign of his own shortcomings compared to Kannagi, believing he must improve himself even more. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Kannagi, growing curious, asks Makoto about the meeting. Makoto reveals that it concerns their next mission, for which they will depart the following morning. As they walk, Makoto suddenly stops and asks if Kannagi is close to his younger brother. Recalling their last battle together, when Suo lent him his sword, Kannagi excitedly confirms that he is. Though Makoto acts indifferent, he secretly worries about his brother, but never shows it. This has led Suo to mistakenly believe that his brother hates him and doesn't care about him. The truth is, when Makoto visited them before, he didn't ignore Suo. He simply couldn't bear to look at his wounds. However, this misunderstanding made Suo believe his brother was disregarding him, fueling his determination to risk his life and grow stronger just to get Makoto's attention. On the other hand, Makoto doesn't want Suo to become stronger. He just wants him to be safe. This deep misunderstanding drives Suo's resolve to surpass Kannagi, believing that only then will his brother acknowledge him. One day he hopes to defeat Makoto himself. Meanwhile, Kannagi, still curious, presses Makoto further, and Makoto finally admits that he truly does care about his little brother. Kannagi finds this heartwarming. Back in the training area, as Suo explains everything to the group, Akane finds it confusing. Even though Suo talks about surpassing his brother and proving himself, he still respects him deeply. Continuing her training with Hinata, Akane remarks that, in the end, Suo just wants his brother's attention. Hinata finds this touching, but Akane's words trigger something in Suo, making him enraged. Meanwhile, in the meeting, Kannagi learns about the 3 core rules of the squad. First, be swift. Second, maintain offensive pressure. Third, overcome weaknesses. Within the Counterforce division, Makoto's squad is considered the strongest in terms of combat ability. The squad operates with a minimum of 7 members, designed to be a small but elite force. Their primary targets are rank 1 and above level threats. Aboard the helicopter, as Makoto's squad is escorted to their mission, a squad member named Jakeru casually remarks that 90% of the team's power comes from their captain, while the rest are just extras. Since Kannagi is only a temporary member, he isn't expected to do much. However, while Jakeru is explaining this, Kannagi is distracted, busy on his phone. Jakeru points this out, prompting Kannagi to apologize, explaining that he needs to contact his friends. Jakeru, confused, asks what he means by contact. Kannagi is trying to contact the other members of the anti-prophecy group, as the founders keep nagging him about it. While the group is training, they receive his message, and reading it shocks everyone, especially Suo, who wonders what the hell Kannagi is thinking by sending it. They immediately show it to Midori, who discovers that the message contains 3 separate pieces of advice, each tailored for a different person. The detailed guidance on how to get stronger impresses Midori. With a smile, he extends his hand and asks if they will follow the advice or reject it. Seeing it as a challenge, everyone accepts, especially Suo, who is enraged that Kannagi has essentially salted their wounds. Back on the plane, Jakeru informs Kannagi that they have arrived at their destination. Wiping the window, Kannagi is amazed by the sight of a vast snowy mountain terrain with enormous crystal spikes jutting out of the ground. Their mission is to deal with a rank 1 prophecy, Frozen Earth. This disaster threatens to freeze the entire planet, as the affected areas are expanding at an alarming rate. If left unchecked, the whole Earth could be consumed, ending all life. This phenomenon is occurring simultaneously in 17 different locations across multiple countries, many of them in urban areas, which only worsens the crisis. Vice Captain Kashi briefs the squad on the situation, stressing that they cannot afford any delays, as reports indicate the freezing effect is spreading faster than anticipated. Leading the mission, Makoto orders the squad to jump from the helicopter's back hatch, as it can no longer proceed safely. Before they jump, he reminds them that no human lives should be harmed. To motivate everyone, he commands them to chant the 3 squad rules, and they all shout them in unison. Standing at the back, Kannagi reflects on his last battle, where he once again relied on Hinoki in the end. Determined to grow stronger during this temporary mission, he sees this as a valuable opportunity to learn from the other members. As everyone leaps from the helicopter, Kannagi resolves to complete this mission on his own. This is his first Rank 1 prophecy. At 10:17 a.m. everyone lands safely on the ground. The air is freezing, and despite being an awakener, Jakaru catches a cold, questioning how the temperature is affecting him. Kashi explains that the cold is far worse than the reports indicated, which might be the reason. He also informs the squad that the area is vast and suggests setting up a camp midway. Hearing this, Makoto considers something but keeps his thoughts to himself. Meanwhile, Kannagi asks Jakaru if the prophecy, Frozen Earth, is recorded in any prophecy book. Jakaru denies it, revealing that the anti-prophecy unit predicted it using their unique skills. While many prophecies exist, this is the first time a member has successfully identified a Rank 1 prophecy. This is why Makoto's squad was chosen for the mission, given its severity. Kannagi's question is answered, but Kashi notices that he seems slightly nervous. Kashi reassures him that nervousness is better than letting his guard down, but he shouldn't let it become a burden. Jakaru places a hand on Kannagi's shoulder, repeating Kashi's words and reminding him that he is moving with the best crew of the anti-prophecy unit. Kashi yells at Jakaru for being too relaxed, prompting Jakaru to apologize instantly. Suddenly, Jakaru raises his hand, reporting that his radar has detected enemies at 2 o'clock, approximately 200 meters away. Kashi acknowledges the report and vanishes in an instant, only to reappear moments later. She confirms that she scouted ahead and saw 30 monsters with an estimated rank of S++. These creatures belong to the ice gargoyle race of the Tice tribe. Hearing this, Makoto immediately orders his unit to annihilate the enemy. The squad charges toward the incoming monsters in a highly coordinated manner, their teamwork and situational awareness leaving Kannagi in awe. They operate on an entirely different level compared to trainees, making him realize that these are elite warriors, far beyond the regular members. Eager to join the fight, Kannagi asks for permission, which Makoto grants, dismissing the enemies as nothing more than S++ rank. With permission secured, Kannagi launches forward and kicks a monster in the head. However, to his shock, the creature explodes, sending shards flying in all directions. Kashi, skillfully evading a flashy monster's attack, warns everyone that some extremely powerful monsters are mixed in with the rest. Meanwhile, Kannagi activates his fire-cutting blade and completely obliterates a monster with a fiery attack, sending it flying. Witnessing this, Jakaru is stunned that someone like Kannagi used a Fury Sword skill. Kashi is impressed, while Makoto, with just a few swings of his sword, effortlessly slices through the remaining monsters. He also takes note of Kannagi's fiery sword and realizes that the blue light beam he saw earlier must have come from it. With the monsters defeated, the squad sets up camp in the mountains and begins eating. During their meal, Kashi asks Jakaru what else he saw on his radar. Jakaru reports that there are no boss-level threats within a 10-kilometer range. Hearing this, Kashi sighs in relief, confirming that they can spend the night there. However, she soon wonders, where have Kannagi and the captain gone? On the other side, Kannagi sits by his own campfire, attempting to fuse his spells together just as he did before. However, as he focuses on the process, the captain suddenly arrives from behind and calls him out for his enthusiasm about training. Caught off guard, Kannagi nearly jumps out of his skin as Makoto scared the hell out of him by approaching so silently. After calming him down, Makoto sits beside Kannagi and asks if this is his first time camping and whether he finds it difficult. Kannagi enthusiastically claims that he's fine, but to his surprise, Makoto casually states that he just wants to go home and smoke. Kannagi is taken aback. He never expected someone like the captain to talk about smoking. However, to Kannagi's shock, Makoto then reveals that he's desperate to smoke his cat. Confused and alarmed, Kannagi misinterprets his words, thinking he's talking about drugs. He immediately questions the captain about his cat, to which Makoto, getting uncomfortably close, pulls out his phone and shows him a picture. Kannagi asks for the cat's name, and Makoto reveals it's Oribe. As Kannagi examines the picture, he notices the cat's ferocious gaze, but instead asks if Makoto really misses him. To his surprise, Makoto denies it, revealing that Oribe is a complete menace, always scratching his stuff, vomiting everywhere, and being an overall nightmare. Yet despite all of that, Makoto admits that the cat is still adorable, just like his younger brother Suo. Kannagi finds it strange that Makoto is talking this way, but he listens as the captain, in a hopeful voice, expresses his wish to one day talk with Suo the same way he's talking with Kannagi now. Kannagi, being an only child, admits he can't relate, but he offers a suggestion. Perhaps Makoto should treat Suo the same way he treats his cat. Hearing this, Makoto smiles and agrees. He then shows Kannagi some videos on his phone, shocking him with footage of the captain treating his cat like a baby. Amused, Makoto questions whether that kind of behavior is really okay. Then, with a soft expression, he looks at Kannagi and asks if they can practice together. In his mind, Kannagi doesn't really want to, but before he can answer, Kashi arrives, searching for them. She requests that they return to camp, reminding them that they have to depart early the next morning. Makoto agrees without complaint. That night, however, Makoto and his crew remain unaware of a mysterious figure venturing into the snowy land. The person, casually dressed as if heading to the beach, moves deeper into the frozen terrain. When stopped, he claims to be on a mission to fulfill the prophecy of that place. Holding a small book in his hand, he declares it an important mission. He is a solo awakener heading toward the very same mountain as Makoto and his squad. At the camp, as Kannagi sleeps, he finds himself training in his dreams with the founders. Today's lesson is archery, meant to improve his concentration. He practices with a heavy bow under the guidance of Margit, who is instructing him. Noticing Kannagi sweating, Margit asks if it's painful to keep his focus steady. As they train, Hinoki loudly complains about why it isn't a sword training day, but the mage quickly silences him, reminding him that it was his turn the previous day. Despite the noise, Margit is impressed that Kannagi remains undisturbed, showing significant improvement in maintaining his concentration compared to their first session. Kannagi explains that he is currently on a mission with an amazing team, which motivates him to give his best. With his focus locked on the target, he releases the arrow, hitting the bullseye with perfect accuracy. Margit is amazed by the precision, while Kannagi drops to the ground, sighing in relief. Margit reminds him not to forget the feeling and calls it a day for training. Realizing that the session is over, Hinoki gets excited, immediately drawing his sword and ordering Kannagi to get up for sword training. However, just as they are about to start, Kannagi is suddenly awakened by his crew as it's time to continue their journey. Before setting off, Makoto briefs everyone, stating that today, they will slay the boss tied to the prophecy. As they venture ahead, they encounter more monsters. This time, a flock of blue birds. As the squad charges toward them, the founders within Kannagi comment on how easy this mission should be, given the team's strength. However, the mage notices that one of the older founders appears uneasy, sensing that something is off about the fight. After a fierce battle, the crew successfully clears the monsters, clearing their path forward. Makoto then orders Jikaru to scout ahead. Jikaru reports that approximately 2,000 meters from their position, there is likely a major boss, and it is heading straight for them. He then delivers horrifying news that the monster will reach them in just 10 seconds. Within moments, a towering figure known as the unknown god Calamitas comes rushing toward them with a ferocious, maniacal expression. Her aura is completely different from any monster they have faced before. Makoto immediately orders his crew to engage, and they all flash toward the boss in perfect coordination. Jikaru uses his abilities to shackle the creature while Kashi slashes at it from all angles. However, to their shock, their attacks leave no visible damage. The boss remains completely unscathed, despite their well-executed combo. Just as the boss is about to counterattack, it suddenly senses something approaching from above. It's Kannagi, descending with a powerful sword strike. Remembering what Akane and Hinoki taught him about executing a vertical slash, he unleashes his strongest attack first, ready to strike with full force. Combining his power, Kannagi attacks with his blazing fire-cutting blade, sending a beam of fire toward the boss. However, to his shock, it has no effect. The boss immediately counters, swinging her own sword and sending Kannagi crashing into the ground. Hearing the powerful impact, Jikaru momentarily believes Kannagi has just died. However, Kannagi survives, having landed on an ice crystal that cushions his fall. Meanwhile, Kashi, still fighting, realizes why this boss is ranked number 1. She glances toward Makoto. It is now up to him to save them. Makoto draws his sword, and as he does, Jikaru instantly shackles Kannagi and lifts him out of the fight, claiming that if they interfere, they will only get in their captain's way. As they retreat, the boss swings at Makoto with all her might. The sheer force of the attack creates a powerful shockwave, making Kannagi worry for Makoto's safety. However, to his astonishment, Makoto stops the attack inches away from hitting him. The boss swings again, and once more, Makoto blocks it effortlessly. Without hesitation, he counters with a devastating slash, severing one of the boss's arms. Watching this, Hinoki is beyond impressed, exclaiming that he wants to do the same. However, Kannagi, growing concerned, firmly refuses to let Hinoki take over his body. Meanwhile, standing before the wounded boss, Makoto calmly declares that he had wanted his crew to gain experience fighting a boss of this level. But now, he will end it himself. Hearing this, his crew quickly deploys a barrier around them for protection. As soon as the barrier is up, Makoto channels his red dragon skill into his sword, unleashing blazing flames all around. He then combines it with crimson light, sending a massive inferno straight at the boss, which obliterates nearly half of her body. Kannagi, witnessing this, is utterly shocked. Makoto used a sword flame technique similar to his own, but it was far stronger. Without the protective barrier, They all might have been reduced to ashes. Kennedy quietly apologizes to the boss, saying it was his duty to protect the world. Then, out of nowhere, he meows like a cat, causing an unbearable wave of second-hand embarrassment to wash over everyone. Observing the battle closely, Kannagi realizes that Makoto's technique is vastly different from Hinoki's. His skills are truly on another level. Amazed, Kannagi now deeply desires to learn from him. Meanwhile, Makoto delivers a final follow-up slash, cutting the boss completely in half. However, in an instant, a flash of light streaks through the battlefield. Makoto's arm is suddenly severed. In disbelief, he turns, only to see a gaping hole in Jakaru's body. Kennedy frantically looks around, horror gripping him as he realizes what just happened. One by one, his comrades' bodies are being torn apart, blood spilling onto the ground. They are all dropping dead before his eyes. Kannagi, seeing Jakaru falling, rushes to help him, but with the last of his strength, Jakaru pushes him away. Stumbling backward, Kannagi watches in disbelief as the comrades he fought alongside just seconds ago are now collapsing before his eyes. Despite being on the brink of death, Jakaru is filled with regret. His radar failed to detect the incoming attack, leading to this devastating loss. As he falls, he apologizes to his captain and crashes onto the ground, hoping his team has at least seen where the attack came from. Kashi is safe, but several other members are struck by the same beam, piercing straight through them. Makoto, clutching his severed arm, yells at his team to take cover in the terrain, calling it a skill attack. Without hesitation, everyone obeys and runs for their lives. While fleeing, Kashi calls out to a fallen comrade, urging him to follow. However, he hesitates, worried about their captain, who is severely wounded. The attack that severed Makoto's arm cannot be blocked, not even by a barrier, because its properties allow it to annihilate everything it touches. Suddenly, another beam hurtles toward Makoto, but he narrowly dodges it by leaping into the air. Kashi watches in growing fear as the boss unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks while simultaneously regenerating. Realizing they must take down the boss in one decisive burst, she turns to Kannagi, only to find him kneeling on the ground, frozen in shock. Kannagi stares at the bodies of his fallen comrades, his voice barely above a whisper as he pleads with the founder Valentine, asking if she can resurrect them. However, with an embarrassed expression, Valentine apologizes. She cannot bring back the dead. Kannagi falls silent for a moment, then takes a deep breath. He calls upon all the founders, admitting that while he wanted to handle everything himself this time, he now realizes he may need their help once again. Without hesitation, Hinoki steps forward and takes control of his body. Meanwhile, Makoto, analyzing the attack, realizes that it completely bypassed Jakaru's radar. Since Jakaru's radar can only detect threats within a 3-kilometer range, the attack must have originated from beyond that distance. This single strike not only killed Jakaru but also severed Makoto's arm, proof that their hidden enemy is at least as strong as he is. Determined not to let his fallen comrades' sacrifices be in vain, Makoto pushes beyond his current limits, channeling power far beyond his normal capacity. He focuses his energy, using his heightened senses to pinpoint a location over 3 kilometers away, despite the obstacles concealing the enemy. Clenching his sword, he remembers those who have fallen today. Their deaths fuel his resolve. With unwavering determination, Makoto charges his blade with crimson light and unleashes a devastating blaze of fire. The scorching inferno rips through the ground, obliterating everything in its path, until, at last, it reveals the enemy who cast the deadly spell. It is the same boy who arrived there alone, casually dressed. He is impressed that Makoto managed to track him down after his attack, just as expected from the captain of the strongest squad. However, Makoto is shocked. His attack was completely consumed by this man. The boy claims that if Makoto still had his left arm intact, that attack would have killed him. He is using a spell called Darkness to channel dark orbs around him. As he walks toward Makoto, he launches one of the orbs with the intent to kill. In response, Makoto swings his sword, conjuring an ice barrier. He then counters in an instant, vanishing and reappearing behind the boy, slashing at his neck. But before Makoto can process what just happened, the same devastating beam attack strikes again, tearing a chunk off his torso. The boy remains unharmed, calmly stating that he had anticipated Makoto's attack. However, he adds that Makoto is the one truly close to death. That comment ignites Makoto's rage. With what little strength he has left, he lunges forward, swinging his sword. But the boy effortlessly sidesteps and counters with a powerful kick, landing a direct hit on Makoto's open wound. However, Makoto is one step ahead. Using the opening, he strikes with the back of his sword, sending the boy crashing into the ground. As Makoto watches, he becomes curious. Why did the boy stop using his beam attack after only a few shots? Despite its overwhelming power, it seems he cannot sustain it indefinitely. Realization dawns on him. The boy cannot use his spell continuously. In terms of endurance, they are evenly matched. The boy, After crashing, manages to land on his feet, confirming Makoto's suspicion, but pointing out that they are not in the same condition. Makoto is at a clear disadvantage, one arm severed, half his body missing. However, our Chad Makoto refuses to acknowledge the concept of a disadvantage. He recalls the 3 rules of the Makoto squad, drawing strength from them. Determination floods his body as he readies himself to fight until his last breath. With unwavering resolve, he channels electric fiery energy, burning his own wounds to cauterize them and stop the bleeding. As he does, he roars the squad's 3rd rule into the battlefield. Overcome your weakness. With those words, he unleashes Scarlet Blaze. The boy's eyes narrow. He realizes that Makoto is burning away his own life force to amplify his power. In response, he does the same, fueling his darkness spell with his very essence. Makoto, calling upon the spirits of his fallen comrades, glares at his opponent. His voice booms across the battlefield, warning him not to look down on his squad. Meanwhile, in the back, as Kanagi calls upon his funders for help, his hair turns white as Hinoki takes control of him. The other squad members, who are still running, are suddenly stopped by the boss, who remains strong as she regenerates her arms. Kashi, witnessing this, grows concerned, realizing she cannot subjugate the boss alone. She calls out to Kanagi, who is still kneeling in the back. To her, it seems as though his fighting spirit has completely faded after witnessing his squad members' deaths. It is only natural. He was just an ordinary person who recently joined the squad. However, to her shock, Kanagi rises from the ground. In a blinding flash, he dashes forward and lands a devastating kick on the boss, sending her flying. On the other side of the battlefield, Makoto and his opponent continue their fierce exchange, trading blow after blow. Makoto, wielding only half of his sword, unleashes Scarlet Light. The opponent barely dodges by leaning to the side. Despite evading the attack, he grows uneasy. It is getting harder. Makoto's flames, which should have been erased by his darkness spell, are re-emerging and striking him again. Furthermore, there is a limit to how much he can control his darkness manually, and that limit is approaching. Realizing this, he sends a barrage of darkness orbs at Makoto, but Makoto swiftly dodges, seizing an opening to lunge forward and slash his opponent's arm clean off. Now their positions are reversed. However, despite losing his arm, the opponent leaps forward and drives his knee into Makoto's wounded arm. Makoto collapses to the ground in pain as the opponent slowly approaches. Looking down at him, he claims that losing an arm means nothing. After all, there is still a hole in Makoto's stomach. He then reveals something chilling. He had already anticipated Makoto's strategy. From the very first attack, he knew Makoto would engage in close combat. He acknowledges Makoto's strength, admitting that he always makes the best decisions and never wastes time. However, he also points out Makoto's flaw. He is too predictable. That, he declares, is the reason why Makoto will lose. Reaching into his bag, he pulls out a book. Holding it up, he claims that Makoto's defeat has already been decided by its contents. Makoto's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes it as the Book of Doom. The opponent opens the book, revealing a startling truth. The guy claims that if there is an organization that exists to stop prophecies, then it is only natural that another exists to fulfill them. Makoto is stunned as he never knew such an organization existed. The opponent then makes his final revelation that he is one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. He introduces himself as the 12th of darkness, the one destined to fulfill the prophecy. Makoto, still in disbelief, questions the reason behind his obsession with bringing about destruction. The opponent, flipping through the pages of the book, smirks and asks if he reveals will Makoto forgive him. Makoto is enraged by the mockery. Without hesitation, he swings his sword with all his might, nearly severing the opponent's shoulder. Makoto is confident that he can win this battle, as his opponent appears to be out of mana, and his body seems to be reaching its limit. Makoto channels the red dragon form, convinced that it will secure his victory. On the other hand, the guy, with his shoulder nearly severed, is still standing, declaring that this is Makoto's end. With that, he takes out a potion and drinks it, unleashing a flashy burst of light. The light blinds Makoto, and suddenly, within that brilliance, a powerful fist strikes Makoto's face, sending him crashing to the ground. As the dust settles, Makoto is in disbelief, seeing that all the damage he inflicted on the guy has been healed, and his opponent is back to full strength. The guy claims that the potion he used is an artifact, which allowed him to heal completely. With one arm, Makoto uses his scarlet light blade again, sending a sword wave toward the guy. However, the guy disperses it with his darkness orbs and counters with a barrage of attacks. Makoto is left in shock, as the artifact the guy used is supposed to be controlled by countries due to how overpowered it is, and no ordinary organization should be able to possess one. The guy kicks Makoto in his gut wound, sending him to the ground, where he takes his final breaths. Seeing Makoto beaten, the guy lets out a sigh of relief, believing he has finally defeated him. Meanwhile, Makoto, remembering his childhood and his comrades, tries to reach for his sword. He also recalls Kanagi's words about treating his brother like his cat, which brings a smile to his bloodied face. With renewed determination, he picks up his sword. But as he is about to swing it, a darkness beam hits him, completely severing the hand holding the sword. The guy, with a confident tone, bids Makoto his final goodbye. However, just as he is about to deliver the finishing blow, someone arrives, parting the crystal behind him. It's Kanagi, backed up by all the founders, ready to get their revenge on the guy who made their disciple cry. Makoto notices Kanagi's presence and is initially worried, but soon realizes that it's not just Kanagi. Something else is emanating from him. The guy also notices the abnormality and the aura radiating from Kanagi. The boy in front of him no longer appears as a vulnerable target, but as an existence that will fiercely defend himself. Growing worried, the guy warns Kanagi not to move, threatening to kill Makoto if he does. However, as he speaks, his arm is severed from his body in a flash. The guy is shocked, unable to comprehend how it happened so quickly. Meanwhile, Kanagi simply swings his sword from a distance, the force of the strike even dulling his blade. The founders notice this, surprised that the sword dulled after just one strike. The alchemist founder steps in, transmuting multiple weapons for Kanagi to use in the fight. With pure vengeance in his eyes, Kanagi orders every founder to unleash hell on the guy. Meanwhile, the guy completely regenerates his arm, which shocks Hinoki. The mage founder explains it as reversal, a skill she didn't expect a modern awakener to possess. She speculates that the artifact he used continuously heals his wounds until its effect wears off. As she speaks, Kanagi launches an arrow that strikes the guy directly in the head. The guy didn't see it coming, but he regenerates the wound instantly. Seeing this, one of the founders asks the mage how they can kill the guy. She reveals that they must kill him repeatedly until he eventually dies. The guy uses his darkness spell as Kanagi loads another arrow. When Kanagi releases the arrow, the darkness spell tries to intercept it, but the arrow pierces through, striking the guy in the chest and head. The archer founder mocks the guy, asking if he truly believed he could stop his arrows. The guy regenerates his wounds and counters with a darkness orb's attack. Kanagi, using the founder's evasive powers, dodges the attack and flashes toward the guy, kicking him in the face. He then grabs the guy's hand and delivers a palm strike to his face. One of the founders notices that the guy can't use his annihilation beam attack if his vision is blocked by his own orbs, which works in their favor. Dodging the attack becomes easier because of this. Kanagi delivers a powerful blow to the guy's gut, sending him crashing to the ground. The founders wonder how many times they'll have to watch the same guy die and regenerate. Meanwhile, Kanagi walks over to Makoto, who, in his beaten state, asks if he is truly Kanagi. Kanagi denies it, explaining that the founders are using his body as heroic spirits. Using Valentine's healing power preservation, Kanagi begins healing Makoto's arms. As he heals, Kanagi reveals that they are in a hurry and must act quickly. Seeing Kanagi leave, Makoto understands that it's the founders who are in control. A short distance away, the guy gets back up, shocked that his spells are being dodged and countered so effortlessly. Without giving him time to think, Kanagi attacks him with a spear, piercing straight through his heart. The guy is relentlessly attacked, dying repeatedly without a moment to recover. One of the founders asks the mage if keeping the spear in the guy's heart will prevent him from regenerating. However, the spear passes through his body, and he begins to regenerate again. As the guy starts to recover, Kanagi delivers a powerful kick from above, crashing him back to the ground. Kanagi wonders which body parts regenerate first if they completely destroy his body. The guy begins regenerating from his hand, but by the time his full body is restored, he is gasping and exhausted. He is being obliterated but refuses to let a boy stop him. Deciding to kill Makoto and escape, he rushes toward him, only to find Kanagi already sitting there, guarding Makoto. With a maniacal smile, Kanagi reveals that he is too late. Hinoki then takes control of Kanagi's body and, using his sword style, completely cuts the guy's body into pieces. Even though the guy is obliterated, he doesn't fear death, as he believes he is fulfilling a prophecy. However, his resolve begins to waver in the face of something as terrifying as Kanagi. As the guy regenerates again, he tries to remind himself of his mission to fulfill the prophecy, refusing to let fear overcome him. He reaches for another artifact in his bag, but before he can use it, Kanagi cuts off his arm. The artifact scatters to the ground, creating a powerful golden cage around Kanagi called the Sand Cage of Time. The regeneration effect on the guy ends, and he is unable to regenerate his arm. Relieved, the guy believes he has barely made it. The founders, seeing the cage, grow concerned, wondering what to do next since the guy's regeneration is nearly over. The guy, standing outside the cage, claims that even his darkness can't destroy the cage, so Kanagi can't kill him from within. With a nervous expression, he declares that he is going to leave. But before he can finish his sentence, Hinoki yells at him to watch closely. Suddenly the guy feels a strong aura behind him and turns to see Makoto standing on his own 2 feet, still regenerating. How is Makoto that much of a Chad and overpowered? Well, it all goes back to his childhood when he trained with the best, Midori. Even Midori lost to Makoto in a sword fight, which led him to suggest that Makoto find a better master to continue his training. Following the advice of the world's strongest awakener, Makoto searched for masters to become a disciple of those at the highest level. However, he surpassed every master he encountered, whether they taught him swordsmanship, magic, or agility. Every master gave up on him in less than a month. One of the masters recommended him to the strongest swordsman they knew at the time, Hinoki Ichika, the little sister of Hinoki. Ichika became Makoto's final master, and he trained under her for about 3 years. One day, while training with Ichika, Makoto asked about a sword technique mentioned in a book called Indomitable. Even Ichika couldn't figure out how the technique worked, claiming that it was a skill only Hinoki, the founder, could use. Makoto found it fascinating, as he had read about it in the book. However, Ichika soon realized she had nothing left to teach Makoto, as he had already mastered Hinoki's one-handed sword style. Makoto wanted to grow even stronger, but Ichika didn't know how he could progress further. She compared him to an unblooming bud, stating that even with all his training, blooming in this lifetime would be difficult for him. She hoped that one day, a stronger swordsman would appear before him. In the present, Makoto realizes that this moment is happening right before his eyes. He notices Kannagi using sword techniques he didn't even know existed. According to Ichika, such an opportunity might come only once in a lifetime, and he shouldn't miss it. Grateful for the chance, Makoto thanks Ichika in his heart and begins touching his severed arms together. Seeing this, all the founders are confused about what he's trying to do. Kannagi is also worried about his captain, who is outside the cage with the enemy. Makoto begins emitting the same aura as Kannagi. Meanwhile, inside the training ground of the anti-prophecy faction, Midori, who is training with Suo, senses a powerful aura. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the area, and as the dust settles, they are shocked to see a massive hole in the wall, and Midori is gone. Back on the battlefield, the guy is confused, seeing Makoto able to perform such a feat despite his condition. He is certain that he will be cut down. Witnessing this, Hinoki explains to Kannagi that people are like flowers, blooming at their true potential when they reach their peak, whether physically, spiritually, or through mastering an ultimate technique. For Makoto, this is the moment of his true potential. Hinoki, standing behind Kannagi, advises him to engrave what he sees deep in his mind. Kannagi realizes what Hinoki is trying to say. Like a blooming flower, Makoto lifts his arms as if holding a sword and, with unwavering determination, manages to use Hinoki's one-handed sword style's lost technique, Indomitable, the very technique he read about in the book. Even though the guy's darkness defenses are flawlessly activated, his body is cut in half without Makoto even wielding a physical sword. The guy wonders if this is the time and place where he will meet his end. As his body falls apart, Hinoki praises Makoto for materializing a sword that existed only in his mind. Meanwhile, Makoto, though standing in a state of confusion, feels that he has finally become the swordsman he always aspired to be. He considers it a blessing to have spent time with his family, friends, comrades, and subordinates. Every experience he's had has made him stronger. Even if this is his end, he remembers his little brother and his cat, apologizing to them in his heart. As he is about to lose consciousness, he sees Kannagi walking toward him, lending a hand with a smile. Seeing this, Makoto realizes that this death might not be the end, as he can still leave his legacy to the next generation through Kannagi. Grabbing Kannagi's hand, he thanks him and collapses to the ground. As the cage vanishes after the guy's defeat, Kannagi rushes toward his captain, feeling a deep connection through the crest of nothingness. All the other comrades lie lifeless on the ground. But as Makoto is about to join them, Midori comes flying in. He grabs Makoto just in time as he falls. Makoto dies in Midori's arms at the age of 23. After the battle with the darkness user, Pei, F for respect in the chat, holding Makoto's body, Midori is in despair, unable to believe what has happened. He remembers a time when he asked Makoto why he became the captain of the squad while they were training. According to Midori in the anti-prophecy unit, Makoto was the second strongest after him, and if he were to go all out, no one would be able to match him. Midori had asked Makoto if, with all that strength, he thought it was better to fight alone. This question surprised Makoto, and he asked Midori if he thought he wasn't suited for teamwork. However, the team was more important to Makoto than anything else. He wasn't sure how to express this to Midori, but suddenly, his comrades called him through the security camera. In the group, Jakero was excited because one of their comrades, Kuzushiro, had just passed the level 2 assignment he had been working on. Kuzushiro was also happy, saying he wanted to tell the captain first. Jakero, thrilled about the news, suggested they all go out for lunch. Seeing their camaraderie, Midori was taken aback. As Midori listened, Makoto revealed that he was fond of his comrades and that even if he fell wounded in battle, he would be happy knowing he had his comrades by his side. Coming back to the present, Midori holds his friend's body and tells him that his wish of fighting for his comrades has been fulfilled. Even though most of his comrades have fallen, 2 of them are still alive. With tears in his eyes, Midori closes Makoto's eyes, stating that as a leader, Makoto has fulfilled his duties. It's something Midori knows he couldn't have done, but Makoto did it, and with honor. On the other hand, Kanagi is on the ground while all the founders stand behind him. Darkness begins to cloud his consciousness, and the mage explains that it's likely due to Kanagi taking all the blame for the station's destruction and his perceived weakness. All of the founders have also experienced the loss of their comrades, friends, and families. Their hearts were broken as they watched their comrades depart, and in most cases, like Hinoki, they couldn't move on from their wounded hearts. Hinoki walks up to Kanagi, who is kneeling in despair. He calls out to him, but in a hopeless tone, Kanagi reveals that he doesn't want to fight anymore. His heart feels torn apart, and he believes that if he had let the founders fight from the beginning, no one would have died. He now understands that in his attempt to become strong for others, he ended up becoming merely a vessel for the founders. Hinoki, hearing Kanagi's words, tries to say something, but Kanagi is too overwhelmed by his thoughts. He feels the hand he shook with Makoto in his consciousness burning like fire. Kanagi knows that Makoto entrusted him to carry forward his legacy. This brings tears to the founders' eyes. But what Kanagi says next shocks them. He declares that he now not only wants to surpass the founders but to surpass them with every moment he has. Suddenly, a beam of bright light hits Kanagi as he declares his determination. From now on, he will not let anyone else die. Bro is now 1000 levels mentally strong. 1 month later in Nagano Prefecture at Mitaki Mountain, Suo is practicing hand-to-hand combat with Kanagi. He sends blow after blow toward Kanagi, who dodges them all. Kanagi then counters with a penetration attack, which Suo blocks. But the attack creates a shockwave behind him. Kanagi is shocked that Suo redirected the force of his penetration spell so effortlessly. As he processes this, Suo counters, but Kanagi is ready and uses Aikido to swing Suo around. Suo tries to kick mid-air, but Kanagi blocks it and counters with a powerful kick of his own. Just as he's about to land the hit, a loud shout stops them both. It's Ichika. How did it all happen? Well, the annihilation of the squad has left a deep scar in the anti-prophecy unit. During the funeral of the fallen, everyone was in grief. But Suo stood frozen in front of his brother's picture the entire time. Later, as Kanagi was heading to his room, he saw Suo coming out of Makoto's room, holding some books and a cat. Kanagi recognized the cat as Oribe, the one Makoto often talked about. Suo was shocked that Kanagi knew about his brother's cat, something even he hadn't been aware of. Before entering his brother's room, Suo didn't know about the cute cat, the books, the clothes, the food, or even the thoughts his brother had. He only discovered these things when he went through Makoto's belongings. Kanagi noticed that Suo had a bunch of diaries with him, which he planned to take. These diaries were left by Makoto, so that his brother could read them in case he lost his life. All of Makoto's daily training and missions were recorded inside. However, Suo noticed something else. Every sentence in the diaries ended with Makoto worrying about Suo. He wrote about how Suo was doing, how the weather was cold, and even about Suo's achievements and life events. Reading this alone in his room, Suo broke down in tears, curling up on the floor as he realized that everything his brother wrote was about him. Comment a tear emoji if you're crying too. As Suo revealed all this to Kanagi, Kanagi also shared that Makoto always talked to him about Suo and his cat, Oribe. Hearing this, Suo teared up, declaring that from now on, he wants to get stronger so his brother won't have to worry about him from heaven anymore. With that, they both went to Hinoki Ichika to train. At first she was cautious of them until they revealed that Suo was Makoto's brother, and that Makoto had fallen in battle. This shocked Ichika, but she kept her composure. In sync, both Suo and Kanagi requested her to train them to become stronger. Coming back to the present, Ichika is amazed at how much they've both improved, especially Suo, who has progressed remarkably. Kanagi asks about his own progress, to which Ichika responds with an annoyed sigh, claiming she has nothing left to teach Kanagi since he already knows everything. She jokes that it should be her asking him to teach her instead. She then kicks a stick toward both of them and, with a manic grin, declares that she is the sword, challenging them to come at her. With that, they both charge at her, Suo striking from the front while Kanagi attacks from above. As they fight, Kanagi is determined to get stronger and is confident that he will become the strongest awakener in the world. Meanwhile, in England, London, a man wearing a hat and coat walks down the night streets alone. As he turns a corner, someone recognizes him as one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. Quatra also recognizes the person approaching him. It's Midori. Midori straight up demands that Quattro reveal the location of his base and comrades, warning him that if he says anything else, he will die. Hearing this, Quattro instantly summons his weapon, a strange heart-shaped pike, and challenges Midori to come at him. Suddenly a burst of blood sprays from the alleyway, followed by Midori walking out unscathed. Outside, other members of the anti-prophecy group are waiting. Midori hands them the book, turns and leaves, stating that 7 people are left. They now have 5 books, meaning they've killed 5 members of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse, and Midori is now heading to the next target. Inside the anti-prophecy's top-secret facility, the Hunt of Everlasting Secrets, someone presents the book that Midori collected to an old lady. Her name is Io, the superintendent of the anti-prophecy unit. The man who brought the book confirms that it's from Midori, and reveals that these are prophecy books belonging to the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse. This man is Jingin, the assistant to the superintendent. Another assistant, a lady named Shiki, is also present. She suggests that the books might be parts of a single, larger book that has been dismembered. Io opens the book and remarks that eliminating the apostles and retrieving the books aren't the main problems. The real issue is that Midori is acting on his own, and it seems like Makoto's death has left a deep scar on him. Shiki, hearing this, wonders what they should do. Io, with a smile, orders them to leave Midori to her, assuring them that once he returns, she will prepare tea for him. Jingin and Shiki then propose that since Makoto's squad has been eliminated, leaving a gap in the anti-prophecy unit, they are willing to form a new squad under their leadership. Hearing this, Io falls into deep thought. Meanwhile, somewhere around Tokyo, a Rent 2 prophecy, the rebellion, is unfolding. The boss of this prophecy is the God of Down. Members of the anti-prophecy unit are fighting the troops of the prophecy, but are struggling to defeat even a few of them. In their nervousness, they call out for their captain, Hibiki. Hibiki, the captain of the Hibiki Setsuna squad, steps forward. To her, the troops are boring and easy to defeat. She then looks back at Akane, who has joined her squad, and asks if she can handle it. Akane uses her Trismegistus spell, creating a massive blob of mercury. She warns everyone to stand back as she flows the mercury onto the ground toward the troops. Once every troop has their feet submerged in the mercury, Akane uses her gasification spell, converting the mercury into gas. The troops begin coughing and suffocating. Akane then follows up by converting the gas back into liquid mercury, which is now inside the troops' bodies. She uses crimson heat to boil the mercury within them, and finally she solidifies the mercury, instantly killing all the troops by forming spikes inside their bodies. The entire squad is shocked, as Akane has just wiped out all the troops in a matter of seconds. Akane snaps her fingers and turns toward the group, announcing that she's finished. Hibiki walks toward her, clapping, and praises Akane for using all 3 states of matter and executing 4 attacks in a single skill. She holds Akane's chin and remarks that it's a shame Akane is only a temporary member of their group. Hibiki proposes that once Akane finishes her training, she should join their squad permanently. Akane, excited, replies that she'll think about it. The other squad members are also impressed by Akane, wondering if she'll really join their squad, given how cute and strong she is. However, to their surprise, Hibiki wants Akane to join because she wants their battles to be even easier. As soon as Akane leaves, she calls Kanagi, informing him that she has completed Lesson 7 about controlling the 3 states of alchemy, and asks him to send her the next lesson. Kanagi, who is trying to keep his lunch safe from the cat, agrees. The founder alchemist, hearing this, is amazed that Akane has finally mastered level 7. Kanagi requests the founder to prepare 3 more lessons for Akane, which he gladly agrees to. Kanagi informs Akane, and she thanks him. She also mentions that Hanada has reached Lesson 8. In Saitama Prefecture, Tokorozawa City, a Rank 2 prophecy, Earth-Eating Beast with the boss Sphinx, has occurred. Hanada, sent to eliminate the boss, uses his lightning kick and completely destroys the boss with a single strike. With this, he completes his level 8 lesson on the lightning kick. The captain of the Todoroki squad praises Hanada and proposes that he join their squad. Hanada, like Akane, wants to think about which squad he should join. He asks Akane for advice, and she, excited to compete with him, claims that no matter which squad he chooses, she'll win against them. Kanagi, who is on a joint call with them, is happy that they're both getting stronger, and declares that he should get up and start training too. As Kanagi is talking, Suo gets annoyed that Oribe the cat always clings to Kanagi and not him. He yaps about it, and as he tries to pull the cat away from Kanagi, Akane asks if they've heard the rumor about a new squad forming. Kanagi hasn't heard about it, so she explains that a new squad is being formed to fill the gap left by Makoto's squad. The captain of this new squad will be selected from the member with the highest achievements. Kanagi takes the news lightly, but Akane has something else on her mind. She reveals that the real question isn't who will become the captain, it's whether Kanagi wants to form his own squad. At first, Kanagi brushes it off as a joke, but then he freezes, realizing the weight of what she's saying. Kanagi asks Akane why she said that. She reveals that there is a certain desire within the anti-prophecy. As there exists a force in the world capable of eliminating all prophecies. Kannagi is taken aback by this revelation, and Akane adds that she too desires such a force. She explains that everyone in the squad is searching for a strong-willed leader, and she believes Kannagi has the qualities to be a capable squad captain. Just then, Akane's squad captain calls for her, prompting her to excuse herself from Kannagi and say goodbye. This conversation leaves Kannagi deep in thought about the possibility of becoming a squad captain. Meanwhile, Ichika asks Suo about Kannagi, to which he reveals the discussion about him potentially becoming a captain. Ichika also believes that if Kannagi wants to, he could easily take on the role, and Suo agrees with her. Lost in thought, Kannagi seeks answers from the founders, who appear just as uncertain about what to advise him. Since they had all devoted their lives to following a master, they lack experience in leadership. The mage founder, realizing this, calls them useless teachers for being unable to guide Kannagi in this situation. Hinoki then turns to the founder of military strategy, Ryan, and asks for his opinion. Ryan, however, refuses to intervene, stating that it is not the right time, as there is already someone qualified to guide Kannagi. Before Kannagi can process this, his thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a wooden spear striking the ground inches away from him. Looking up, he sees Ichika approaching, urging him not to waste his time overthinking and instead continue his training. With a maniacal grin, she challenges him to use his flash step against her. Kannagi agrees, leaping down from the rock and using flash step in combination with ripple step to land softly. Ichika watches in amazement, wondering about Kannagi's true identity. To her, the level of skill he has attained in just 6 months is impossible for a normal awakener. Recalling Hinoki's rigorous training sessions where he failed countless times while learning flash step, Kannagi lets out a laugh. However, before he can dwell on the memory, he senses an aura of energy surging toward him. Noticing Ichika charging at him with her wooden staff infused with energy, he swiftly dodges. The staff strikes the rock behind him, splitting it cleanly in half. Suo, witnessing this, is stunned. Ichika, undeterred, reminds Kannagi that she doesn't care whether he is focused or not. She will force him to be. Kannagi, now slightly nervous but fully attentive, holds his stance. Inside him, Hinoki realizes that Ryan was referring to Ichika as the qualified person to guide Kannagi. The mage founder also comes to understand that Ichika is remarkably strong for a modern awakener, as expected from Hinoki's descendant. However, Hinoki denies having children, claiming it might be his brother instead. He acknowledges Ichika's strength, noting that since she trained someone as powerful as Makoto, she might be a living successor. However, as he says this, he notices her using a technique called Skyfall, something he has never seen before. This technique launches an electric zap toward Kannagi, who barely evades it. Realizing the sheer strength behind the attack, Kannagi understands that Ichika is going all out against him. Ichika charges forward and follows up with her purgatory sword technique, unleashing a powerful strike at him. Meanwhile, Hinoki watches in excitement, realizing that Ichika has developed a new technique by refining all the knowledge passed down to her. Outside, as Kannagi dodges the attack, Ichika is impressed. It's a technique he has never encountered before, yet he still managed to evade it. She praises Kannagi's one-handed sword style, noting that it closely resembles the techniques of the founder. This comment shocks Kannagi, and before he can respond, Ichika adds that he might be worrying about whether he could ever become as strong as Makoto. Kannagi is stunned, as this is exactly what has been weighing on his mind. Suo, overhearing this, is also taken aback. Kannagi's grip on his sword tightens as he recalls witnessing Makoto's strength firsthand, how he was an extraordinary squad captain. This is the very reason Kannagi keeps questioning whether he can ever reach Makoto's level. To his surprise, Ichika tells him that he doesn't have to be like Makoto. She suddenly yells at him to pay attention, channeling her energy as she executes her sword technique, Tengu Dance, creating a powerful water tornado. She explains that this technique was developed by past masters who built upon the founder's techniques. While these techniques may never match the founder's power due to the immense difference in strength, the masters never stopped trying, gradually getting closer over time. Hearing this, Kannagi finally understands what she means. Ichika then reveals that she doesn't know exactly how great a captain Makoto was. But from what she knew of him, he must have been an incredible leader. She adds that it won't be the same for Kannagi in the beginning, but if he polishes his skills, he definitely has the potential to reach that level. Pointing her wooden stick at him, she advises Kannagi not to try to become like Makoto, but instead to focus on the path entrusted to him. Hearing this, Kannagi remembers when Makoto shook his hand. Thinking back on that moment, he realizes he must look toward the future instead of dwelling on comparisons. A smile appears on Ichika's face as she declares that, for the sake of that future, she will train him herself. With that, they both engage in intense training, pushing each other to their limits. 2 weeks later, at the anti-prophecy headquarters, Hibiki and Todoroki, two squad captains, review the list of newly recommended squad candidates. The list, submitted by the superintendent themselves, includes Kannagi and Ichika. Some members find this selection odd. Meanwhile, outside the HQ building, a dark figure speaks on a cell phone, informing someone that they have successfully infiltrated the facility and that the new squad captain exam will take place in 3 days. This figure carries the Book of Doom and boldly declares that they will soon become the new squad leader of the anti-prophecy. This figure is none other than Eva, a member of the 12 Apostles of Apocalypse. Eva possesses a skill called Heavenly Demon, which allows her to replace the existence of anyone she kills. Her goal is to become the captain of the newly formed squad of the anti-prophecy and destroy the organization from the inside. As Midori continues his killing spree against the 12 Apostles, more than half of them have already fallen. Since they cannot defeat Midori head-on, they have decided to sabotage the anti-prophecy from within. Their motto is that they will do anything to fulfill the prophecy. 3 days later, at the grand training field of the anti-prophecy, the selection examination for the captain of the new squad is underway. As all participants gather, the instructor announces that there will be 4 tests, with only 4 people advancing to the final stage. The exam follows a point system. First place in each test earns 3 points, second place earns 2, and third place earns 1. In the end, the candidate with the highest score would be elected as the captain of the newly formed squad. The superintendent watches as the instructor urges all participants to give their best effort. In unison they yell, "Yes!" Among them, Kannagi feels the weight of everyone's gaze. There are 8 candidates: Koki from the Yagurama squad, Akihina from the Yorizuya squad, Sonobe from the Yashima squad, Hisagi from the Kakabe squad, Sakazaki from the Tsarazaki squad, Shikami from the Todoroki squad, and Jiru from the Hibiki squad. However, the real danger lies in the fact that one of them is actually Eva, one of the 12 apostles, an imposter hidden in plain sight. And then, there is the special recommendation, Kannagi. Unlike the others, Kannagi stands alone, as his squad captain Ichika is nowhere to be seen, oversleeping as usual. However, she sends him a message, warning that if he doesn't win, she will personally make him regret it. Determined to avoid elimination before Ichika arrives, Kannagi steels himself for the competition. Meanwhile, Ichika rushes toward the training ground, riding on Suo's back. She yells at him to go faster, knowing that if they don't hurry, they might miss the crucial moments. She has complete faith that Kannagi will win and refuses to miss his victory. Back at the training field, the first test begins, which is mana measurement. To everyone's shock, Kannagi releases an immense amount of energy, shattering the measurement device and securing first place. Akihina from the Yorizuya squad, who ranks 5th in the test, is stunned by Kannagi's overwhelming power. Sakazaki takes 3rd place, while Sonobe secures 2nd, both realizing that Kannagi is an anomaly. Sakazaki remarks that such irregularities occasionally occur when a genius in either physical strength or mana appears in the exam. He speculates that Kannagi is a mana prodigy, much like another participant, Shikami, who ranks 7th. On the points table, Kannagi takes the lead with 3 points. As the instructor announces the second test, hand-to-hand combat, the real battle begins. Each participant must face an opponent, and a victory will earn them 2 points. As the instructor announces the first participant, Shikami voluntarily raises his hand, requesting to face Kannagi. Shikami is the strongest regular member in hand-to-hand combat and is also considered an irregular. When he was just 2 years old, he was caught in the emergence of monsters from another dimension. However, even as a baby in a cart, he single-handedly killed all the monsters, shocking his own mother. He protected her and became a legend. In the audience, Tabiki accuses Todoroki of cheating by sending Shikami into the hand-to-hand combat test. Todoroki argues that there is nothing wrong with choosing his strongest member, as Shikami is blessed with both magical talent and immense physical strength. He boasts that he has been training Shikami since he joined his squad, and to this day, no one has ever beaten him in hand-to-hand combat. Hearing this, Hibiki wonders if the match will end instantly, considering Shikami's combat abilities are practically unbeatable. As the fight begins, Shikami approaches Kannagi and asks if he has really been giving lessons to Hinata. Remembering the founders, Kannagi replies that he is merely a messenger. Shikami doesn't understand what he means but continues, claiming that someone out there is advising and teaching Hinata, who is already a super genius. He adds that even without Kannagi's guidance, Hinata will surpass his current level on his own. Instead of arguing, Kannagi simply agrees with him, which only annoys Shikami further. Enraged, Shikami activates Violent Bite, transforming into a monstrous form. In an instant with blinding speed he lunges at Kannagi. Kannagi ducks just in time, but Shikami follows up with a powerful claw attack. Watching this, Todoroki is thrilled to see his fighter going all out, As Shikami swings with all his might, Kanagi sidesteps the attack. Seizing the moment, Kanagi shifts into Kudo's stance, grabs Shikami's wrist, and with tremendous force, slams him into the ground. The impact erupts in a massive shockwave, sending rocks flying across the field and startling everyone. As the debris settles, both Kanagi and Shikami are airborne. The other participants are in awe. Despite Kanagi merely redirecting Shikami's attack, the sheer power of it was enough to devastate the entire battlefield. Even Kanagi himself is impressed by Shikami's strength, though Shikami assumes he is being sarcastic. Despite the powerful blow, Shikami lands safely on the ground, shocking everyone that he managed to do so despite the destroyed terrain. Akihina, analyzing the situation on his laptop, remarks that this outcome was inevitable. Shikami's physical boost is irregular, and the sturdiness of his body far surpasses that of a normal awakener. Regaining his composure, Shikami charges at Kanagi once again. Kanagi realizes that simply countering Shikami's attacks won't be enough to win. He needs to try something different. Activating his founder power, he delivers a light kick at the charging Shikami. He then multiplies the attack using the penetration technique, Luminance Kick, striking Shikami multiple times while he is still airborne. Everyone watches in shock as Shikami crashes to the ground, defeated. The instructor quickly intervenes, stopping the match before it escalates further, and declares Kanagi the winner, awarding him 2 additional points. The other squad members are amazed. This guy just physically overwhelmed Shikami, despite Akihina's earlier claim that he was an irregular. Akihina, now furiously typing on his laptop, hadn't expected Kanagi to be so exceptional in hand-to-hand combat. He initially assumed Kanagi would be eliminated naturally if left alone. But now, it's clear that Kanagi is becoming an obstacle in his plans. As Shikami regains consciousness and opens his eyes, he is shocked to see Kanagi casting some kind of spell on him while he lies on the ground. Kanagi reassures him that he is healing his wounds, which only astonishes Shikami further. An irregular in both mana and physical prowess, now capable of healing too? It seems almost unbelievable. Shikami, still processing what's happening, asks Kanagi if there's anything he can't do. This question makes Kanagi recall the time he desperately tried to bring back his fallen Makoto squad members but failed. After healing Shikami for a while, Kanagi tells him he should be able to stand now. As they speak, a loud bang suddenly erupts nearby. Kanagi looks over and reveals that it marks the final match of the hand-to-hand combat exam. Shikami, now alarmed, wonders how long he has been unconscious, realizing it must have been quite some time. Kanagi calmly tells him it has only been 5 minutes. According to Kanagi, after their fight, the other battles started simultaneously. 2 of the pairs finished instantly, but Akihina and Hisagi are still fighting even after 5 minutes. Both remain determined, exchanging a relentless barrage of blows with full force. As Hisagi charges at Akihina, she pushes him back with a powerful attack, mocking him for lacking any special abilities. She taunts that without unique skills or traits, he is unfit to be a captain. Akihina steadies himself and counters her remark, stating that he is not the type who seeks to stand out. According to him, even if an ordinary person were to take on the captain's role, death would be the only outcome for them. He believes that a captain must have the ability to adapt to any situation in order to increase the survival chances of every squad member, even by just 1%. Akihina declares that this is his goal, ensuring that he does not suffer the same fate as the Makoto squad. This statement strikes a chord with Kanagi, as Akihina is speaking about his fallen comrades in such a manner. Shikami also takes offense and warns Akihina to watch his words. Back in the fight, Hisagi executes her disciplined chainsword technique, generating an energy whirlwind as she charges straight at Akihina. Even though Akihina blocks the attack, the sheer force sends him crashing to the ground. Hisagi quickly follows up with another strike, but just as she is about to land the hit, Akihina unexpectedly surrenders. The instructor immediately stops the match, declaring Hisagi the winner, leaving her in shock. Another squad member quickly restrains her as she fumes with rage, furious that Akihina gave up so easily instead of putting up a real fight. Akihina, on the other hand, claims that he expected the battle to last longer, so he chose to preserve his energy for the upcoming tests. As he walks away, he knows that he could have defeated Hisagi if he had tried, but he does not want to reveal his full strength just yet, especially with Kanagi closely observing the fight. The second stage of the exam, hand-to-hand combat, concludes with Kanagi leading the scoreboard with 5 points, followed by Snonobe with 3. The instructor announces a 30-minute break before the start of the third examination. He also reveals that in the next round, the 4 participants with the lowest scores will be eliminated. As the lunch break begins, Kanagi wonders about Ichika and Su, who should have been there but are still missing. Meanwhile, outside the anti-prophecy headquarters building, Su finally arrives, carrying Ichika. Exhausted from the effort, he is confused when she starts heading toward the courtyard, instead of the training ground. When he questions her, Ichika reveals that she can smell traces of an aura, one that suggests someone has recently died there. According to her, it appears to be the residue of an awakener who was killed by an overwhelmingly powerful monster. Hearing this, Suo is stunned. If an awakener was truly killed here, it means someone may have infiltrated the anti-prophecy headquarters, despite this place being a well-kept secret. Ichika argues that the 12 apostles are strong enough to have figured out how to find this location, shocking Suo even further. When he asks about their possible motive, she ignores the question and instead suggests they head to the training venue. In her mind, however, she knows that whoever died was likely at the level of a squad captain. But with no official reports of such an incident, the situation is becoming more intriguing. Now, not only Midori but also Ichika, Suo, and, most notably, Kannagi are all working toward the same goal, avenging Captain Makoto's death. During the lunch break, as everyone patches up their wounds, eats their meals, and casually converses, Akihina sits alone, focused on his laptop. Meanwhile, Kannagi, who is sitting with Shikami, becomes excited when he notices his comrades, Ichika and Suo, arriving. The atmosphere shifts as others grow nervous upon recognizing Ichika, one of the 5 elite members of the Anti-Prophecy Special Task Force, alongside Midori. Suo, observing the gathered captains, feels uneasy. Ichika had claimed that a captain had been killed, yet all 7 captains are present on the training ground. Hearing this, Ichika smirks and calls Kannagi over to share something important. She tells him everything, shocking him with the revelation that one of the captains might actually be a member of the 12 apostles in disguise. According to Ichika, the probability is high based on the aura residue she sensed in the courtyard. The individual who died was undoubtedly at a captain's level, yet all captains are accounted for, making the situation highly suspicious. Logically, it should be impossible. But if someone is disguising themselves as the victim, then there is an imposter among them. Realizing the potential danger, Kannagi grows tense, and Suo agrees. The person who just killed a captain-level individual is standing among them. I know it's an Amamdas reference, cheeky. Suo fears that if they don't solve this problem soon, there may be more victims. If they leave it as it is, there's a possibility that a prophecy at a level where human extinction is inevitable might appear. However, Ichika, with an evil grin, suggests a far more ruthless approach, killing everyone there to eliminate the threat entirely. Suo and Kannagi immediately oppose the idea, arguing that they only need to find and eliminate the one member of the 12 apostles lurking among them. Ichika, now excited, points out that if they are dealing with the 12 apostles, this might be their chance to avenge Makoto. After all, they are the ones responsible for his death. She asks Kannagi if he feels the same, and as he recalls what happened to Makoto and their squad, he confirms. Suo, clenching his fists, also remembers everything that happened to his brother. Kannagi then turns to Azure, the founder of the detectives, for his opinion. Azure suggests that he should first examine the crime scene, but given that they are in the middle of an examination, he knows that isn't possible. Kannagi considers hurrying there since there's still some time left before the lunch break ends. However, Azure warns that this might alert the culprit. If the apostle they are dealing with is as strong as the one they faced at the Snowy Mountain, he could easily wipe out everyone here if he wished. They need to be prepared if that happens. Taking this into account, Kannagi decides to head to the training ground after today's test, but asks if there's a possibility that even the founders wouldn't be able to detect any aura residue at the crime scene. Hinoki then reveals that they have been near a volcano for the past month, where he trained and mastered his one-handed sword technique. He explains that the volcano might be interfering with the flow of their chi, potentially making it difficult to sense any residual energy. Mage also reveals that if the aura can only be sensed at close range, it is almost certainly from a 12 Apostles class enemy. Azure, annoyed that they are taking over his detective work, is about to protest, but Hinoki shuts him down, suggesting they focus on catching the culprit so he can kill him. Returning to the interrogation, Azure tells Kannagi to ask Ichika a question. Kannagi then asks if there is a possibility that the apostle infiltrated as a candidate, rather than as a captain. This catches Ichika off guard, but after a moment, she confirms that it's possible, if they are talking about the captain candidates. However, she insists they cannot rule out suspicion on the squad captains either. Kannagi understands but quickly forms an idea that he plans to use in the next test, assuming it involves combat abilities. However, just a few minutes later, the instructor announces the start of the third stage of the examination, revealing that it is a written test, completely shocking Kannagi. The candidates are seated in private chambers where no phones are allowed, making it impossible for Kannagi to gather any information about the infiltrator. The test focuses on the rules of the anti-prophecy, something Kannagi doesn't understand at all. However, he refuses to give up, determined to push through. When the test ends, the instructor announces the results. Kannagi fails to earn any points while Akihina jumps to second place with 3 points. The last 4 candidates, including Shikami, are eliminated. Kanagi feels embarrassed about getting the lowest score in the writing exam, but as he stands there frustrated, Shikami walks up to him and encourages him, telling him that he did well. Both Kanagi and Shikami receive 0 scores in the writing test, but Shikami is especially frustrated about Akihina earning full marks. Despite this, he praises Kanagi for maintaining first place, and assures him that he will be cheering for him in the second half of the exam. He wonders who will be selected as the new captain, and adds that after the captain is chosen, the superintendent will also evaluate whether the newly formed squad will function properly. Shikami explains that the minimum number of members in a squad is 7, meaning the captain must recruit at least 6 more members. He advises Kanagi to start considering which candidates he will recruit once he becomes a captain. Placing a hand on Kanagi's shoulder, Shikami offers himself as a squad member, emphasizing his strong physical abilities. Then with a grin, he walks away, wishing Kanagi the best for the rest of the exam. As Shikami leaves, Azure approaches Kanagi and tells him to visit the crime scene. However, something in Azure's confident tone makes Kanagi realize that he has already identified the culprit. Azure confirms this but states that he still needs solid evidence to make an official deduction. He then declares that they will now go on the offensive against the 12 apostles. The mage explains everything that has happened so far, and mentions that Detective Azure assists Kanagi with his deductions and methods. This annoys Hinoki, as the mage speaks in a roundabout manner, but she does so intentionally to lighten the mood with her narration. They are at the crime scene, where Azure takes over for Kanagi and begins examining the area. As expected, everything aligns with his suspicions. With the victim's identity confirmed, he now also knows who the culprit is. Hearing this, Hinoki realizes that their opponent is indeed one of the 12 apostles, which means he might have obtained the Book of Doom, the same one the last apostle possessed. The mage then asks what they should do next. Just as Kanagi is about to respond, he suddenly feels a surge of energy and is transported into a cloudy realm. There, he encounters an old lady who, when asked, simply claims to be a random granny passing by. She inquires about his investigation, and Kanagi reveals that a murder has been committed. The culprit has taken on someone else's form and appears to be highly skilled. Upon hearing this, the granny asks if they should find the culprit now. However, Kanagi explains that they already know who it is. Not by mere guesswork, but with solid proof. Despite this, he admits that he cannot expose the truth just yet. The granny is confused, as she believes that revealing the culprit and eliminating them immediately would be the best course of action. However, Kanagi argues that while it may seem that way, there are actually 2 culprits instead of 1. He insists that it would be better to take them both down at once when they are in the same place. He decides to deal with it in the morning but requests that the old lady, who is actually the superintendent, refrain from interfering and simply observe. She smiles, wishes him luck, and reiterates that she is just a passing granny who will not interfere. As she is about to leave, Kanagi reveals his name to her, prompting another smile from the old lady. Suddenly, a strong surge of energy rushes through him, and he regains control of his body. In a top-secret location, the assistant questions the superintendent, asking if it was wise to leave things as they are. The granny, however, assures her that she doesn't mind, as Kanagi seems close to the truth and appears to have a plan. She claims that she is merely interested in seeing what he will do next. She then orders the assistant to instruct the other officers to provide backup for Kanagi if anything happens. The assistant agrees but admits that even after walking near the residual traces, she didn't find anything particularly interesting. Still, the superintendent places her trust in Kanagi's words. The assistant is puzzled as to why the superintendent has so much faith in him. In response, the granny reveals that it is because of the confidence and determination she saw in his eyes. The next day, as Kanagi walks through the woods, Shikami joins him, explaining the details of the next test. This test will evaluate their performance based on how well they would function as a squad captain. Shikami already expects Akihina to rely on his strategic skills, but he expresses his support for Kanagi instead. Kanagi thanks him but suddenly, out of nowhere, asks why Shikami deliberately dropped out of the examination. After a brief yet sinister pause, Shikami turns to him and claims that he changed his strategy midway. Instead of becoming a captain himself, he now prefers to operate in his own way under the command of a strong captain. Kanagi narrows his eyes in suspicion and accuses Shikami of doing it so he could eliminate all the promising members of the squad. Ichika is also present, hiding in the trees just in case. Hearing Kanagi's suspicion, Shikami openly admits that he has no problem killing someone if it is necessary for a replacement. He explains that during the 3rd test, he struggled to write anything because his brain could only process and retrieve the information already stored in it, which is why he ended up with a score of 0. Calling himself a fool, he accepts that it would be better for him to simply eliminate Akihina's body instead. As they step into an open field, all the squad captains and members surround them. In the center, Todoroki is chained to the ground, while Hibiki and another captain stand beside him. With her usual casual and cocky demeanor, Hibiki refers to Shikami as Mr. Apostle and asks him to introduce himself. Realizing his disguise has been exposed, Shikami deepens his voice and reveals his true identity, Ava, the Ninth Apostle. Ava then explains her ability, adding that she can also extract information directly from a host's brain. She claims that she killed Shikami because he possessed the strongest physique among the contenders. Hibiki smirks and asks if Eva's goal is to sabotage the anti-prophecy from the inside. Ava confirms this, but admits that since she has failed, she now has no choice but to kill everyone present. However, before doing so, she wants to know who first discovered her true identity. Hibiki points toward Kanagi, who is standing right beside Eva. With an evil grin, Ava glares at him and remarks that she never expected him to have the audacity to stand so close to her. Turning to face him, she radiates immense energy and demands to know who the hell is he. But how did all of this happen? Right before Shikami's body was taken over by Eva, Todoroki had told him that he would recommend him as a candidate for the new squad captain. This news excited Shikami greatly, though Todoroki cautioned him that the information was still a secret and would only be officially announced the next morning. Getting even more excited, Shikami joked that despite it being a secret, they were practically yelling it out loud, which would definitely inform others. Todoroki then reassured him, stating that Shikami was one of the strongest individuals there in terms of physical power and would undoubtedly make a great captain. Seeing this level of confidence in him, Shikami agreed, feeling determined to do his best. However, just as he was fist-bumping Todoroki, something slashed him into pieces. In an instant, Shikami was cut down right in front of Todoroki, leaving him utterly shocked and unable to process what had just happened. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the air, mocking Shikami's weakness and questioning if this was truly the standard for a squad captain candidate in the anti-prophecy unit. The figure then answered its own question, claiming that the squad had only grown strong thanks to artifacts and the one who had provided them. Stepping forward, the figure introduced herself as Ava, one of the 12 apostles, and declared that she was looking forward to their future. Walking up to Shikami's lifeless body, Eva activated her heavenly demon skill, taking complete control over it. As she is channeling her power, Todoroki, with his mighty punch Vajra, smashes her entire body into a splatter of blood. Tearing up in rage, Todoroki breathes heavily. But to his shock, he suddenly hears applause from behind him. The same Shikami he had just seen die is now clapping, praising Todoroki for managing to kill a 12 apostle with a single hit. Just as expected from his master. Stunned, Todoroki turns around to see Shikami standing there, seemingly alive. However, before he can even react, his body is instantly sliced in half by Eva, who had taken on Shikami's form. With a wicked grin, Eva then activates the Necromance Dance artifact, resurrecting Todoroki as a corpse slave bound to her will. Now under Eva's control, Todoroki agrees to serve her, addressing her as Eva. But before he can say anything else, she slaps him so hard it nearly knocks him over. Correcting him, she demands that he call her Shikami, ensuring that no one grows suspicious of her disguise. Todoroki nods, complying, and the two share a dark, twisted laugh. Meanwhile, at the crime scene, Kanagi and Azure investigate. Using his unique skill, theatrical detective, Azure rewinds time to witness everything that transpired there. This powerful ability allows him to replay past events at a crime scene, giving him a first-hand view of what truly happened. The only condition is that Azure himself must possess the evidence and personally deduce the culprit, not just by looking at the clues, but by reaching a conclusion on his own. Additionally, this ability allows him to predict future crimes before they happen. However, there is a significant drawback. If Azure ever fails to deduce a case correctly, the skill will be permanently lost. This means that for the rest of his life, he will never be able to use it again. As Azure explains this ability to the founders, they are disgusted by how underhanded Eva's technique is, killing someone and taking control of their body. However, the room falls into shocked silence as everyone turns their gaze toward Kanagi, who is overflowing with mana, his rage uncontainable. With fiery determination, he vows not to forgive the apostle. Back in the present, still burning with fury, Kanagi launches a devastating attack, a flash reflection punch, enhanced by his penetration spell, aimed directly at Eva. He also uses Luminance Fist, and as he strikes Eva's face, a massive energy blast erupts, sending her flying. She tries to land, but the force is so immense that she skids backward, struggling to regain her footing. However, as the dust settles, Kanagi is shocked to hear her laughing out loud, calling him cruel. Despite being struck by multiple techniques, she still talks, mocking him by bringing up his friendship with Shikami, questioning why he attacked her so mercilessly. Kanagi, already expecting this, knows he can't defeat Eva with his current strength. Eva, still reeling from the punch's recoil, claims that it's nothing and mocks him, saying his attacks feel like he's just playing around. As the recoil fades, Eva yells that these kinds of attacks won't do anything against her. Kanagi agrees, but reveals that he was never the one meant to defeat her. All he was doing was buying enough time for the mage founder to take over his body. As the founder takes control, she claims everything, and Kanagi's body becomes engulfed in energy. Seeing this, Eva realizes that Kanagi might be the person the satellites warned about, someone who has become completely different. But instead of feeling fear, she becomes even more excited. With a wicked grin, she summons hundreds of mummies from the sky, their terrifying screams echoing. She declares that life is boring until one faces death, so they should fight with all their heart's content. Azure, watching the mummies descend, remarks that they seem like nothing more than empty shells, controlled by Eva using the bodies she has taken before. Laughing out loud, Eva boasts that all of these mummies possess the same physical strength as Shikami and challenges them to come at her. Looking around, Hibiki notices that there are roughly 100 bodies, all on the same level as Shikami, which shocks a candidate standing nearby. Kanagi, witnessing this from his consciousness, finds it disgusting that Eva is using the bodies of those she has trampled over. The mage, who is standing beside him, notes that he has changed, and so have the founders. As the mummies shoot toward the ground, the mage, controlling Kanagi's body, declares that Eva has underestimated him. With that, she unleashes multiple electric zaps, electrocuting all the mummies mid-air and shocking Eva. Mage takes it personally as Eva summons her minions and lets them free fall in front of her, forcing Mage to strike them before they land. As the burning mummies rain down from the sky, Eva is left confused, wondering what Kanagi just did. There are people who master unparalleled accuracy through intense training, but Kanagi simply used his skill without batting an eye, and managed to hit every single target without missing. The mage instructs Kanami to stand beside her and study her actions. Our boy finds it amazing that even though she is using a weak body, she can still cast all of her spells efficiently. Calling him closer, Mage explains that while Kanagi was only seeking power for himself, the founders, on the other hand, were eager to use their power through his body. Kanagi is confused, unsure of what she is talking about. Mage continues, stating that even after everything, Kanagi, drunk on immense power, still felt closer to his goal, which was simply to become stronger. Meanwhile, all the founders are also drunk on Kanani's unparalleled talent. However, after experiencing the tragedy of losing a friend, someone who trusted Kanagi with the future, Mage concludes that Kanagi is angry from the bottom of his heart. Pointing at the founders, who are all excited, Mage claims that they all like the current version of Kanagi. Eva, hearing this, is confused. She charges at Kanagi, yelling that the rule of the world is simple: the weak get trampled by the strong. Just as she is about to strike, an electric spark erupts in front of her, stopping her mid-charge. Eva, bewildered, looks around and notices the sky raining down with thunderstrikes. Mage reveals that many people think like Eva, but he remembers witnessing an existence powerful enough to destroy the tower, only to be toyed with and devoured by beasts from another dimension. Mage, who observed her comrades fall, now stands for those who were weak, vowing to avenge them. As she walks toward Eva, Mage, still in control of Kanangi's body, calls Eva frustrated, mocking her for lacking the strength to fight. Eva, on the other hand, can't get back on her feet as she is continuously blasted by the thunderstrikes. Mage knows that even though Kanagi trained in the mountains, laughing on the outside, deep inside, he wanted revenge. She ensures that all the founders share the same belief, that Kanagi will one day reach the same peak as them. Extending his hand forward, Mage assures him that if he ever needs help, they will lend it to him. And if he feels sadness, he should point to what caused it, and they will put an end to the prophecy. Without hesitation, Kanagi points at the airborne Eva, and suddenly, she is struck by lightning bolts that tear her body into pieces. Everyone is left in shock, while the instructor realizes that Kanagi resembles Midori when he was a child, a monster in the making. As Eva lies in pieces on the ground, she can't comprehend how this young boy not only destroyed all her minions, but also obliterated her body. Kanagi, walking toward her, asks if she now understands their strength and states that he has a lot of questions to ask her. He adds that he knows many people skilled in interrogation and wants to talk to Eva about everything that happened. However, in a deep voice, Eva reveals that she can't fight Kanagi in her current form and admits that her boss was right about it. Suddenly, a coffin emerges from the ground and Eva calls it her trump card. Kanagi is shocked, while Eva explains that, hundreds of years ago, one of the founders, known as the 10,000-man army slasher, was responsible for destroying the tower. To Kanagi's horror, Eva unveils the body of Hinoki Reichiro inside the coffin. All the founders, especially Hinoki's spirit, are stunned that she has possession of his corpse. Without a word, Mage casts a thunderbolt spell, striking down the coffin. This shocks Hinoki, but Mage states that this is now the real deal, as Eva has already taken control of Hinoki's body. In front of them, Hinoki's corpse stands, gripping his blade. Eva, thrilled by her newfound power, declares that she can now fight them on equal footing. Kannagi, taken aback by the overwhelming pressure filling the air, realizes that this aura is even stronger than what he felt while training with Ichika. But that's not all. With a snap of her fingers, Eva summons hundreds of minions from the ground, calling it the second wave. Kannagi begins to worry, but Mage reassures him that it's nothing. As Eva continues summoning her minions, a sudden explosion erupts behind her. Turning around, she sees Kannagi's friends arriving. Ichika, Suo, and the others, standing ready for battle. He is not alone! Eva feels annoyed, believing Kannagi to be alone in this ordeal. As she observes him speaking, Kannagi realizes that the corpse's voice and speech pattern are identical to Hinoki's. Despite their friends joining the battle, they struggle to defeat the minions, as Eva remarks that these ones are far stronger. This time, the minions possess a physical hardening skill, and even when one of the members unleashes their full power, the attack leaves the minion unscathed. To their horror, each minion possesses a unique skill, making them formidable opponents. With their overwhelming numbers, the anti-prophecy members find it increasingly difficult to fight them head-on. Hibiki, who has been closely observing the battle, activates her sound visualization release skill, summoning a sound phoenix that obliterates a group of minions in an instant. However, despite her powerful attack, she remains wary, realizing that each minion's strength is enhanced by their individual skills. As if things weren't chaotic enough, Todoroki suddenly breaks free from his chains and slam dunks one of the younger members with crushing force. However, Hibiki reacts just in time, rescuing them from certain doom. Amidst all that, Eva is reveling in the chaos, thoroughly enjoying herself. She smugly declares that in a battle like this, only the squad captains have a chance of survival. Hearing this, Kannagi turns to the other founders for their opinions, but they all remain silent. He then faces Mage and asks her to let him take control of the body for a moment. She is surprised by the request but ultimately agrees. Taking control, he confidently mocks Eva, accusing her of underestimating his friends, something she should not have done. Meanwhile, Hanada finds himself surrounded by minions, but he recalls Lesson 7 from Kannagi. Channeling his fist technique, he summons a dragon, using it as both a power source and a foundation for his attacks. With explosive force, he kicks the hell out of every minion charging at him. A while ago, founder Spirit Wantak had observed Hanada's muscular yet flexible build, noting his tendency to rely on single-point concentrated strikes paired with his agility. Another founder, Eilerson, had argued that while it was not a bad technique, it could be far more effective with their guidance. Now, in the present, Hanada flawlessly integrates all the techniques they have taught him, moving like a coiling snake, striking from every angle and obliterating the minions with precision. At the same time, Akane stands her ground, ready to face the horde of minions rushing toward her. She remembers Kannagi's advice about the transmute technique, which converts an imperfect substance into perfection. In the past, she could only produce cheap, low-quality weapons. But now, she uses her alchemical prowess to defy limitations, crafting stone golems from the earth itself. This is something she mastered in Lesson 8, and with it, she can even destroy the hardened physiques of the minions with ease. Kannagi asks Hinoki about Suo, but Hinoki assures him that Suo is holding his own. While he may not be as brilliant as his brother, he has his own talents. At this moment, he is skillfully wielding Hinoki's one-handed sword style combined with the Sky Fall skill, cutting down a swarm of minions with a single powerful swing. He then enhances the attack by merging it with Calendula, creating a flower-shaped slash that strikes the minions in a wide area of effect attack. Watching this, Ichika feels a sense of pride, impressed by how her student is seamlessly combining techniques and skills. However, in her opinion, Kannagi's feats remain unparalleled due to the complexity of his combinations. As she continues cutting down minions, lost in thought, she suddenly notices a massive fire tornado forming before her. The sight startles her as this can only mean that the battle between Kannagi and the 12 Apostles has already begun. However, as she focuses on the fiery vortex, her shock intensifies when she realizes that Kannagi is fighting none other than the legendary founder, Hinoki. Eva charges at Kannagi, wielding Hinoki's one-handed blade style combined with the wave-cutting blade technique. However, our boy effortlessly sidesteps the attack with the precision of Goku in Ultra Instinct. Despite missing her target, Eva's strike completely obliterates the ground beneath them. Kannagi immediately counters with Mage's Thunderbolt attack, but it barely phases someone as powerful as Eva. She retaliates with her devastating Dice Slash skill, slicing the entire battlefield into countless cubes, even cutting down her own minions in the process. However, our boy survives, leaping onto one of the floating cubes and recalling that he has endured this very skill with his own body before. Meanwhile, as the battlefield is reduced to shifting cubes, The other members struggle just to stay upright. One member desperately clings to another who is about to plummet into the abyss. But before they can pull them up, the dice slash severs his arm, sending her tumbling down. As she free falls, still clutching her comrade's severed arm, Kannagi notices them just in time. Without hesitation, he casts a bubble spell, lifting them all to safety. Mage Spirit, growing increasingly worried, turns to Hinoki and asks what they should do next. However, Hinoki simply leaves the decision up to her, telling her to do whatever she wants. She agrees, and just as Eva unleashes Splitting Cloud, a powerful beam blast that engulfs the entire battlefield, even Hibiki, a squad captain, is left stunned by the sheer madness of it. Meanwhile, Eva is thrilled by the capabilities of the founder's body, marveling at how perfectly suited Hinoki's body is for battle. However, despite this, Eva feels the need to use an even stronger skill. Activating Hinoki's secret technique, Indomitable, she prepares to strike. But to her utter shock, Kannagi catches her sword with his bare hand. Hinoki's spirit watches unimpressed, while Mage mockingly claims that even though Eva is using Hinoki's body, he is still weak. Hearing this, Eva shouts in frustration, demanding to know how a founder's legendary body could possibly be considered weak. Desperate for a stronger skill, she frantically searches through Hinoki's memories, trying to extract something more powerful. As she forces his way deeper into Hinoki's mind, her eyes begin to tear up, as if she has just seen something truly terrifying. Eva's tears stem from the overwhelming memory of Hinoki's past, back when he was still alive during the time of the towers. Just witnessing this memory pushes Eva to the brink of madness. In the vision, Hinoki slices through an entire tower with a single swing of his blade. However, despite this awe-inspiring feat, he grows colder and more detached with each passing battle. Eva struggles to comprehend how a mere human's wisdom and skill could reach such an unfathomable level. Hinoki's memories are filled with countless acts of destruction, severing human bodies, cutting down monsters, slicing through the sea itself, and even wounding the planet. The sheer weight of these memories crushes Eva's spirit, leaving her crumbling under the pressure. She desperately wonders where she should go, how she can possibly grow stronger, but the weight of it all is unbearable. Her very soul begins to fracture, feeling as though it's about to shatter into nothingness. Hinoki's spirit, unbothered and relaxed, simply remarks that Eva's spirit should just break apart. However, another founder quickly warns that if it does, it will go berserk, slaughtering everything around it. And to their horror, that is exactly what happens. Eva's spirit shatters. It lets out a piercing scream, so powerful that it is felt even in the distant city of Takasaki. The force of the scream triggers an immediate evacuation, as residents check their phones and discover that the source of the aura is coming from Nagano Prefecture, a staggering 100 kilometers away. Yet despite the distance, the shockwaves still reach them. Panic spreads as people fear that the end of times has arrived, or that a monstrous entity has emerged. Back on the battlefield, as Eva's scream echoes, the very rocks begin to levitate off the ground. The overwhelming aura crushes down on everyone present, weighing heavily on their shoulders. Weaker members begin coughing violently, their bodies pinned to the ground under the sheer force of it. Kannagi, witnessing this, shouts for Hinoki, but the spirit remains unbothered, still relaxing as if nothing is happening. He simply replies that he has left everything to the mage, and Mage agrees. Meanwhile, as Eva steps toward Kannagi, Mage raises her sleeve, revealing the seal of truth on her arm. With unwavering confidence, she declares that if she must use Kannagi's body, she will end this in just one strike. As she unleashes the seal of truth, Kannagi's body begins radiating with immense energy. Witnessing this, Akane is in complete disbelief. The alchemist spirit within Kannagi speaks, telling him that he and Akane must watch carefully. He explains that whether it is magic or alchemy, they are the pursuers of truth, and in this moment, Kannagi will reach one of those truths. As he continues speaking, Kannagi's arms become marked with the same seals that Mage once bore. The alchemist spirit wonders if Kannagi's body can withstand the fragments of truth, or if it will crumble under the weight of such power. Meanwhile, Eva's soul is already shattered into pieces, and the only thing driving her body is the lingering residue of her spirit. Yet the body moves instinctively, as if guided by primal urges. Just like a wild animal, Hinoki, who was once mature and composed, abandoned his body to this state long ago, and to describe that phenomenon, they call it truth ignorance. As Eva grows more enraged, she unleashes a surge of dark energy, her aura twisting and distorting the air around her. Mage, witnessing this, foresees a future where the energy becomes so overwhelmingly powerful that it destroys everyone, including Kannagi, and even affects people far across the continent. Eva could very well be the end of the world in that moment. Kannagi, realizing the severity of the situation, recognizes the danger in the vision. Mage then activates one of her skills, Magus of Truth, a technique designed to counter the skills of its target. The technique is so powerful that the world itself can hardly bear its immense force. As Eva loads dark energy into her arm and swings it at Kannagi, he effortlessly stops the attack. To her shock, he grips her hand firmly. In that moment, Mage channels a burning light attack, creating a powerful burst of light between them, engulfing the entire area. As the dust settles, Eva is reduced to nothing more than a charred skeleton, while Kannagi still grips her hand. Mage, using Kannagi's body, calls out a final goodbye to Eva's dying soul as her ashes are swept away by the wind. The other founders watch this with determination. But Hinoki rises, clearly annoyed by the fact that his soul and body are now completely separate entities. Mage smiles and turns toward Kannagi, asking if what he has just witnessed will help him in his training. As Kannagi takes control of his body again, he is shocked to see that the field is clear, with all of his comrades cheering for him, as if he had won against the monster. Ichika, however, is worried that he didn't use his sword at all, making her teachings seem to have had no impact. Hanada sighs in relief, while Suo praises Kannagi, saying that he burned that powerful enemy with just one attack. However, Akane has a deeper insight. She understands that Kannagi completely analyzed his opponent's skills and rendered them useless. This makes Akane's hands tremble, as she wonders if it's even possible for a human to reach that peak. Despite the uncertainty, she gains confidence, motivating herself that she will do the same. The instructor is now worried about the massive hole in the field, as it was only an examination. But things went south quickly and spectacularly. Even Todoroki is dead, which makes the instructor annoyed, knowing that he now has to conduct another exam like this. As the members are gathering themselves, one notices a strange, bright circle and becomes terrified. The instructor is also shocked, but to everyone's surprise, it's the superintendent. Kannagi, seeing the superintendent, remembers that it's the old lady from his consciousness earlier. The lady's assistant, who is with the superintendent, is also a bit confused about why she's there. However, superintendent suddenly kneels in front of Kannagi, claiming that she has been waiting for his return. She says that she has waited hundreds of years for the founders, and now they are finally in front of her. Suo and the others turn to Ichika for answers, but she simply states that they should have known, though this might be their first time seeing her. According to Ichika, the old lady is one of the founders of the anti-prophecy and holds the highest rank in the Japanese branch. Suo, frustrated, exclaims that they already know that. But what's truly confusing is why she is kneeling before Kannagi. Ichika admits she doesn't know either. Meanwhile, Kannagi is just as bewildered, wondering why the old woman from earlier is bowing before him like that. The founders within him are also deep in thought, trying to recall what's really going on, but they can't seem to find the answer. Suddenly, Kannagi is struck with shock as he senses her overwhelming aura. The old lady stands up and asks if Kannagi remembers her, remarking that she has grown old. To make things clear, she turns around and starts shaking her back, calling out to Hinoki to witness her performing the waist dance. All the founders are confused, but suddenly they realize that the old woman is Io. Hinoki quickly asks Kannagi to switch with him, and as he does, he greets her. This shocks everyone around, and the assistants immediately take an offensive stance, seeing it as disrespectful behavior toward their superintendent. Enraged, they declare their intent to kill Kannagi and redo the examination. However, Io, still dancing with Hinoki, tells them to stand down, assuring them that it's fine. Hinoki playfully rubs Io's head, joking that she has already become a granny. Hearing him speak, Io suddenly remembers that he used to talk the same way in the past when she was with them. After a while, all the members begin repairing the training grounds and gathering themselves. Meanwhile, deep within the anti-prophecy, at a top-secret location known as the Hut of Everlasting Vision, Kannagi is stunned by the sight of its garden. Io explains that, since she cannot reveal her appearance often, a barrier is normally set around the place, so she can live there undisturbed. Kannagi asks if she knows all the founders, to which Io begins to explain her story. She reveals that she was an orphan, having lost her family during the era of the towers. The founders saved her and raised her. Kannagi is shocked to realize that she was just a child during that time. When Io mentions that it was 300 years ago, he is even more stunned, realizing that she is over 300 years old. She then reveals that she has been able to stop time using an artifact that freezes time as long as she remains inside the headquarters. Hearing about the artifact, Kannagi suddenly remembers them. Meanwhile, Hinoki's spirit explains to Valentine that the artifact functions similarly to her preservation skill. Valentine agrees, stating that in her prime, she could have achieved the same feat with her skill. However, she wonders where Io obtained such a powerful artifact. Io explains that within the anti-prophecy, there is a secret division tasked with collecting artifacts, and their existence is kept hidden. However, she reveals that the facility storing these artifacts was recently attacked, resulting in the loss of a large number of them. In response, a special task force, including Midori, was formed to reclaim the stolen artifacts. The detective founder within Kannagi wonders if the attack was carried out by the 10 apostles, which would explain why they are so powerful in the modern era. Kannagi is shocked at how quickly the detective deduced that from such a brief conversation. The detective then reveals that when Eva mentioned her boss as the one who provided her artifacts, he looked into her memory and confirmed it. Another founder explains that instead of recruiting 12 awakeners stronger than Makoto, it would be much easier for the enemy to use artifacts to enhance mediocre awakeners. Hinoki agrees, noting that the 2 enemies they previously encountered were not as strong as Makoto. Hio also agrees, stating that they were unaware of the 12 apostles' existence until they raided the facility. She explains that the apostles now possess the same power as the anti-prophecy's greatest enemy, making them too dangerous to ignore. She adds that they are doing their best to track down their leader, but it seems that Midori will reach them first. This shocks Kannagi. Meanwhile, in Detroit, Michigan, the streets are eerily empty. In an area that looks like a battleground, a turbulent spell suddenly creates a tornado, slamming into the ground with immense force. At the center of it all is Midori, who has just made a shocking discovery. They had assumed the 12 apostles consisted of 12 individuals, but there is also a 13th member. Watching him through an orb, a man lounging on his couch smirks, impressed that Midori has arrived earlier than expected. With a sinister tone, he casually asks whether Midori prefers a cup of coffee or black tea. Without hesitation, Midori chooses him to die, calling him by his true title, Number 0. Midori launches another turbulence beam toward the floating Number 0. The beam is so massive that, far away, another member of the Special Task Force, Nishina, notices it. Mikado, who is also with him, remarks that the city is already abandoned, so they should be fine. But he is puzzled as to why Midori is using such a powerful attack. As they discuss, they suddenly sense a strong attack coming their way. Just in time, they leap off the building, which is instantly sliced in half. The structure completely shatters into pieces. Landing on the ground, they decide to leave Number 0 to Midori, while they focus on handling Kamaragi, one of the 12 apostles. Meanwhile, Midori grows frustrated, unable to pierce the bubble surrounding Number 0, even after using his strongest wind attacks. He wonders if it's the effect of a skill, or perhaps an artifact. Finishing his tea, Number 0 steps out of the bubble himself, mocking Midori and asking if he's done. Without hesitation, Midori instantly casts Wall of Cutting Pearls, launching massive rocks toward Number 0, triggering a devastating explosion. However, to his shock, Number 0 emerges unscathed, casually comparing himself to a whale among fish in front of Midori. Midori quickly realizes that Number 0 has other means of defense, even without the protective bubble. Seeing Midori standing before him, Number 0 begins to taunt him. He claims that under normal circumstances, Midori would be so powerful and terrifying that he wouldn't even consider him an enemy. Yet now Midori is grieving the death of his friend. To Number 0, this makes him a pathetic creature. He goes on to say that from the moment Midori was born, he was nothing more than a monster designed for battle. And yet, despite being made for war, he still failed to protect his precious friends. These words ignite a deep fury within Midori. Enraged, he lunges at Number 0 with overwhelming power, his eyes burning with killing intent, as memories of the past flood his mind. Memories of what happened 23 years ago. At that time, deep in the mountains, Shinonome, a special task force member, stood in shock, staring at a brilliant surge of energy erupting from a massive crater. Yelling in disbelief, he realized that this was all that remained of the Midori family mansion. Superintendent Io is also there, witnessing the remains of the destroyed mansion. At the center of the devastation, something emits a tremendous amount of energy. As she steps closer, she realizes the source. It's a baby, radiating an overwhelming aura. The intensity of the energy makes them believe that the entire disaster was caused by this child's birth. Without hesitation, Superintendent Io rushes toward the baby, enduring multiple cuts on her body due to the sheer energy pressure surrounding it. Despite the pain, she pushes forward, finally reaching the child. She gently picks up the baby, whispering words of comfort, assuring it that everything is fine now. Feeling the warmth of Io's embrace, the baby slowly stops crying. As a result, the violent surge of wind around them dissipates, revealing Io, bruised and bloodied, yet firmly holding the child in her arms. She declares that this child will be raised by the anti-prophecy. Later, the baby is given a name, Midori. 9 years pass, and Midori, now a young boy, is preparing to leave the facility. A teacher named Hinoki Hirado, along with a 12-year-old Ichika, tries to stop him, warning him not to cause any trouble. The man warns Midori that if he goes through with this, the anti-prophecy will hunt him down. Unfazed, Midori agrees, but as the master turns away, he cryptically states that this was the very reason he let Midori live. Ichika, standing nearby, feels the tension in the air but suddenly starts laughing. The master, annoyed, questions why she's doing that. Midori has always been exceptionally strong, breaking every record and considering everyone else weak in comparison. However, one day he meets Makoto, who casually tosses a wooden stick toward him and asks if he wants to be his partner for sword training. Midori is confused, but Makoto simply smiles and holds his sword forward in invitation. At that time, Makoto was the same age as Midori. With that, they began training together, but Midori was unable to defeat Makoto in sword fighting. It annoyed him, but he kept trying, constantly asking Makoto to spar with him one more time. Makoto, wanting Midori to learn his lesson, fights him again, and the result is the same. Midori loses. Frustrated, he yells, demanding to know why he can't win despite trying his hardest. Nishina, who is also present, reveals that Midori is too strong, which might be the reason. Midori doesn't understand what he means, as he is always losing to Makoto. A voice from outside chimes in, saying that it's a compliment for Midori. The voice belongs to Makoto, who at the time was 14 years old. Midori keeps breaking his wooden swords while fighting Makoto, so Makoto explains that even if Midori wins, he will still break his sword in the process. To illustrate the point, Nishina shows him an egg, explaining that when someone exerts their full power, it's difficult not to break the eggshell while holding it during a fight. Midori remains confused, so Makoto picks up the egg and throws it with full force. However, he gets shocked to see that despite hitting the ground, the eggshell doesn't even crack. Picking up the egg, Makoto explains that Midori just needs to balance his offensive aura with the aura that protects the shell, and it's not a skill, but something that comes with time. While he is explaining, Nishina throws all the eggs at the wall, and even after hitting it, none of them break. Midori is amazed, seeing that not a single eggshell shatters. Makoto hands an egg to Midori and explains that if he wants to win against Makoto in swordsmanship, he needs to adjust his aura. Once he does that, even with his overwhelming aura, he won't hurt anyone around him. As Makoto starts to leave, Makoto calls him out but is hit by an egg on the head. Makoto turns and sees it was Midori, who wants him to join him in the training for aura adjustment. Makoto, returning the favor, asks him to apologize to him first. He then kicks the egg crate and uses his power to make them levitate. However, when Midori tries the same, all the eggs explode or shatter around him. However, after trying for a while, Midori manages to create a hole in the wall with the egg, and it doesn't even break the eggshell. They both then start training in swordsmanship, and now that Midori knows how to control his aura, they can spend a whole day sending blows at each other. Seeing this, Nishina and Makoto are also excited and ask him to fight them next. 4 years later, Midori is taken into the special task force, and Makoto leaves for his own ventures. Midori is heading towards a prophecy to support the European branch, as he heard there is a special rank prophecy called the Pandemonium. Midori then asks if Makoto is still looking for a sword master to teach him. Makoto confirms it, reminding Midori of his own words about finding a master by himself. Makoto puts his fist forward, claiming that he wants to stand equally with him. Midori, with a smile, fist bumps him, revealing that he will be waiting for him. After that, Midori does everything for his friends. As long as they are alive, Midori has the determination to keep doing what he's doing for their sake. He just wanted friends. But the 12 apostles took that away from him. Coming back to the present, remembering all that, Midori charges toward number 0 with full-on killing intent while the guy stands there nonchalantly. However, just as he is about to strike, number 0 pulls out a golden egg artifact and breaks it in front of him. It unleashes a berserk life stampede spell, creating a massive sunlight glow between them. Other special task force members also notice it and wonder if Midori did it. As the glow lightens a bit, they see Midori emerge from it, radiating a strange yet powerful aura. Seeing Midori, Makoto asks if he has already defeated number 0. However, Midori doesn't say a word. They call out to him, but to their shock, Midori reveals that he doesn't know them. Nishina instantly realizes something worse has happened and yells at Makoto to back off. But it's already too late, as Midori has his hand on Makoto's forehead. With an evil smile, he uses the turbulence spell, creating a strong whirlwind. After the 3 members of the Special Force Japanese branch go missing, another special task force from the USA branch, including Marquise and Ashton, is sent to investigate the matter. Upon arriving, Ashton touches the ground and realizes that the residual energy in the area is extremely strong, indicating that it was the epicenter of an explosion. Marquis is amazed by the size of the crater Midori created, and understands why he is called the world's strongest man. However, he is confused about why someone as powerful as Midori suddenly disappeared along with his team. Ashton also has no explanation for their disappearance. The news of Midori's disappearance reaches the Japanese branch, causing the situation to descend into chaos. At the Everlasting Vision Hut, the assistant superintendent grows nervous upon hearing the reports and struggles to believe the news. Io, equally worried, asks if there is truly no information about Midori's whereabouts. She questions Midori's assistant, Rin, but even Rin is unaware, as the artifact that connected her to Midori has been destroyed. Io finds the situation deeply unfortunate. As they discuss the matter, Kannagi arrives, now officially a squad captain, wearing the captain's cape. He feels slightly embarrassed about his new role, but the assistant superintendent reveals that his promotion came from the unanimous recommendation of all the other squad captains and the superintendent himself. Kannagi had even fought Ava, leading everyone to believe he is the only one capable of filling the gap left by Makoto. Kneeling down, Kannagi recalls his vow to surpass the founders as soon as possible and to prevent any further deaths. He thanks them for their trust and, with the founders' legacy behind him, confidently declares that he will do his best to meet the expectations of the anti-prophecy. Hearing this, Io becomes excited, claiming that she always believed he was the best-suited candidate for the captaincy. However, she suddenly grows serious and gets straight to the point, asking for his opinion on a pressing matter. A while back, Kannagi, who had been pursuing members of the anti-prophecy to offer them positions in his squad, now finds himself sitting in front of the superintendent, being asked for his opinion. The situation feels like it has escalated quickly. As the superintendent speaks, a door suddenly materializes behind Io, adorned with a tiger drawing. The sudden appearance shocks Kannagi, and as the door opens, Io introduces two members of the special task force, Nishina and Mikado, both in a severely beaten-up state. Io reveals that Nishina and Mikado were part of the same special task force as Midori, and are the only ones who know what truly happened. Mikado begins to explain that while in Detroit, Midori's body was taken over by the leader of the 12 Apostles. This revelation leaves Kannagi utterly stunned. Mikado continues, stating that the ability used to control Midori seems similar to the one Eva had previously employed. He speculates that it is likely caused by an artifact, though the specifics of the artifact are not important at the moment. The critical point, Mikado emphasizes, is that Midori, once a protector of his friends, has now been turned into an enemy of humanity. This horrifying reality shakes Kannagi to his core. Mikado adds that Midori resisted the control as much as he could, buying time for Nishina and Mikado to escape. Before fully succumbing, Midori apologized and made a final request. He asked Kannagi to defeat Number 0 on his behalf. Hearing this, Kannagi is left speechless, overwhelmed by the weight of Midori's words. The assistant superintendent places a hand on Kannagi's shoulder, expressing his high hopes for him. However, he reminds Kannagi that he still hasn't met the minimum requirement of 7 members for his squad. Currently, Kannagi has Honda, Akane, and Suo, but he needs to quickly recruit 3 more members. This, the assistant superintendent states, is Kannagi's immediate task. Hearing the urgent need to recruit more members for his squad, Kannagi rushes out to find suitable candidates. He spots a young boy from the Hibiki squad and immediately begins chasing him, pleading for him to join his team. The boy, however, is visibly nervous and runs around in a panic, shouting that he will never leave the Hibiki squad under any circumstances. Just as the boy thinks he's escaped, he comes face to face with Akane, who is standing calmly in his path, holding a permission letter signed by Hibiki himself. The boy is stunned, unable to believe that his captain Hibiki would allow him to leave. However, after reading the letter, his disbelief turns to shock as he realizes it's genuine. Reluctantly, he agrees to join Kannagi's squad. With this, Kannagi and Akane successfully secure their 4th member. Meanwhile, outside, Hanada is attempting to recruit Akihina for the squad. His approach, however, is anything but conventional. He performs a strange, exaggerated leg-stomping gesture as an invitation, which Akihina finds utterly bizarre. Hanada insists it's an order from the captain and declares that he wants Akihina on their team. Akihina, however, refuses outright, explaining that his goal is to participate in the next captain's exam, as a position has opened up following Todoroki's death. Undeterred by the rejection, Hanada suddenly launches a powerful kick toward Akihina, testing his reflexes. To Hanada's surprise, Akihina effortlessly dodges the attack, showcasing his unique evasion skills. Impressed but not defeated, Hanada presses on. Akihina, now intrigued, proposes a challenge. He agrees to join the squad on one condition. Hanada must land a single touch on him within 60 seconds in the courtyard. If Hanada succeeds, Akihina will gladly join their team. Hanada confirms if he can use any means necessary to achieve this. And upon receiving Akihina's approval, he summons the glowing dragon around himself, determined to win the challenge. Akihina starts the timer on his laptop. Somewhere inside the limestone cave of the anti-prophecy unit, Akihina meets Captain Tsurukai, who appears to be fishing in a 17th dimensional crack called the Underjaw. Tsurukai reveals that sometimes he catches big fish there. Noticing Akihina, he asks if he is applying for the replacement exam for the Todoroki squad. Akihina confirms it but states that he wants to be a captain who doesn't want to die. Tsurukai responds by telling him that his goal is still achievable without even becoming a captain. This shocks Akihina, who asks if the captain thinks he's not suitable. Tsurukai, reeling in a monster shark, claims that he believes Akihina is lacking something. Coming back to the present, Hinata is charging at Akihina, who is trying to avoid any physical contact. Despite getting inches close to him, Hinata isn't able to touch Akihina even once. Hinata is amazed, realizing that Akihina is using some kind of evasive skill to dodge his attacks. Akihina is using Omni-Egos, a skill he has tried to hide from everyone for a long time. His Omni-Egos allows him to teleport to a designated location within a 100-meter range. Although he needs to visit the target location at least once before the skill can be used, once it's set, he can teleport there with fast and high precision. Despite Hinata sending blow after blow, Akihina manages to dodge every single one using his skill. This proves challenging for Hinata, but he takes it as practice, knowing that in the future, he'll have to fight against Midori. While teleporting around and evading blows, Akihina asks Hinata what kind of redeeming quality he sees in Kanagi. Hinata, continuing his attacks, reveals that he doesn't know anything specific. He flies into a kick toward Akihina and admits that he knows about Akihina's ideal squad captain image, to increase his squad survivability by 1%. Hinata finds this admirable, but claims that he wouldn't put his life in the hands of a captain who prioritizes the chance of survival over everything else. This comment annoys Akihina, but Hinata explains that if someone always thinks about themselves, they won't be able to achieve the goals they're meant to. As he says this, Hinata recalls his childhood when he saw his family's bodies lying around, killed by a prophecy. This event instilled in him the determination to shut down all prophecies. With that motive, he finally understood that Kanagi has the capability to do just that, which is why he decided to become his subordinate. Hearing this, Akihina realizes what he's lacking to be a captain: the ability to be relied on by others. As he focuses back on dodging, he knows he's winning the fight and hopes to use this conversation as a reference in the future. With the countdown at 5 seconds, Hinata starts messaging someone on his phone, claiming that someone is just on time. Akihina is confused when suddenly Suo, using his Calendula spell combined with Skyfall, strikes from above, destroying the entire courtyard where they were standing. This completely removes Akihina's ability to teleport, and Hinata seizes the opportunity. He leaps off the building and uses a flash kick to tear off a piece of Akihina's clothing. The clock hits 0, but tearing off the cloth counts as a touch, making Hinata the victor. He lands down while Suo asks if destroying the entire courtyard was worth it. Hinata brushes it off, praising Suo for his help. Meanwhile, in the background, Akihina is furious, but after typing something on his laptop, he calms down and agrees to join Kanagi's squad. Hearing this, Hinata and Suo high-five, while Kanagi and Akane bring in another member, Iryu, who is chained up. Kanagi, noticing the destroyed courtyard, is in shock, but Suo reveals that he's counting on Kanagi to write an apology letter for the damage. Hinata tries to calm everyone down, suggesting that Rin could fix the courtyard. But the main problem is that they still need one more person for their team. Akane doesn't know anyone else and asks if Kanagi has any recommendations. Kanagi points toward the special task force members, Hichiko, Mikado, and Nishina, and reveals that he has already accepted them into his squad. From that day on, they are temporarily Kanagi's subordinates and will fight in his squad. Somewhere else at the Watchtower, the remaining members of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse hold a meeting. Only 5 of them are left, but they are confident because they have the world's most powerful weapon, Midori's body. To them, it seems like they are one step closer to wiping out the anti-prophecy unit. Number 0 reminds everyone of their motto: everything they do is for the sake of the emergence of prophecy in this world. Inside the prophecy research room of the anti-prophecy, the assistant superintendent asks the director if he has obtained what was requested. The director confirms and reveals that the Book of Doom, once possessed by the 12 Apostles, is actually a single book torn apart. Based on the 8 books that Midori brought, they determine that the recent incident is part of the prophecy, specifically one concerning a special rank called Bhagavad Gita. According to him, in order to destroy the world, the 12 Apostles need Midori's power, which alone is sufficient. Meanwhile, over the sea, Midori and Hajime, a member of the 12 Apostles, are flying toward an unknown destination. Out of nowhere, Midori asks Hajime if he has ever read the Gita, to which Hajime denies. Midori explains that it is one of the Hindu scriptures, emphasizing that humans should fulfill their duties with a selfless heart. According to Midori, whoever wrote a prophecy like the one currently unfolding likely harbored a deep hatred for humanity. As they fly over New York's Times Square, a family notices them, and a child excitedly recognizes Midori as the world's strongest awakener. The crowd quickly follows suit, cheering and clamoring for pictures. They also notice Hajime referring to him as a samurai. As the gathering swells with excitement at the sight of their heroes, Midori gives Hajime the order to begin their mission. Without hesitation, Midori starts channeling an energy ball in his hand. while the crowd continues to cheer, unaware of what is about to unfold. As a father captures a picture of his child with Midori in the background, Midori suddenly unleashes the energy ball into the air, engulfing the sky completely. The ball transforms into a massive tornado, and from within it, the real Midori desperately yells at Number Zero to stop. However, it is already too late. Number Zero has already cast the spell Turbulence upon them. At the cafeteria of Anti-Prophecy, Kanagi is busy lecturing when Suo rushes toward him, urgently showing him something on his mobile. It is breaking news. New York is burning like hell due to Midori's attack. The report claims that an awakener has attacked and destroyed the city. Meanwhile, at the Everlasting Hut, the American branch superintendent, Vice, is screaming at Io to do something. Furious that Midori has just erased an entire city, Io tries to calm him down, but the tragedy has taken countless lives in the heart of the world's economy, New York. She reveals that it is not Midori who caused the destruction, but rather the leader of the 12 Apostles, who is controlling his body. She further explains that they have already identified him as Warren Hastings, an Englishman. She speculates that he might be working alongside invaders from another dimension. Vice is shocked by the revelation, while Io discloses that the 12 Apostles are using artifacts that are not under the supervision of Anti-Prophecy. According to her, someone or something is supporting them. Despite hearing her reasoning, Vice argues that the responsibility still falls on Io, as the man who destroyed an entire city came from their special task force. He warns her that the White House is even considering using nuclear weapons against Midori. However, Vice knows that even nuclear weapons won't have any effect on Midori and asks Io what she plans to do. Back at the cafeteria, Kanagi asks Suo if he has completed Lesson 15 along with the others. Suo confirms, but to his shock, Kanagi appoints him as the vice captain of the Kanagi squad. He then orders him to instruct everyone to continue their lessons until they receive deployment orders. He suggests that Irian and Akihina always argue, so they need to focus on teamwork to achieve perfection. Suo wonders what Kanagi himself will be doing in his free time, to which Kanagi reveals that he will be sleeping, and this time, it will be a deep sleep. He orders Suo not to allow anyone to wake him up, and since it is Kanagi's command, Suo accepts the order, placing his trust in him. Back at the Everlasting Hut, Io reveals that she is planning to face Midori and the others head-on with their strongest elite unit squad. At headquarters, Kanagi reaches his room and instantly falls asleep. In his dreams, he takes out his sword and begins practicing with Hinoki, while all the other founders stand ready to teach him. However, to Kanagi's shock, Hinoki instantly slashes him into pieces in a flash. He regenerates immediately, only for Hinoki to cut him apart again. Hinoki reminds Kanagi that it was he who insisted on not holding back in training, so now, he will devour him. Saying this, he charges at Kanagi with full force. Another founder tries to intervene but Wantak and Mage stop him. Other founders argue that while short-term training might require such extreme measures, Kanagi is dying too frequently, and his soul may soon be dispersed. However, they all understand that Midori is the strongest awakener of this era, and the current Kanagi stands no chance against him. It may be a desperate training method, but it is the only path to victory. The founder from earlier warns that there may still be a limit to how much Kanagi can endure. But the alchemist reassures her, stating that there is no need to worry. Kanagi is not a delicate man. Mage, witnessing Kanagi being sliced apart again and again, still believes that he will overcome this. Kanagi apologizes to Hinoki, feeling immense pressure just standing in front of him. It feels as if he has been thrown into a blizzard atop a frozen mountain. Regaining his breath, Kanagi stands against Hinoki once more, only to be slashed in half instantly. However, to his surprise, he manages to cut a single strand of hair from Hinoki's head. Before, he couldn't even reach a single hair, but now he has managed to do so. Despite being killed countless times, Kanagi remains determined to grow stronger. He rises again and again. Meanwhile, in Mumbai, at the gateway of India, Aradib of the Indian branch of Anti-Prophecy's Special Task Force becomes excited upon seeing Midori there. He reminds Midori that without him, the special rank Prophecy Blazing Fire boss would have turned Mumbai into charcoal. With a smile, he asks if, despite them once protecting the city together, Midori is now here to destroy it. Midori dismisses his words as futile, stating that while it is his body, it is being controlled by Number Zero. Mocking Aradid, Number Zero sneers at the idea that Midori could regain control. To toy with him further, he delivers Midori's entrapped thoughts directly from his mind, Midori's voice, apologizing and urging Aradid to run. However, Aradid refuses to flee. This is his hometown, and he is prepared to fight until his last breath. At the Everlasting Hut, Io explains the century-old war between humankind and the beings from another dimension to the superintendent's assistance. During the era of the Founders, it was the tower that first appeared, followed by the crack and the prophecies. Throughout the long history of war, there have always been humans who collaborated with these beings to destroy the world. As she explains, one of the assistants, watching the news of India's fall, becomes alarmed, realizing that the enemy now seems to be heading toward Europe. Io expected this, but remarks that it would have been preferable if they had gone straight to Japan instead. When the assistant asks why, she reveals that since Number 0 only recently took control of Midori's body, he shouldn't be able to fully harness its power yet. Furthermore, he is in a situation where the more he fights, the stronger he becomes. Saying this, she instructs the assistant to summon all the captains. She then turns to Tengen, the male assistant, and informs him that he will also be sent to the battlefield. Tengen responds with a joke about how they only use him for labor during peacetime. However, the real shock comes when Io announces that she will personally join the fight as well. Meanwhile, the Kanagi squad is in the final stages of preparation. They are the only real hope of defeating Midori, but until they are fully ready, Io orders the other squads to delay him. Hibiki and the other squad captains, visibly tense, ask how long the preparation will take. Io reveals that, according to Kanagi, he needs 2 days. She then declares their destination, the Pacific Ocean, where they will attempt to stop Midori. There, the entire Japanese branch of Anti-Prophecy gathers, preparing for battle. As Midori charges toward them, he casts his powerful turbulence spell directly at them. However, it is stopped in its tracks by Io's own defensive spell. Midori, visibly surprised, narrows his eyes, while Io smirks and mocks him not to underestimate them. A while back, as the captains were heading to the ocean to fight Midori, Hisagi and her squad members ran to their captain, pleading to be taken along to face the leader of the 12 apostles. The captain refuses, but Hisagi, tearing up, insists that even if they can't make a significant impact, they can at least serve as shields to protect the captains. The captain, along with the others, turns to face them and asks if they understand why the captains have chosen to participate in such an unreasonable battle. He explains that even though they know they won't return, as the power levels are vastly different, they still hold on to the hope that their subordinates will survive and carry on the fight. The captains place their trust in their subordinates, believing that they will take on the responsibility of protecting the world. Saying this, the captains leave, leaving their subordinates behind. While some break into tears, others steel their resolve, determined to protect the Kanagi squad until their preparation is complete. Even though their eyes are filled with sorrow, they know they must act instead of merely crying. And they must act quickly. The squad captains, along with the superintendents and assistants, teleport to the ocean, where they now stand face to face with Midori. As Io effortlessly blocks Midori's turbulence spell, the other captains watch in amazement at her immense power. Midori too is taken aback by this unknown ability. Number 0, reading through Midori's memories, recognizes Io as the superintendent of Anti-Prophecy, a mother figure to Midori, who has always kept her true strength hidden. Io, standing before him, declares that this is the first time in 100 years she has used her abilities on the battlefield. None of the captains have ever seen her unleash her full power before, but now, before their eyes, she activates her 8-Eta mirror spell. This spell has 2 stages. The first stage allows Io to completely nullify any ability as long as she understands its effects, granting her a 100% defense rate. The nature of this ability is a direct countermeasure, combining perfectly with a mage's advanced analytical skills. Wasting no time, Midori follows up with his blazing turbulence spell, unleashing a barrage of powerful tornadoes toward Io. Seeing them, the captains realize that this is the same skill that burned all of India to the ground. However, to their fortune, Io knows this ability and effortlessly deflects it. The second stage of her skill allows her to copy an ability once she has reflected it in the first stage. As she sends her own tornadoes, they collide with Midori's and completely destroy them. Midori, now focusing on the battle, understands how her skill works, but grows annoyed as he senses someone trying to attack him from the side. One of the captains launches his infinite fist attack, bombarding Midori with a barrage of punches. Each time a punch lands, Midori feels his body growing numb. However, despite delivering countless blows, the captain is shocked to see that Midori remains unfazed. Suddenly the captain grabs Midori in midair and signals the others to attack while he restrains him. Hibiki instantly activates her sound visualization release, Phoenix, while the other captains follow up with their own powerful abilities, striking Midori all at once. However, Midori counters them with his Wall of Cutting Pearls spell, generating a massive blast of tornadoes that crash into all the captains. As the smoke clears, Midori emerges unscathed, mocking Io for bringing weaklings to fight him. But just as he speaks, he senses a powerful aura above him. Looking up, he sees the superintendent's assistant summoning a massive sun-sized energy ball, preparing to unleash it upon him. Midori immediately realizes that this ability grows stronger the longer it is channeled. As he attempts to summon his own energy ball to counter it, The female assistant uses her slave maker spell, shackling his hand. Midori is stunned. He hadn't expected them to have an warp awakener. Now trapped in the shackles, he is unable to cast his spells. Meanwhile, the male assistant finishes channeling and hurls the massive fiery sphere toward the immobilized Midori. Seeing the attack closing in, Midori realizes he can't dodge it. However, if he unleashes his most powerful wind-based attack at the last moment, he might be able to lessen its impact. But just as he processes this plan, he notices another identical fireball coming from the opposite side, created by Io using her mirror spell. Both fireballs collide, erupting in a massive explosion, engulfing Midori in the fiery blast. An aircraft carrier and several military ships are approaching the target rapidly. In disbelief, one of the soldiers handling transport asks them to look at the situation. The white light must be at least a few thousand degrees, and he doubts anyone could survive that, whether they are an enemy or an ally. Pointing at the screen, he says he believes that should be enough to handle the situation. A very stern man with crossed arms observes the situation, and they call him Mr. Richard. With a grim face, he says that this isn't over yet. The light energy that formed in the sea begins to glow with a violet star at its core, and looking closely, a silhouette of a man can be seen in the middle of it. The long-haired blonde man is shocked to see that. No one can believe that someone was able to survive the gigantic explosion that just occurred. Midori puts his hand on his head and asks if they sacrificed their own people to try to kill him with that explosion. He knows he owes them praise for catching him by surprise with all their efforts and for making such an elaborate plan to manage a successful explosive blow against him. But he bets they didn't imagine what was coming next. He grits his teeth, trying to contain all the emotion in his chest. Then he starts yelling, telling them to look at him because he is completely unharmed. Midori opens his arms and says he was just hit by a 1,000-degree fireball, and there isn't even a scratch on him. While the Midori boasts about surviving the situation, a crosshair begins to lock onto him, and at that exact moment, a troop of several planes starts hitting him with multiple direct shots to his body. Missiles are also launched from the aircraft carriers and planes toward him. Some pilots are injured in this operation, and they begin to notice the loss of troops. The sea rocks with all that explosive war happening, more so than in a storm. With the force of a massive wave, the aircraft carrier shakes in the sea and the planes start getting hit too. The boy is in a state of euphoria and starts to laugh while various explosions and deaths happen behind him. Another larger ship begins to approach the battle site. Mr. Richard yells for Marquis to act according to the plan. A golden aura ascends through his body. The ship they are on then gains a protective shield, but it doesn't last long, and soon it starts to take damage and crack. Marcus is dumbfounded by such power. He says he can barely hold on even from this distance. He knows that with the power of this magnitude, this guy would be capable of destroying the entire world if he wanted to. Mr. Richard clenches his fist, getting very nervous, and says no. He insists that this isn't over yet, and they cannot give up under any circumstances. Midori starts to feel an uncomfortable dizziness and puts his hand on his face. In his thoughts, he begins to hear voices saying they knew he would use too much energy at once. Now he is in the company of a white-haired lady who asks if he has finally ran out of energy. She holds an empty vial and calls the boy number 0. In another location, we see a small house with a thatched roof and a few people gathering. Setsuna asks if they have no chance against the guy, but a blonde man with glasses tells her not to ruin their morale. She asks if she always needs to sugarcoat things for him. The boy gets annoyed, but the lady warns that they probably won't be able to defeat him anyway. Setsuna asks Io how she intends to stop him. She says that even without winning the battle, they can still achieve their goals, and to do that they will need to use an artifact they possess. She picks up a vial with a liquid. This artifact is the Sandlass cage, and it is now imprisoning Midori. He observes the bars of that prison and feels that it looks very familiar. Io bets that he recognizes that cage as it's just like the artifact he gave to his henchman. Number 0 memories come rushing back. He really has seen that cage before. It was used by the man who ended up losing his arm in that situation. He didn't imagine there was more than one of that artifact, but he maintained his posture and argued that it did not matter. If he wanted to get rid of that cage, he would need to use a massive amount of aura, and since he had practically drained all his power, that would be impossible. With a dark look, number 0 stares at the old woman, and you can feel the hatred in his eyes. He lets out a small smile and asks if they are just finding a way to buy time. But this confuses him because he says that trapping him for a moment won't change anything. The lady is confident and says he wouldn't say that if he knew what was on her mind. He has no idea what is coming. Io continues saying that if he just waits a few days he will certainly witness something very interesting. Placing a hand on his chin, number 0 asks if she really thinks he doesn't know what they are planning. Number 0 asks if it's something related to a boy named Kanagi Minato. Io's expression changes instantly. She is shocked to hear that question. Pointing to his head, number 0 says he had enough time to fish out some memories from her brain. He asks if the lady knows what Midori Ichihara thinks about him and reveals that he thinks the boy is the one who will end all prophecies. Ayo's eyes go wide, and she thinks that Midori said that about Kanagi, feeling extremely impressed. Number 0 says that the moment he took control of his body, Kanagi became the top of his target list. He clenches his fist and repeats with hatred the phrase he just said about the boy being the end of all prophecies. With an outraged expression, he questions if they should allow this and that Kanagi must be stopped at all costs. Ayo now has a very unfriendly face and curses the blonde man in her thoughts. But he says he still has something else to say, and she is surprised again, accumulating a violet energy inside the cage. Number 0 says that she is the one who doesn't know the half of it. Even now as they talk, Midori Ichihara continues to get stronger. The woman is now in a panic, not knowing what to do. The amount of aura he has used so far is nothing compared to the total power in his body. All they have done so far is melt the very tip of the iceberg. The more Number 0 fights, the stronger Midori's body gets, and the more aura he can command at once. A yellow energy begins to come out of the Ayo's body, the Yada mirror. She feels the force of a blow hitting her straight on without her being able to dodge. Number 0's hand goes through her body, causing a huge wound. The cage in the background explodes into 1,000 pieces. Ayo had no chance to defend herself, and the blow was a direct hit to a vital point. And now that he has dealt with his opponent, Number 0 wonders which way Japan is. While that battle was happening, our protagonist was sleeping and the symbol on his hand began to glow very brightly. The Japanese HQ did everything it could to try and imprison Midori, but their plan ended up failing miserably. Number 0 ended up learning how to release massive amounts of aura using Midori's body. A vortex of violet energy begins to form and can be seen even from Earth's orbit. Leonas's power has grown significantly stronger. Meanwhile, in Japan, Sue and Ichika are training, and he says he could feel a gigantic wave of dark aura approaching. Scratching her head, Ichika thinks the plan has failed. Midori is training, and they decide to return to the headquarters. Akane is also in the middle of a fight but can sense the different energy. Everyone at the academy becomes apprehensive and worried about what is happening. Ichika says they need to prepare to face the enemy. Suo already readies himself to grab his sword. Meanwhile, at the HQ headquarters, inside the monitoring room, Rin is desperate, asking if they are still waiting for the video images from the American fleet. Her assistant is working on the computers and says the American fleet was practically wiped out by the enemy, so she asked to see the satellite images. Rin is extremely apprehensive. She knows she can't use Raven Eyes at sea, and she wonders how Ayo and her team are doing. A group of people appears behind her, and they call for her. She looks back, yelling for Shiki in a cry of concern. The group is badly injured. There are many people, and the Setsuna says they need her recovery techniques urgently. Rin quickly approaches everyone, running as fast as she can. Her expression changes. She panics when she notices one thing, that Commissioner Ayo is extremely injured, unconscious. Shiki has tears in her eyes and says it's a very critical condition. Observing Ayo, it's possible to see that life is unfortunately already draining from her body. In recent memories, Superintendent Ayo asked Shiki to listen carefully. She said that their survival on that mission would depend on the girl. After going over the entire plan again, she said she needed the girl's help to stun the enemy while she and Tengen used the heavenly descent. Shiki gave a respectful bow and said she would give her life to ensure it. But as she was about to complete the sentence, she received a slap on the head which startled her. Ayo got angry and said she was a fool and had misunderstood everything because she needs to stay alive no matter what to bring everyone home safely. She asked if Shiki understood that because it is very important that she survives no matter what happens to her. Not accepting this, the white-haired girl tried to argue, but Ayo made such a frightening face that it would silence even the bravest of stubborn people. With tears in her eyes, Shiki tries to express herself with a trembling voice. She remembers when she was just a child, and Ayo took such good care of her and the others. She said she doesn't want to lose her. The girl recalls the woman's reassuring smile at that moment and that afterward she put her hand on her head trying to calm her down, saying that everything would be okay and she wouldn't let anyone die. Smiling, Ayo said that this was the main point of the mission they were about to execute. But now that calming smile is gone and the lady is on an oxygen mask and extremely injured. The group mobilizes to try to heal her and save her life. Shiki yells for Superintendent Ayo not to leave them. She tries to pressure Rin, who is doing her best to help, but it's a complicated task. Her healing ability isn't working properly because of that artifact that stopped time for her. The woman with glasses and long hair tries everything to help, but says the most she can do is keep her alive for now. However, time only stays stopped for Ayo if she is inside the HQ, so the idea of taking her outside comes up, but she is in a very critical state. But a very loud noise interrupts everyone's conversation. Tengen, Shiki, and the others are surprised. Tengen looks up and realizes they have already arrived. Outside the HQ building, someone with their head covered by a turban can be seen observing everything. He is accompanied by 3 other people besides number 0, who is wearing a frightening smile. Shiki has fire in her eyes and yells that she will end the life of every single one of those bastards. Rin warns her not to do it, but it's already too late and the girl is gone. She appears near all those beings that emerged outside the HQ. With hatred in her eyes, she joins her hands and uses her spatial division ability. Shiki Kitamori's ability instantly connects different parts of space, allowing her to teleport between different places with extreme precision. But in large open areas, this ability becomes very unpredictable and results in damage that can be catastrophic. Space and time begin to distort. The image of everything becomes confusing. Tengen is furious with the girl's recklessness and says that the commissioner lady is still there. Number 0 concentrates on observing the girl who has just arrived at the battle. Then he calls for Hajime, who already prepares his next attack. Holding his sword, he uses the artifact Relic of the Abyss, firmly gripping his sword in its sheath. Drawing his blade, he cuts space and uses the Kulika strike ability, causing a beam of light with his slash. This catches Shiki by surprise and her eyes go wide. A part of the location is shattered like crystal, scattering various shards through the air. The girl's arm is severely injured by this blow. The girl in red lets out a little laugh and says that Hajime is truly relentless, making the villains almost feel sorry for the good guys. But while still holding his sword in a battle stance, Hajime tells them to stay alert. The swordsman looks out of the corner of his eye, suspicious. He realizes the good guys haven't been defeated yet, and he manages to locate Shiki. She is badly injured, but her friends have arrived to help her, and Suo holds her in his arms, asking if she is okay. The white-haired girl doesn't let the injury shake her, and asks about the Kanagi unit. Number 0 notices that more enemies have arrived for him, and he says he is getting really tired of swatting these little flies around him. Special Agent Ichika Hinoki pulls her sword and already prepares to draw it from its sheath. All the enemies watch attentively at what she is preparing, and energy starts to come from the girl's body. She apologizes and says that her captain happens to be a sleepyhead and begins to approach. So until it's time for him to wake up, they will gladly be their opponents. Number 0 makes a disgusted face at Ichihara's statement. Number 0 Vault is looking down on all the movement of the determined good guys, finding it very strange. He can understand why Makoto's younger brother and Special Agent Ichika Hinoki are fighting him. His eyes scan over all his opponents, analyzing them one by one. He stares at Iryu and Sakazaki and wonders why they are willing to fight him. There's nothing recorded about them in Midori's memories, so he believes they aren't a threat, so he questions why they would be risking their lives to this extent to save someone who is so far from their level. Iryu meets his gaze and gives a very suspicious little smile. This causes a peculiar unease in Number 0. He then begins to notice the boy's aura shining strongly. Number 0 gets in front of all his fighting partners and stretches his hand toward the two. He uses his turbulence ability and in the blink of an eye they disappear. Shiki, who is injured on the ground, yells to everyone about what just happened, but the teammates also disappeared along with the disciples. She wonders if this is some kind of teleportation ability and who was responsible for it. Iryu is overjoyed and strikes a pose asking how he is. But suddenly Sakazaki reappears and says he sent them somewhere else. He is holding a first aid kit and says he did this teleportation with his ability. Shiki is surprised by the young man's technique and asks how he managed to do that. Sakazaki and Iryu start arguing because he says he helped too. It was a combo of abilities. Shiki just wants them to explain. Basically, it was a combination of the My Sweet Home and Extended Self abilities. Iryu's ability increases the range of the ability of someone he is touching. Normally, Sakazaki's ability only applies to himself, but with Konami's help, it was possible to teleport everyone who was near him at that moment. Sakazaki may not have the same range as Shiki, but he can teleport any object he chooses. Hajime was teleported near Ichika. He already prepares for the confrontation. Sakazaki managed to teleport everyone so that the fights would be fair. The only ones left were the 3 of them, but the rest of the team prepares for the next fights. The white-haired girl is surprised by this strategy. Sakazaki adds that he made a point of sending Number 0 to a special place just for him. We see Number 0 floating in a mysterious place surrounded by what looks like a red liquid. He is extremely confused and can't tell where he is or even which way is up or down. But something special catches his attention. A group of sea monsters appears in his field of vision. Shape-shifting sharks, octopuses, and even sinister fish are there. They begin to approach Number 0 rapidly, forming an aquatic ambush. A man in a uniform holds his sword and looks at a kind of lake. He believes Number 0 must be in the limestone cavern inside the HQ facilities now, specifically in the 17th rift known as Shimoahido. The rift is a passage to another dimension that grows approximately 4 in every year, and there is no way to stop this growth. Not even Midori figured out a way to stop this prophecy. So they'll see how Number 0 fares while he's trapped there. Meanwhile, on Mount Nadano on Midake, Hajime and Ichika are face to face. The white-haired swordsman looks up and wonders what this place is, questioning if someone teleported him there. Ichika can't hold back her laughter and starts to chuckle. As she approaches the young man, she says that apparently the divide and conquer operation worked. Hajime asks what they did to his boss, and she explains that they sent him to a place he will never be able to leave. While holding the sheath of his sword, the young man says that if that's the case, they should have sent everyone else to that place too. Ichika waves her hand and tells him not to be a fool, as one of them could have an escape artifact and ruin the whole plan. They needed to be sure there was no chance of him returning, since nothing can happen to the commissioner's lady. The boss might even have an artifact, but anyway, she preferred the idea of dealing with as many of his minions as possible. Hajime starts to concentrate energy in his body and asks if the girl thinks she is a match for him. Smiling, the woman says it will be like taking candy from a baby because only their boss is a real threat. The rest would be nothing if they didn't have the artifacts. That remark from Ichika makes the young man extremely irritated. He furrows his brow and with agility he uses his Kurakara strike attack, cutting the space between them with several beams of light. Some beams seem to have hit Ichika's body, but her eyes glow red. Cherry blossoms appear in her gaze, and she uses the Dawn Solitude ability. The woman's eyes shine with a neon light. Dawn Solitude is one of Ichika's natural techniques, which she was born knowing. On the surface, this ability seems quite simple and was considered useless for many years. But there is much more to it than meets the eye. The ability can block all internal and external influences, allowing Ichika to maximize her mind and body potential. She continues her movements, her eyes still glowing like a pink beacon. In short, the ability gives her 100% concentration in any circumstance, no matter where she is or who she is fighting. The girl can summon her full strength to deliver a lethal blow. She approaches her opponent and everything goes dark. Only the pink glow coming from Ichika's eyes can be seen. A single cut is made on Hajime toward his chest, but this single cut is enough to throw him back forcefully, unbalancing and destabilizing the young man. She finishes her attack. Transcendents specialized in martial arts spend countless hours honing their physical skills so they understand better than anyone the value of a perfectly trained body like hers. With a serious and superior look, the girl says he doesn't even compare to Makoto. Meanwhile, back at the HQ's large-scale practice area, a pair of good guys and a pair of villains face each other. With a mocking look, the girl in the red hat, Seta, says it won't make any difference to change to a 2-on-2 battle. The pair of HQ warriors doesn't look frightened or anything like it. Seta turns to Asura and asks what their plan is now. It starts to rain at the location, getting all the warriors there wet. With his eyes closed and a sad expression, the man says he can fight them if she holds them, but a fist is already approaching his face. The punch hits him hard, and Asura flies far away from the force of the blow. Midori asks if he thinks they will just wait while they get trampled. Set watches the white-haired warrior advance on her teammate. While she is distracted, her opponent's long hair grabs her. He starts to recall memories of when he was a child. Makoto gently cutting his hair, and with hatred in his eyes he asks if she is one of the bastards who killed Makoto. Already almost completely wrapped up by the boy's hair, she says she understands now. And with a smile on her face, she asks if he is still mad about that. Red lightning begins to appear in the sky, turning it dark red. The two good warriors have to dodge the lightning bolts that seem to be trying to hit them. With a maniacal look and surrounded by playing cards, Sai starts to laugh while her eyes widen. She uses her Queen of Hearts ability, and her cards start to grow legs and arms. The long-haired man notices that this ability seems to be some kind of telekinesis. She orders her loyal minions to disperse. A gigantic army of cards begins to appear and she asks them to find Kanagi Minato for her, but her opponent is not willing to let her go after Kanagi. He starts to charge energy, and again a Scarlet Thunderbolt tries to hit him, but he manages to dodge quickly. The pair of HQ combatants is reunited side by side again. Asura appears through the mist and smoke and says that his ability allows him to physically manifest emotions. He puts his hand in front of his face and uses the Mask of Thousand Faces ability. With a sinister voice and a frightening aura, he tells them to prepare to die. Now his eyes are black. His face is unrecognizable. That is the face of anger ability. Dozens of lightning bolts begin to fall on the battlefield, causing a deafening noise all around. Meanwhile, in Tokorozawa, Saitama Prefecture, loud noises can be heard. Akane is using her Even Menace ability in a challenging battle. Her partner is fleeing from the unrestrained blows of the man with the bandaged head. With one of his arms much larger than the other, he throws several punches toward the blonde man who tries to defend himself. The villain's punches end up hitting the rocks and mountains around, causing a loud noise and a lot of destruction, and the big-armed man doesn't give up, persistently going after his enemy. But a familiar voice interrupts that distressing chase scene. It's Suo who appears using the Soaring Tongu ability. A smokescreen forms and the enemy starts to try to clear a path through it with his giant hand, and he quickly succeeds in getting rid of that sand whirlwind. There are 3 HQ warriors down below and they observe the enemy. Akane looks worried. She imagined this battle would be difficult, but the enemy manages to be even stronger than she imagined. He stares at them with empty, dreadful eyes. That bandaged man is named Dre, one of the 12 disciples of the Apocalypse. He deduces that since they survived his attack, they must be very strong warriors. But to him, the 3 of them are just a minor annoyance at best, so he prefers to save energy and finish this quickly. Hinata gives a small smile and says he seems pretty confident for someone who's about to lose his life. Suo starts to prepare an attack and says he will teach this idiot a lesson he will never forget. Akane notices that Suo is starting to lose his patience and fears he will act without thinking. Of course, she can understand why. She starts to remember the day of his brother's funeral, and that it was the 12 disciples who were responsible for Captain Makoto's death. Dre observes more carefully and says he noticed the red-haired boy might be related to the weakling Makoto Asuo. With a provocative voice, he asks if he is that boy's younger brother. Suo just widens his eyes, feeling a chill run through his entire body. While showing his disgusting tongue, he asks what it feels like to have a pathetic brother who couldn't defeat a loser like them. That infuriates Suo, who really starts to lose his composure. Without thinking and consumed by mortal hatred, he charges toward the enemy, holding his sword. Dre's gigantic hand begins to transform into a strange flesh-like cannon. He is preparing his La Traviata ability, and from the tip of his anomalous arm, a purple energy ball begins to charge. The 3 good guys are caught by surprise by that move. They all look surprised in the direction of the ability. Meanwhile, at the HQ headquarters, a tense situation is happening. The women are still trying to heal Io with everything they have. They start to be able to feel a pulse. Rin takes the lady's hands and can feel her heart beating. She is relieved, unable to contain her emotions. A tear of relief and happiness starts to run down her face. The other woman yells for the Yushima unit to give an update on their situation. The girls reply that they have almost finished healing the captain's wounds. So, 4 other powerful warriors are ready to join the Kanagi unit. But the young man with the cap and sunglasses asks them to wait a bit. They will need to deal with one little thing first, and several cards appear in the location, looking for Kanagi. Tingyan orders everyone to take their positions and says they need to keep Kanagi safe until he wakes up. So while one team fights to heal Superintendent Io, the other part of the warriors prepares to deal with the cards, but the man with the goatee notices an extremely large amount of energy that has managed to hit an entire area. Sakazaki and Iryu can also feel a tremor that closely resembles an earthquake, but Sakazaki knows this isn't just a mere earth tremor. A gigantic purple vortex appears in one location, messing with the energy of the entire environment. The man in the uniform who was watching Number Zero's prison realizes he has escaped and says that guy is a real monster. Iryu panics and starts yelling, saying that he was trapped in a rift forever. Sakazaki knows they don't have much time and asks the boy to help him send that bastard somewhere even farther away. Iryu seems a little reluctant, but Sakazaki insists because they need to save the captain. But before he can try to convince his friend to help him further, something catches his attention, and he looks up. His eyes are wide, and he can't believe what he is seeing. A beam of blue light is coming from inside the HQ building, and now helping the girls heal Io, Kanagi Minato is there, passing energy to her. With tears in her eyes, still overcome with emotion, Rin watches the boy who just woke up. He is focused, his eyes fixed on Io, determined to heal her, while helping with Io's recovery. Kanagi asks how long he was out, and Rin replies that it was for a few hours. She fixes her gaze on the boy, curious to know how he managed to wake up so quickly. While they are with Io, Number Zero is escaping from his prison, and she asks if he is capable of defeating him. The protagonist looked at the girl and assured her that he would defeat him for her, but first, there was one thing he needed to do, and his hair starts to change color. Now, with white hair, he continues to pass energy to Io. He asks her for forgiveness and says he didn't want to leave her waiting for so long. Believing that Kanagi must be strong enough to do it now, with the woman's help, he uses his sacred medical tome ability. An energy so strong it almost liquefies begins to flow from his body toward the lady. Sacred medical tome is an ability of Warren, the sovereign apothecary. It allows the user to instantly activate the supreme healing ability inside the imaginary medical tome in Warren's mind. The wound that was previously very severe on the woman's chest now begins to close little by little, and finally it closes completely, leaving her intact. The women who were trying to heal Io earlier are impressed with the demonstration of the technique. The girl with glasses is dumbfounded because she realizes the wound didn't just close completely, but it also healed entirely. Even the woman's organs are intact. She really wants to know what the mechanism of that ability is, and it doesn't take long for the woman to slowly begin to regain consciousness. Rin's eyes fill with tears again. She starts to call the lady by her name. Io moves her eyes toward the protagonist, showing she is well and conscious. Her vision is a bit blurry, but she can identify that it is Kanagi who is there, smiling at her. She smiles back, saying that he finally came. With the little strength she has, the lady raises her arm toward him. and suddenly she no longer sees Kanagi, but rather Warren, the woman who healed her. The protagonist holds the lady's hand with both of his hands very gently. Smiling calmly, the boy says she should be more careful. Io says she tried her best but wasn't much help and apologizes, but he says that on the contrary she was spectacular. Warren asks her to rest now that her wounds are healed, and as soon as she wakes up later, they can all have a meal together like in the old days. Then the memories of the two of them when they were very young surface, having fun and eating together. That memory makes Io emotional and her eyes well up. She agrees with her old friend's plan. Warren observes the situation from a screen and addresses the other souls who are there. So everyone is ready to continue the protagonist's actions. Meanwhile, a shower of cards with legs and arms begins inside the HQ building. One of the young men there grabs his sword and uses the metal reinforcement and thousandth blow abilities. With this, he uses his body's momentum to use the sword like a baseball bat, knocking the cards away as well as cutting them. Some little cards are chopped into several pieces, being defeated. The blonde woman uses her martial arts skills and the lethal chain blast ability. The two join forces to defeat those minions. The girl is giving it her all but only managed to knock out one card. This is very similar to when they fought Eva. Each of these minions is as strong as En Shikami. In fact, they are much more powerful than that. She fixes her eyes in a direction behind her, trying to protect herself. A 3 of clubs card lands a direct kick to the girl's face, sending her flying from the force of the blow. But with perseverance, she manages to regain her balance and hold on. Determined, she thinks that she refuses to give up without a fight. A flood of cards approaches her, but the woman does not intend to be defeated. She remembers Captain Makabe with a smile on his face, saying he is counting on her to save the world. Since he is counting on her, that is why she will battle until the end of her days. Then, while she is trying to attack the cards with her martial arts ability, she feels she is not alone. It's Captain Makabe who is helping her using his stone punch ability and decimating some little cards over there. Not believing what her eyes are seeing, the girl starts to shout the captain's name to make sure it's really him there. He looks at her with a smile on his face and apologizes for coming back, since a true warrior should die in battle. Suddenly, someone using the golden bat ability manages to defeat a bunch of cards all at once. The boy in the cap looks at this somewhat confused. It's Captain Yorizuya who is holding his pose and all pompous, defeating several cards while moving with his bat. With a serious expression, he asks everyone to listen to him. He needs to finish off all these cursed little cards and asks them to help him finish every last one. The two young people are much more energized, and their morale is much higher with the presence of their captains there. But before starting to move, Captain Makabe asks them to wait a bit. He can see Kanagi up high near the armored batter. The protagonist is holding his sword in the middle of several cards, and Makabe thinks he is about to do something. Then the boy changes his stance and holds the sword as the cards notice his presence and begin to approach. Concentrated, he charges the energy in his body, letting it flow to his arms like a drop of water falling into a river. It is the Hinoki style, the sword technique. And finally, he unleashes the Shadow Vortex ability with all his strength, quickly cutting down all the cards there one by one. Spinning his sword, he forms a true vortex with his blade, which covers the sky and leaves the boys down below impressed. A shower of paper begins to fall. All the little pieces of the cards he chopped up are now inanimate as they should be. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, several red lightning bolts are still falling all over the place. C suddenly gets startled by something, her eyes widening. Asura asks his partner what is happening there. She can't believe her eyes because there were over 500 cards in total, and yet they were eliminated in the blink of an eye. With pure hatred in his eyes, the white-haired man asks if this is the work of Kanagi Minato, their main target, and now he promises he will kill him. Then his gaze turns to the opponents on that battlefield. The two are dodging the lightning bolts, and he says he has better things to do than fight with these little worms. He yells at them to stop resisting and just die already. Midori lets out a long sigh and prepares to act. Changing his stance, the man begins to charge his next attack. He holds one arm with the other and points at the two enemies right in front of him. And as his arm begins to emanate energy, he says they are the only ones there who are about to die. The veins on Ashura's face begin to pop, such as his rage. While staring at him, he asks what Midori thinks he is doing. But before he can do anything, a mark on his arm appears and begins to glow. It is the powerful ability of the man in sunglasses, the holy seal of exorcism, unleashing a ton of projectiles at Asura and Seth. The two are worried about the attack coming toward them, but at the same time they take solace in the fact that the attack is pretty slow. This gives them time to dodge, and Asura wastes no time calling Mikado a fool for launching sloppy projectiles at them. But he hasn't finished saying this when he realizes that the projectiles are aimed at the divine seal on his body. He realizes too late that Mikado put the seal on him the first time he hits him, and the projectiles are now basically tracking the marked target. Nonetheless, Asura is not worried since the projectiles are slow, but he hasn't finished this thought when Mikado appears behind him and punches him so hard that he is sent flying into the distance with a scream of pain following him. He angrily unleashes an energy blast to push Mikado back when it finally dawns on him that the projectiles are a trap to create a gap in his defense, so Mikado can get the chance to punch him to death. Mikado figures out that Asura has a lot going on in his head, and he lets him know that whatever he is thinking is wrong. Suddenly, other seals appear on his body and Mikado tells him to turn around to check behind him. Asura does this, and he is shocked to see a bunch of projectiles coming his way fast. He manages to leap out of the way in time, but this only leaves him open for Mikado to land another hit on him. The dude is sent flying into the distance while the projectiles are still locked on him. Mikado mocks him, telling him that he should have realized the bitter truth at this point, and this is the fact that every attack allows him to put an engraved seal on him. In turn, every engraved seal increases the speed of the projectiles by double, and just as Mikado is explaining this with his mouth, Asura is feeling the effect. He tries his best to run, but before he knows it, the projectiles end up catching up to him. The projectiles hit him so hard that he screams in pain, and he also realizes that each of the projectiles carries just as much damage as Mikado's melee strike. In the end, Asura gets overwhelmed by the projectiles, and they totally crush him, leaving a bright, explosive light. When everything finally calms down, Asura is seen crawling on the ground, and Mikado walks up to him, asking him if he is finally done throwing tantrums. Seeing just how dangerous Mikado is, Asura figures out that he is going to be in more trouble if he touches him, and he frantically unleashes a corrosive skill, the Face of Fear, to release deadly gases to surround himself. On the other hand, Seth is already in Q's grasp and he is screaming at him to let him go because he is not ready to die like a rotten dog. However, Q tells the dude to keep his mouth shut while tightening the grip he has on him. Before he knows it, he gets totally encompassed in Q's hair, and his mana also slowly dissipates as if Q is swallowing it with a straw. With his mana unreachable, his cards also start falling apart, and in no time, Q totally has Seth under his thumb. On the other hand, Mikado is still explaining how his skills work to Asura. He lets him know that the projectiles are slow at the beginning, and it has a speed of 5.56 meters per second at that time. This is basically about the speed of an average bowling ball, but the homing projectiles have the same firepower as one of his full-power close-range strikes. In addition to this, these projectiles increase the number of seals, and Mikado shows him an example of this by unleashing the seals on his body. Mikado reminds him that he took a total of 20 hits in close-range strike and long-range strike projectiles, which have resulted in about 5,800 kilometers per second. Mikado taunts the already weak Asura, urging him to try to dodge the projectiles, and all Asura can do in that moment is scream in pain as the attacks descend upon him. With a powerful force, Asura is punched so hard into the ground, thus ridding the air of his corrosive materials. After defeating Asura, Mikado takes a moment to remember when he was training with Sua's brother, and the dude tells him that his skill is amazing because it is more or less a cheat code. Asuo tells Mikado that the moment he is hit, it is all over for him. However, Mikado argues that it is hard to use because the stronger the opponent, the harder it is for him to land a strike. In addition to this, it takes more than 10 seconds for the first seal to appear, which is really slow. Midori teases Mikado, asking him if such an enemy exists when he is practically dodging all of Mikado's strikes, proving the dude's logic right. Mikado talks about how weak his technique is, and Midori teases him, telling him to just get more muscle, but Mikado knows Midori doesn't know how it feels since he is a freaking genius. At that point, Mikado yells his determination at Midori, telling him to wait until he becomes part of the task force. Midori, being Midori, teases Mikado, telling him that he can't wait till then, and he even suggests that they all have a fight together once everyone has gotten stronger. Now in the present, Mikado believes he finally has what it takes to hit Midori, even if it is just once. Mikado then walks up to Q, and Q admits that Mikado helped him shut down the thunder, but he lets him know that he is also done with his opponent. Lying beside him is the mana-dried-up body of Seth. Mikado then tells Q that it is time for them to go help Suo and the rest because it is hard enough to face an enemy at that level, even with 3 people. Q agrees with him, but lets him know that Akane said something strange. Meanwhile, Dre is still battling it out against Suo's squad, and it appears that Akane has something she is cooking, even though it is quite slow. It turns out that she has plans to destroy Dre's annoying cannon. Dre, on the other hand, is having fun with his cannon as he fires a massive attack on the squad. The attack is so fast and powerful that even Suo says it is hard to predict where the attack is going to hit. When the attack finally hits, Suo gets caught in it, and his colleague screams out his name to check if he is still alive. The attack clears off, and Suo assures his friends that he is fine because he was able to deflect the hit. However, Suo is worried that they don't have the capacity to continue blocking Dre's attack, which means Akane has to sort herself out really quickly. Dre notices that the squad is struggling, and he starts making fun of them, asking them just how much more they think they can take. Dre lets them know that he is going to show them what it feels like to be hopeless. It turns out that Dre has one more weapon in his arsenal, which his boss told him to keep as a last resort. But he believes it is finally time for him to unleash this weapon. Dre then whips out an ugly artifact with an ugly eyeball that several other eyeballs too. Dre assures them that this artifact is going to end them, and even the squad is terrified by the mere sight of the artifact since they have no idea what it is. Instead of explaining what it does, Dre decides to show them instead, and a ton of blasts emerge from the artifact. Dre lets them know that the artifact releases satellites, and they produce the same skill as the owner of the artifact. Suo and his squad look into the sky to realize that the satellite has the entire area covered, and Dre explains to them that his next attack will come from all of the satellites as well. Just then, Dre releases a massive firepower from the cannons and he assures them that everything in the airspace is going to get fried by his cannon. As the attack descends on them, Suo realizes the bitter truth that he can't dodge all of the attacks. The yellow-headed guy also knows this and he screams out Akane's name and Akane comes in for the rescue, while telling them that she can finally see it. However, Dre lets her know that he can also see through her. In the end, all of Dre's attacks come together to form one giant ball of fire, and it lands on their location, ultimately frying whatever resides there. Dre confidently declares the squad is dead, and he boasts about how his boss gave him the coolest power. Dre remembers when his boss approached him to give him the artifact to replace his severed arm. The artifact merges with his arm and ultimately fuses with his body to imbue him with power, while destroying his body and making him ugly, which is why his sorry ass is forced to wrap his body like a mummy. Dre is raking in the joy of victory when he notices a green light in the distance where Suo and his squad are supposed to be lying dead. When the dust clears off, he gets to see Akane reflecting green light from her hand, and everyone on the squad is safe. Dre is pissed that he didn't get to kill them once, and he angrily unleashes a massive wave of cannon fire, but Akane nullifies this with her green skill. Dre is left in shock that his fire cannon didn't work, and Akane decides to explain the new reality of things to him. She lets him know that the skill she is currently using, which is known as Mafalazael, is a skill that allows her to change the nature of a skill that she has managed to analyze. Akane lets Dre know that she just changed the property of his attack into a healing skill. Suo and the Yellowhead confirm this because all of their injuries are fully healed. Akane tells them that she used the excess residue to strengthen them, which means their physical abilities would be enhanced for about a minute. Dre hears this and panics because Akane just rendered him ultimately useless. Akane smiles at him, telling him that he can't understand, but it is pretty obvious that it is over for him. Dre is wise enough to know that he is done for, and he tries doing the best thing he can do, which is to run away. But Yellowhead is not just going to let this happen. Before he can even make his move, he attacks him, delivering repetitive attacks to punish him. Dre gets hit all over his body at the same time without being able to reply to the attack, and by the time the Yellowhead is done, Dre is already bleeding all over. The Yellowhead admits that his body is lighter than it was, but since he is done playing around with Dre, he leaves the rest to Suo. Using Hinoki's one-handed sword style, the diced slash in combination with Autumn Thistle, Suo brings out a powerful matter annihilation skill. This unleashes a large area of lasers that sinks into Dre's body and ultimately turns him to dust. Suo mocks Dre for calling his brother trash, while telling him that he would have to face his dead brother again in the afterlife if there is nothing left of him to go to the afterlife, that is. With this, Dre is defeated by Suo, Akane, and the Yellowhead, Hinata. After everything settles down, Akane is hit with a blowback of what she just did and she collapses to the ground. Suo and Hinata rush over, and while she is unconscious, all she can think of is her desire to apologize to Midori. 7 years earlier was when Midori and Akane first met. Akane's house was on fire back then, and when Midori finally showed up, she scrutinized him for not coming early. Apparently there is a special rank prophecy, the Bud of Nightmare. On the other hand, Akane's father is connected with the anti-prophecy, but he accidentally stumbled upon the cursed painting, and when the painting was activated, it turned the whole world into another dimension that converges around his mansion, which resulted in a freaking nightmare. Midori rushed over to the scene and entered the painting to prevent the prophecy from beginning, but both Akane's parents, guests, servants, and everyone were killed, leaving Akane as the sole survivor. Akane criticized Midori for being the world's strongest awakener but failing to stop the prophecy that ruined her family from being fulfilled. With tears and frustration, she screams out, asking Midori why he had to come late, and Ren, who was with Midori back then, wanted to speak, but Midori stops her from saying anything. They just stood here, taking in every insult and blame Akane could project towards them. It was later that Akane found out that on that very day, Midori was on the other side of the world, dealing with a prophecy. He had saved hundreds of thousands of people, but Akane had no idea, and she ended up saying hurtful things to him. To make it worse, he was only 16 years old back then, and he already had a huge responsibility on his shoulders. Later on, Akane asks Midori during training if he doesn't hate the fact that he can't enjoy his personal time because he is always out there stopping prophecies from happening. Deep down, Akane is also surprised that Midori is willing to save people who are selfish like her. Midori replies that he is with his friends, and the special task force always goes into missions alone, so it is not like they always fight together in the same place, but their hearts are always united. Midori tells Akane that with this, he is not always alone, because he has everyone with him, and they are basically his support, which is why he has everyone on the team as his wallpaper. Back then, Midori tells Akane that he is going to understand the meaning of what he is saying in the future. When Akane finally regains consciousness, she asks Suo and Hinata how long she was out, and they let him know that it wasn't even up to a minute. Akane then gets on her knees, and with a sincere heart and pain, she tells her comrades that she really wants to apologize to Midori. She hasn't finished saying her words when Suo lets her know that he would also like to say his gratitude towards Midori because he was an irreplaceable friend to his brother, Suu Makoto. Hinata also mentions that he would like to surpass Midori one day, which is why they all cannot allow Midori to die. Since they are all in agreement that they can't allow Midori to die, Akane tells them that it is time for them to go and save Midori. At the same time, Kanagi arrives at the limestone cave and Captain Surasaki is shocked to see him. Surasaki asks him if his training is complete as they planned, but Kanagi urges the captain to leave the area. Kanagi lets the man know that Number Zero is planning to destroy the anti-prophecy with the highest firepower of turbulence, and before stepping into the rift, Kanagi tells Number Zero not to try to run away. With no sense of fear in him, Kanagi steps into the rift, shocking the captain, who watches in shock. Number Zero welcomes Kanagi into the rift, telling him that he is surprised that he actually shows up. Number Zero asks Kanagi if he is there to defeat him, but Kanagi corrects him, telling him that he is there to save Midori. Number Zero is shocked to hear this, since he remembers Io telling him to stay in the cage for 2 days because she would have had something interesting for him by that time. Midori wonders why Kanagi is already out when his preparation to defeat him should have taken at least 2 days. With this, Midori believes that Kanagi is still not ready to fight against him, and he is still trash-talking Kanagi when Kanagi dashes at him with a combination of skills. Kanagi lands a kick on his body, but he soon realizes that his attack didn't actually hit because Number Zero was able to stop his momentum with his defense. Number Zero makes fun of Kanagi, but commends him for being pretty fast. However, he lets him know that he is going to finish him. Number Zero then starts to take in a bulk load of power so he can unleash a massive turbulence. Kanagi figures out that Number Zero is trying to escape from the rift by using all of his accumulated aura to create turbulence. This is a skill that kills everything it comes in contact with, and in order to counter this, Kanagi unleashes his own turbulence. Meanwhile, the other founders are trying to get their comrade, the founder of Wind, Skirnir, to get active in the fight. While he is busy enjoying himself in the calm state of mind, Rowan, the founder of Dragon's Claw, bites him to get him off his lazy arse. This is when it finally dawns on Skirnir that he is going to be in trouble if Kanagi dies, which is why he has already taught him his divine wind. Back on the battlefield, Number Zero is left in confusion when he sees Kanagi using turbulence. In the vast space of his large turbulence, Kanagi remains safe in a pocket of turbulence he created himself. Kanagi lets him know that all he needs to secure is a small safe space around him, but Number Zero angrily increases the tempo of his attack. However, to his surprise, his attack gets cancelled out by Kanagi's skill. Ryan then tells his colleagues that Kanagi fighting Number Zero in long distance is disadvantageous, and she suggests that they get close to Number Zero with Mel's skill so that they can end the fight as fast as possible. He lets them know that this is possible for Kanagi because of his skill combinations. Before Number Zero knows what is happening, Kanagi has closed him down, and he tries to create another distance between them. Kanagi then unleashes Hinoki's one sword-style wave, combined with Thunderbolt from Hadad, to create Violet Thunder. This flies straight for Number Zero, hitting him so hard that he is pushed out of his turbulence. With Number Zero on the defense, Kanagi unleashes the Spear of Annihilation, which he combines with the deadly bow to create a deadly skill, the Moonring Annihilation. With nowhere to run, Number Zero gets hit with multiple skills all at once. This leaves Number Zero wondering what type of person Kanagi is because he is basically fighting with different attributes, without even using any artifacts. It finally dawns on Number Zero why they call Kanagi the one who ends all the prophecies. Nonetheless, Number Zero remains unharmed even with everything Kanagi has thrown at him. He mocks Kanagi, asking him if he thinks he can injure him with his trash attacks. At this point, Kanagi is already sweating from exhaustion, and he hasn't even been able to damage Number Zero. Even Ryan becomes worried because he wasn't expecting Midori's growth to be this crazy. Number Zero starts to make fun of Kanagi, telling him that he is going to lose because he didn't have enough time to prepare. Number Zero is about to attack when Kanagi says something shocking. He mentions that Io is still alive. And the moment Midori's body hears this, he automatically tries to resist Number Zero's influence over him, stopping him from firing off his attack. Kannagi lets Midori know that basically everyone is alive, and he calls out their names for Midori to hear, so he knows that they are waiting for him. Kannagi also screams out, telling Midori that he hasn't even paid back his debt for all the favors he did for him. With Kannagi's declaration, Rion immediately calls Pantajali forward, telling her to carry out their plan. Pantajali then places her hand on Kannagi's back to activate a skill, Full Release, ultimately pushing all of his skill points into overdrive, leaving Kannagi brimming with an overwhelming energy. Number 0 is shocked when he sees this, and Kannagi lets him know that he is about to give the fight everything he has. Even though Kannagi appears to have gotten a power-up, Ryan doesn't look pleased, and the reason for this is revealed. While Kannagi was training with Hinoki, the founders were busy discussing with Ryan about the upcoming battle against Number 0. In the end, they came to the conclusion that, with Kannagi's current strength, it is going to take them at least 1 week to train him properly, and anything asides that puts them at a low chance of winning the battle. The rest of the founders are shocked when they hear this, and Ryan lets them know that Midori is still growing and at an alarming speed for that. He mentions that, based on the footage that they have while Kannagi and Hinoki were fighting against Midori and the testimony of the Special Task Force about his childhood, including the scale of the destruction he caused in Detroit, they have been able to come to the conclusion that Midori will eventually reach the same level as the founders. Ryan mentions that even with Kannagi's growth speed, he still won't be able to reach the same level in a short period of time. The founders are shocked to hear this, leaving them to ask him what they are supposed to do about it. Rian then mentions that they have a method, but it is quite a heavy price. Pantajali, the founder of Support Buffs, says in the event that Kannagi wasn't able to contend with Midori's strength, she will have to open all of his chakra flow. She says the chakra points are the energy of humans' lives, and they can increase Kannagi's output power tremendously in a short space of time. However, his body and soul will suffer overwhelming damage as a result of this. Pantajali says in the worst-case scenario, the damage caused by this method might be irreversible. The founders are hesitant when they hear this, but Kannagi hears them even though he is busy training with Hinoki, and he urges them to carry out the method if needed. Hinoki is blown away that Kannagi is able to listen to the other founders while keeping his focus on him too, and this is a sign that he is growing stronger. Kannagi lets them know that he is indebted to Midori, which is why he has to save his life no matter what. Since this is what Kannagi wanted, they had no choice but to follow his wish. With Kannagi's body overflowing with power, he is able to reach Number 0 before he knows it, and he punches him in the face, sending him flying into the distance. Number 0 cannot believe his eyes when he realizes that he actually received damage, which means Kannagi actually penetrated his defense. Before he knows it, Kannagi is already dashing towards him again, and Number 0 unleashes a big wave of turbulence, but Kannagi cancels it out. However, Number 0 screams at Kannagi, telling him not to underestimate him, and he starts trading power blows with Kannagi. Moments later, Kannagi places his finger on Number 0's chest, and he fires off a powerful skill, Tranquility, that shoots through his body. Number 0 is shocked when he tries to make his own move, but realizes that he is totally incapacitated from Kannagi's last attack. Kannagi then follows through with Hinoki's skill, the wave-cutting blade, and other attack techniques from Hinoki. Kannagi combines all of these to cut Number 0 really hard. Midori's body is riddled with painful slashes, and Number 0 screams out in pain, while the founders watch in satisfaction and shock. Ryan is blown away because it appears that Kannagi's potential is even higher than he expected it to be. Kannagi then concludes that it is time to finish the fight, and he uses a powerful skill, Splitting Clouds, to completely overwhelm Number 0. Number 0 soon realizes that he is dying, and he figures out that he has to make a wind wall at maximum power, but he is in the process of this when Kannagi shows up in Super Saiyan mode, telling him that he is not done yet. Number 0 watches in horror as Kannagi releases another wave of powerful attacks to really render him powerless. In the end, Kannagi touches Number 0's chest to fire off a skill, burning light into his body. This leaves a cloud of bright light that ravages through the enemy's body, causing him so much pain that he screams out in agony. Just when Kannagi rushes in to finish the fight, Number 0 whips out an artifact, an elixir, which is an item that grants a continuous and instantaneous recovery for 3 minutes. Number 0 smiles as he stares at Kannagi, and he increases his turbulence power to the max output, giving him the chance to burst out of the rift. He leaps into the sky, laughing out evilly, while saying he has finally gotten it done. Number 0 tells Kannagi that with the current artifact he won't be able to kill him. Kannagi tells him that he doesn't care because all he has to do is just fight him until the effect wears off. Suddenly Kannagi gets hit with the blowback of the skill he just used, and blood starts coming out of every hole in his body. Kannagi falls to the ground in pain, while Number 0 mocks him, saying he already knew that the strength he was using was burning away his life force. Number 0 believes that Kannagi won't have what it takes to hold out for long. Number 0 then tells Kannagi that it is time for him to die, and he fires off a powerful blast at him, but Akane shows up just in time to block the attack with her spell. In a flashback scene, Kanagi had called Akane to discuss something with him. He showed her turbulence, shocking Akane, who asked him how he is able to use Midori's skill. Kanagi smiles and tells Akane that he is going to explain everything once the battle is over. Kanagi asks her if it is true that she has completed her lesson 15, and she says yes. However, she lets him know that it will take her time to analyze it, and it soon dawns on Akane that the reason Kanagi called her was to analyze the turbulence with her skill. Kanagi tells Akane that he would like her to protect everyone once the battle with Number Zero starts, and this is exactly what Akane does. Number Zero is shocked when his attack gets cancelled out, and Kanagi even recovers from his injuries. Number Zero screams out in frustration, saying he just used the maximum output skill of the world's strongest, which means he should win. He angrily unleashes another wave of turbulence, but this ultimately turns into a healing pool for those who get hit by it. At this point, the whole squad is already present at the scene, and with a smile on Akane's face, she tells Kanagi that she has protected everyone, which means what is left is for him to give them his orders, as their captain. Kanagi is blown away by Akane's incredible skill, and he motivates the team, telling them that it is time for them to rescue Midori from Number Zero's grasp. Before Number Zero knows what is happening, he gets overwhelmed by the good guys, as they deliver several levels of attacks to his body. Suo believes that they can do it even though Number Zero keeps getting healed right after receiving damage. However, with the buff they received from Akane, defeating Number Zero is possible. Number Zero cannot simply contend with all the superpowered attacks coming at him at the same time. Hanada makes good use of the moment to punch Number Zero as much as he wants, while Suo and Kanagi prepare their purgatory sword against Number Zero. When Number Zero sees what they are cooking for him, he freaks out and he frantically creates a wall to try to block out the attack. However, his plan is ruined by the white-head girl who hits him with her void skill. Number Zero freaks out when he realizes that a warp user has just joined the fight, and he is busy thinking of what to do when Mikado appears from underneath him and lands an uppercut that sends him somersaulting in the air. Mikado then screams at Midori, telling him to wake up and take back his body. Number Zero angrily hits Mikado with a cloud attack, but before he can even rest from this, Q grabs him using hair skill, the forbidden scarlet hair. With Number Zero restrained by Q's hair, the anti-demon divine seal appears all over his body, and in no time he is simultaneously attacked by Mikado's skill while telling Midori to wake up. Q notices Ichika standing in the distance, totally unbothered by the fight, and he asks her if she is not joining. Ichika replies that she doesn't need to join because she doesn't have anything to say to Midori. Ichika says what is left is to leave Midori to the younger ones, and at this point Number Zero has been badly beaten, and his life force is barely holding on. Number Zero panics because it finally dawns on him that he is no longer healing, which means the effect of the artifact has ended, and he has to find a way to protect himself with the power of the wind. However, Kanagi tells Suo that it is time to end the fight, and together they tap into Hinoki's one sword style to unleash the spirit cut. In perfect sync, the two land a soul-cutting slash on Number Zero, cutting his soul into parts. Number Zero screams in pain and frustration with the clear realization that he is about to be defeated. The spirit-cutting skill leaves a large blue light that covers the entire area, ultimately expelling Number Zero from Midori's body, finally freeing the strongest from Number Zero's grasp. The spirit cut ability allows it to cut intangible things like a soul by using the sharpest sword energy. Apparently, it is possible for a swordsman to use this skill once they reach a certain level of swordsmanship without even using a real sword. Number Zero is left in shock as he cannot believe that his soul just got cut, and he screams out as he is expelled from Midori's body. Akane rushes toward Midori as he descends to the ground, while Suo cannot believe that they were able to pull it off. Suo is still trying to pull himself together when he senses his brother's spirit patting him from behind for a job well done. Suo frantically turns around, but he sees no one behind him. He knows he sensed his brother, and he looks into the sky as he mentions his brother. Midori, on the other hand, appears to be back to his real self, as he tells his friends that he can no longer sense Number Zero inside him. Without holding back, Akane lunges at Midori to hug him. Kanagi also walks up to Midori with a smile on his face, and he stretches his hand toward him for a shake. Midori prepares to take Kanagi's hand, and just as he is about to thank him for saving his life, Number Zero's life force dashes out of Midori's fingers and escapes into Kanagi's body. Midori screams out in horror when he realizes what just happened, and a bright light emerges, almost blinding them. Midori easily figures out that Number Zero is trying to hijack Kanagi's body, and he actually successfully does it. When everything calms down, Kanagi says he was aware that Number Zero had two artifacts that allow him to hijack someone's body. He already expected Number Zero to hijack his body once he was cornered. Kanagi says Ryan and Azure already predicted this, and while Kanagi is calmly speaking, Akane and Midori are freaking out. Midori tells Kanagi that number 0 has entered his body and Kanagi confirms this, but he lets them know that number 0 made a mistake by choosing his body out of all the places that he can escape to. Meanwhile, number 0 is rejoicing because he has finally made it into Kanagi's body, which means he actually doesn't need Midori again because he now has the body of the one who will end all prophecies. He is busy celebrating that Kanagi's body is his without realizing that the founders are all watching him in anger. By the time he realizes it, it is already too late for him, and Kanagi tells his friends that his body is the most dangerous place number 0 could have escaped to. While he was talking, number 0, also known as Warren Hastings, was getting trashed by the founders, ultimately finding himself in a cycle of pain, and in the end, his soul vanished. With a bright smile, Kanagi tells his comrades that it is all over and it is time for them to head back home. Meanwhile, Ichika runs into Hajime, who appears to be still alive. Ichika lets him know that his boss is dead, and Hajime refutes this, saying he wasn't even loyal to the dude in the first place. Hajime asks Ichika why she let him live, and Ichika replies that the dude still has room for improvement. Hajime is left dumbfounded when Ichika cuts down his chains while taking down the tree behind him with it, urging him to get his wounds treated. With an evil expression, Ichika lets him know that she is going to train him so hard that he will beg for death. And thanks to Ichika's authority, Hajime's life is spared, so he can become Ichika's apprentice. On the other hand, Midori lets out a big smile when he sees Mikado and Q. Mikado dashes toward him, aiming to punch him. But he doesn't even move, and Mikado stops just before his punch reaches him, telling him that he is glad that he is back. Mikado doesn't waste the opportunity to treat Midori how he wants, as he easily lifts him off the ground with one hand. In the end, Midori was dragged into a search mission left by number 0 in England. In the HQ, Io finally wakes up to the news that Midori is back, and she learns that it is all thanks to the Kanagi squad. With tears running down her face, Io's granddaughter, Shiki, tells her grandma that she is glad she is finally back. Io thanks them for the help, while telling them that it would be nice if she could make tea for Midori. At the same time, 2 agents are watching the whole scene from a distance, and they are relieved that everything is over, even though there were loads of casualties. The senior agent tells his junior Yushima that they still have to decide on what they are going to do about Midori. However, he figures out that they are just going to allow the group to enjoy themselves. The group is seen talking about the whole mission and admitting that they never expected Midori to be that strong. Hanada, on the other hand, yells at Midori, asking him what he must do to get stronger, while Akane is the only one shielding Midori from their gawking eyes. She urges them to limit their questions to 10 seconds per person because Midori is still injured. While they are all celebrating, Kanagi is standing behind with a smile on his face, but he suddenly loses consciousness, and he passes out, immediately drawing the attention of the others to him. They rush over to where Kanagi is in panic, and in a shocking turn of events, his crest of nothingness changes from the usual bright blue into black, which is a sign that it is no longer active. With this, Kanagi enters into a deep coma from which he won't be able to wake up. Akane wonders what might be wrong with Kanagi because his wounds are all healed, leaving them confused. Just then, they hear Kanagi groaning, and Midori is the first to sense that what he is sensing is not Kanagi himself. He remembers that he has sensed something like this before, and this was when he fought Kanagi back at the school for the very first time. Midori then asks whatever presence is talking to them if they are Kanagi, but the presence turns out to be Ryan, and he has no choice but to introduce himself. He tells the team he dwells inside Kanagi's body, and he is one of the founders. The moment the team hears this, they are all left stunned, as it is totally not what they expected. Ryan mentions that they didn't want to reveal their existence until the last moment, but as it turns out, it appears that they have no choice. Ryan tells them that he has a favor to ask them, since they are all close to Kanagi, and it is a simple request to save Kanagi. Later on, Midori watches a video recording left for him by Aradim, telling him that by the time he checks the video, he might be dead. He mentions that he is trying to stop him from losing control of his body. He knows fully well that he is going to die after facing Midori, but he wants to at least understand the situation, and with a smile on his face, he lets Midori know that everything that happened is not his fault. Aradib tells Midori that the problem is the 12 apostles of prophecy because they are the enemies of the world. Aradib urges Midori not to blame himself no matter what happens to him because everything is orchestrated and carried out by number 0. With a bright smile, Aradib tells Midori that he hopes they meet again because he has finally arrived in Mumbai. Midori finishes watching the video, and before he can start crying from losing his friend, Mikado and Q show up, suggesting that they play ball. Meanwhile, at the Hut of Everlasting, news is being displayed on the TV about Midori's death to prevent the world from freaking out in panic. The news claims that Midori was defeated by the American-Japanese Navy, but in reality, the blonde head official knows that they couldn't even do anything. Io lets him know that they have no choice because they can't allow the public to know about the existence of the prophecy, which is why they have to bend the story. Io lets him know that this is the best ending that they can have, and the man agrees with him. As he prepares to leave the room, he mentions that there are still many super rank level prophecies and above, and they can't lose Midori as it stands. The man plans to have Midori work for him once he regains his sanity because they obviously need him to help keep the world safe. While Midori is playing ball with his friends, Mikado asks him if he is fine because he has just been downgraded from the world's strongest into the world's worst disaster, who is believed to be dead. Midori then replies that it would be strange for the anti-prophecy unit to remain famous, but he assures them that he is going to remain careful going forward, even though their enemy is pretty dangerous. Mikado then throws a powered ball at Midori, forcing him to use his power while asking him how he feels. Midori replies that he is completely recovered, and Mikado commends him but tells him that he has to stitch the ball back. As Midori prepares to leave, Mikado tells him that he has to make sure he returns safely this time around and he must prevent Kanagi from dying. Midori acknowledges this, assuring Mikado that he is fully aware of the responsibilities ahead of him. Meanwhile, inside the ICU of the anti-prophecy, Midori joins Akane and the others. Akane asks them how Kanagi is faring, and they tell her that nothing has changed and that he still has not regained consciousness. Kanagi's body is wrapped in bandages with tubes passed into his body to keep him alive. Suo mentions that Kanagi is actually changing for the worse because his natural instinct to breathe has stopped. He mentions that they can't stop the bleeding from his wounds, and to make it worse, their skills are not working on Kanagi. Suo fears the worst if this continues. Midori finally calls on Ryan, asking him if he can hear them. Ryan emerges, expressing his surprise that Midori is finally back, and he lets them know that in exchange for the tremendous power that Kanagi used, his life force was drained. Thanks to this, Kanagi's physical and astral bodies are in a critical condition, but this is not the only thing that is happening. He mentions that this has activated a string of unexpected events because their enemy has managed to intervene. The team freaks out when they hear this because they know it can't be good. Meanwhile, Kanagi finds himself in a vast space covered in flowers, and he is confused because he doesn't even know if he is still sleeping. Kanagi is confused and he starts calling out his friends, expecting them to come out from where they are hiding. Suddenly he hears a voice telling him that his body and mind are on the verge of death, which is a result of his sacrifice. He turns around to see a dude in black, holding a multi-outlet ugly kettle, talking about how it is a rare opportunity which has allowed him to seal the crest of nothingness that he possesses. Kanagi is shocked and stunned, forcing him to ask the dude who he is, and the aura around the guy immediately changes as he replies that they are called the Clusters, and they are the ones who created what they know as prophecies. With a face covered with ugly eyes and an evil smile, they let Kanagi know that they were the enemy of the world, ultimately signaling another chapter to battle against clusters of destruction. At the same time, Ryan tells Midori and the others about the clusters, revealing that they are beings from another dimension that created the tower 300 years ago, making them the founder's nemesis. Ryan lets them know that the one who can face the clusters is one who possesses the crest of nothingness, and that person is none other than Kanagi. Rion mentions that there is the possibility that Kanagi is currently being corrupted by the clusters, and what he wants Midori and his people to do is to drive away the enemies currently infesting Kanagi's body. Akane asks Rion how he expects them to do this, and he tells them to touch Kanagi's body and entrust their souls to him. He lets them know that the crest of nothingness will invite them in, since they have made a connection with Kanagi. Ryan then takes off his hat while telling them that the mission is going to be dangerous because the attacks they are going to face might break their soul, causing them to die. Even with how dangerous the mission is, Ryan bows to them, pleading with them on the sake of all humans from the past and the current era to save Kanagi. Midori urges Ryan to raise his head because he doesn't have to beg them, since Kanagi is their captain and a precious friend, which means that they are going to go. Ryan thanks them, and with this, the four are sucked into the crest. Meanwhile, the clusters are having a heart-to-heart conversation with Kanagi. The dude cites an example saying a certain human experienced the destruction of his world, and he thought he had died, but he regressed and decided to change the grim future he saw. Even though he failed many times, he continued trying until he reached a happy ending. The dude tells Kanagi that this is a common story among humans, but this is exactly what the clusters are doing. Kanagi is confused by this, and the clusters let him know that they are rewriting the future. They mention that they are beings that came from another dimension and are observing Earth. They mention that humans will conquer space in a few hundred years, and in another 1,000 years, humans will have technology to cross over dimensions. They ask Kanagi what he thinks would happen when humans meet a different race, and the answer lies simply in history. The clusters tell Kanagi that it is obvious that there is going to be a territorial dispute and war, and it is something of common knowledge that humans can't sustain themselves without exploiting others. The clusters tell Kanagi that they are trying to change the future, where they are going to be destroyed by humans by using the prophecies to destroy humans first. Kanagi is surprised to hear this, and he asks the clusters why they won't just make peace since they already know what would happen in the future instead of fighting. The clusters laugh out loud when they hear this and agree with Kanagi that he proposes a very simple solution to the problem. The clusters mention that in the far future, they are going to be annihilated by an awakener, who is like Kanagi, who possesses the crest of nothingness. Kanagi is shocked that there is going to be an awakener with the same crest as his in the future. The clusters then tell Kanagi that he might have suggested peace, but it is impossible because the principles humans and they work on are completely different. The clusters make an example of this, asking Kanagi if he would get close to wild animals that can eat humans in an attempt to make peace. In addition, he mentions that if a tree were to appear on Earth that would turn all of the oxygen into carbon dioxide, and he asks Kanagi what he would do to the tree. The clusters mention that what is currently happening is a struggle for survival, which is why they have to win. The clusters tell Kanagi that he is the owner of the crest of nothingness, and he is the singularity that their species is afraid of. They let Kanagi know that it is going to be easy to kill him now that he is pretty weak. It turns out that number 0 was actually working for them, because they were the ones who gave him the artifacts, but he started believing he could be equal to them. Kanagi is stunned when it dawns on him that the clusters have been the orchestrators of all that has been happening since the start. The clusters admit to this, saying they have failed countless times but they have slowly learned from the past. Every time their plans were always overthrown by the Awakener of Nothingness, but they let Kanagi know that their series of repeated failures is about to come to an end. Suddenly, Kanagi is grabbed by dark tentacles that start to overpower him, and the clusters tell him that it is time for them to watch him die. Meanwhile, Rion and the other 4 are already making their way into Kanagi's soul. Rion tells them that his consciousness might have been able to escape, but the founders can't join the fight because Kanagi's power is sealed. However, he assures them that he is going to take them to where Kanagi is, and moments later, Akane figures out that they are entering Kanagi's heart. As they pass through his heart, they get to see the horrific things that Kanagi has been through and how high he holds the squad. Even Suo gets to see his brother in Kanagi's memories, and how his brother was killed. They see just how broken Kanagi was because of what happened, and while they are busy staring at the sad images, Ryan tells them that he has found Kanagi. They see Kanagi in the distance getting overwhelmed by the tentacles, and Ryan asks the Kanagi squad if they are ready. The group assures him that they are ready to go and they all dash toward Kanagi's position without hesitation. Before they can even get to Kanagi, they are attacked by the enemy, but the squad immediately unleashes massive firepower that burns through the enemy's attacks. While Kanagi is getting sealed off by the tentacles, he tries to keep his eyes open because he realizes that he is already losing his consciousness. However, he knows that it spells bad news if consciousness disappears. Back in the ICU unit, the medical staff is panicking because Kanagi's consciousness level is rapidly dropping, and they start doing everything they can to prevent Kanagi from crossing to the other side. Yushima knows how important it is to keep Kanagi alive because if he dies, the 4 connected to his souls are going to die with him. Later on, the clusters notice that Kanagi is no longer moving and his body has also turned gray. They are left wondering if Kanagi is already dead, and suddenly, Kanagi's image is shattered. Back in the ICU, his pulse totally stopped and they freaked out while the clusters celebrated Kanagi's death. The clusters are glad that they have gotten rid of Kanagi, which means the hegemony of the world is now theirs. Suddenly, a crack appears overhead and from this the squad emerges. Akane screams out Kanagi's name and what is left of Kanagi's body turns around to look at his friends. His friend's presence is able to release a burst of hope and energy into Kanagi, ultimately restoring Kanagi's consciousness. Kanagi is blown away to see his friends, but the clusters are shocked that the squad was able to break the outer layer. Kanagi is still trying to process the whole thing and he asks them how they got there. They reply, telling him that Ryon was the one who brought them, and Suo walks up to Kanagi to tap him on the shoulder, apologizing for not quickly realizing that he has been carrying a heavy burden all by himself. With a determined voice, Suo tells Kanagi that from that moment forward, they're going to walk together with him. Kanagi is blown away by their determination, and he reveals that this is his first time hearing about the clusters, but he is still thankful that they came for him. Kanagi talks about how thankful and relieved he is that they actually came for him. While they are busy warming up to each other, the clusters finally speak up, telling Ryon that it is nice to see him again, since it is not the first time that they have met. The clusters decide to mess with Ryon by mentioning his family, slowly counting out his family members who met their end in their hands. The dude's head split into 2, revealing the cluster's mouth while telling Ryon that his sister was really delicious. Seeing how they are talking trash, the team angrily dashes toward the clusters, aiming to attack them, while Rand screams at them to stop. They end up falling for the cluster's trap as they are hit by tentacles that start to shatter their consciousness. The team is stunned as they understand what is happening to them, but Ryan has an idea and he is shocked that the dude has this much power even in the mental world. Ryan screams at the team to get back because their souls might be consumed if they are not careful. The clusters make fun of Ryan, reminding him that this is the same thing that happened to his family. The dude tells the team that it is time for him to devour them all. Suddenly, a sudden blast of energy appears from above, hitting the ground really hard, shocking everyone who witnessed what just happened. They look up in shock to see who just displayed such incredible power. Two individuals appear in the sky and, commending the squad, tell them that they were able to gain access after the outer layer was destroyed. The two individuals, a bulk-up dude and his sister, look really powerful, with an immense amount of aura oozing out of their bodies. Kanagi is confused about who the two are, and Akane tells him that he should have seen them the very first day he joined the squad. Kanagi realizes that Akane is right, and he remembers who they are. Even Suo and the others are shocked to see the two because they thought they had already retired. The bulked-up dude then tells his sister that he wants them to defeat the vanguard of the clusters really fast because he has things he wants to discuss with Kanagi. The dude looks really confident while saying this, and it turns out that he is Claude Friedman, a trainee of the Japanese anti-prophecy branch, who is also the same grade as Kanagi, while his supposed sister is Natasha Smirnov, who has the same status as Claude. The cluster dude asks Claude who he is, and Claude descends to the ground, telling the cluster dude to leave the area because he can't stand in the presence of Natasha, who is known as the Princess of Olette. The team is shocked when they learn that Natasha is a princess, but while they are all freaking out about this, Natasha is just sleeping on her teddy, totally unbothered. Even the yellow head has no idea where Olette is located. Natasha then moves over to where Kanagi is to tell him that it is nice to meet him, while urging him to save her world with a smile on her face. Kanagi is confused about what Natasha means by Kanagi saving her world. Seeing how confused Kanagi is, Natasha urges him to calm down, telling him that if he helps her, she is also going to help him escape the mental world where he is currently trapped. Just then, the cluster dude finally understands that the whole thing is about Olette, but he lets them know that Kanagi's death is absolute. With anger, he adds that Olette is a weak world and should just stay out of their way. He angrily unleashes the disgusting tentacles on the team, rendering them useless. Even Midori figures out that his power is out of his reach the moment he comes in contact with the tentacles. Claude then calls on Natasha, telling her that they need to solve the tentacle issue first, and Natasha agrees, but she tells Kanagi that this will be her upfront payment. With a simple command, Natasha activates her skill, Spark Light, and the tentacles immediately come to a halt. The cluster dude freaks out when he realizes what kind of power Natasha has. The dude tells Claude and Natasha that they are supposed to know their place as the food that they are. On the other hand, Claude is enjoying himself because his princess just showed how powerful she is. He boldly walks up to the cluster dude and he touches him on the head, firing a powerful energy blast into his head. This ruins every atom in the cluster's body, and he screams out in anger, asking Claude why he would dare interfere with their only chance to kill Kanagi. He assures Claude that he is going to make him regret what he did, but Claude tells him that he is not going to let it happen. To everyone's surprise, the dude turns to dust, and Kanagi finds it hard to close his mouth in shock. The others are also healed after the dude is defeated, and suddenly, a blue light emerges under them. Natasha calmly mentions that the mission was a success and she is already sleeping because the whole space is cozy. Kanagi is forced to scream at her not to sleep inside him. Claude comes to the rescue, telling Natasha that it won't be good if she stays inside Kanagi for long, and Natasha agrees to this. Natasha smiles and she suggests that they talk in the real world later. As the two are expelled from Kanagi's space, Natasha tells Kanagi not to forget that they are putting their bet on him. Shortly afterward, Kanagi screams out in horror, and when he calms down he realizes that he is in a weird room which he doesn't know. He also notices that his injuries are healed, and when he looks closely he finds the entire squad sleeping close to him. They all look exhausted but choose to stay with him, and Kanagi lets off a smile. Just then, Rin enters the room and she is surprised that Kanagi is already awake. Rin later explains to Kanagi that by the time Midori and the others arrived, her skill had finally worked on him. She mentions that she used her skill to reverse time and heal Kanagi, and Kanagi sincerely thanks her for the help. Rin also thanks him, saying she is grateful because he saved Io and Midori. Just as they are finishing up their cute conversation, Akane wakes up, and as usual, she screams out in shock that Kanagi is finally awake. This immediately wakes the rest of the squad and they express their happiness that he is back with them. Moments later, Claude and Natasha show up in the room, and Natasha is still on her teddy, sleeping. When Claude speaks out, Suo expresses his shock that this is how the dude speaks. Claude then tells the team that they must have figured out that they are not from their world. Since the conversation is getting serious, Claude wakes the princess, and she humbly greets Kanagi. She then reminds him of what she said when they were in his mental space about saving her world. Kanagi is totally confused about this, and he asks Natasha where he is supposed to start because he didn't even promise anything. Natasha confirms this, but lets him know that towers are currently falling down on her planet, and this immediately catches their attention. It dawns on them that she is talking about the same towers that were conquered by the founders in their world 300 years ago, and even Ryan is shocked when he hears this. Natasha confirms this, revealing that the tragedy that struck Earth in the past is now engulfing her own planet too. Claude then adds that the clusters are planning to use their world as their foundation to invade Earth, and this sends a wave of shock through the team. With a calm voice, Natasha tells Kannagi that she wants him to destroy every tower without leaving a single one, because he is the only one who can do that. It turns out that Claude and Natasha left their planet on the brink of destruction, but Natasha promises to return with the owner of the Crest of Nothingness so that they can save their planet. Natasha then explains to the squad that the reason Earth is being entangled is that inside the universe, there is a war of supremacy between different dimensions. This leaves the squad questioning what they know, and Natasha proceeds further by saying they obviously know that even on their planet there is always war. There is war to obtain territory, resources, and human labor. She mentions that in the past, great nations would compete against each other, and this is the same thing happening in the universe, but on a greater scale. Kannagi is blown away by everything he just heard, and he apologizes for being so dull. Natasha understands he won't understand everything she is saying, and she suggests that they take a walk for a bit. She tells Claude to handle this, and Claude prepares a portal for them to use. Moments later, they find themselves in a bubbling town, which Natasha tells them is her hometown. She mentions that it is a small country on the planet, Urad, and this country is called Alet. Akane is enjoying the view when a young girl walks up to her, giving her a flower. Akane thanks the girl, and just as she is about to pet her, she realizes that she can't touch her. Natasha lets her know that she can't touch them because she is currently using an artifact which allows them to reconstruct vision from their memories. The squad is blown away by this because the entire area is lively. They soon notice Natasha's posters on the wall, and Akane asks Claude what is written on the posters. Claude reveals that the information on the poster says there are 5 days until the coronation. This is when Suo finally realizes that Claude wasn't messing around when he said Natasha is a princess. Natasha nervously shows them where her former house is, and they are blown away because it looks like a magical castle. Midori is stunned, and he confesses that it is different from what he heard. Kannagi watches more closely and realizes that the people of the town are really happy, and seeing how a mother treats her child, this makes Kannagi remember his mother. He really wishes his mother were living healthy back home. Kannagi compliments Natasha, telling her that her hometown is really nice, and she thanks him for the compliment. Natasha then urges Kannagi to watch till the very end, and Kannagi wonders what she means by this, but suddenly, the towers start to fall from above, immediately causing widespread panic. To their horror, they watch as the towers fall on the entire population of the peaceful town, destroying everything. The squad watches in horror as people are terminated by the towers, and moments later they hear a piercing scream. Akane asks whose scream it was, and Natasha reveals that it was hers. Suo then remembers Natasha mentioning the artifact that allows her to reconstruct vision from their memories. Before they know it, they find themselves standing amidst a totally destroyed community, while Natasha is asking why this had to happen. They even see an image of Claude protecting Natasha and telling her to get away. He suggests that they run to where the Tree of Light is, but at this point, Natasha's whole family has fallen into ruins. Kannagi is stunned when he realizes that Natasha actually witnessed all of these happen. Natasha then reveals that anytime she sleeps, she always dreams of her world being invaded and overrun by clusters, and the images they just saw are exactly what she always sees. With his head down, Kannagi walks up to Natasha while remembering what the founders told him. They had told him that the reason they wanted to destroy the tower was that the beings from another dimension were trampling and toying with them. The founders were basically mad because of what they witnessed happen to the weak, and after seeing what Natasha just showed them, Kannagi finally understands what Mel's was telling him back then. Without hesitation, Kannagi taps Natasha on the shoulder with the rest of the gang behind him, and he asks Natasha what she wants them to do to save her planet. Natasha was already in tears when Kannagi asked her this question, showing just how visibly disturbed she was about the whole thing. At that moment, Kannagi's crest comes back to life, and with it, the founders also return to his body. With a commanding voice, Kannagi tells the founders and his squad that they have to kill the clusters. By the time they returned home, preparations started to try to save Natasha's planet. The entire squad is willing to do this voluntarily except for Iryu, who is already dreaming of a vacation after saving Midori. They had to tie him down because Iryu cannot believe he just finished one mission, but he is already getting dragged off to save another planet. Iryu is the only one questioning everything because even Io gave her the go-ahead the moment she heard about it. Iryu believes that Io is just being soft toward Kannagi, and he starts regretting his decision to be in the Kannagi squad. At this point, he wishes that he were in Hibiki's squad so he could be pampered. Iryu turns to Akane for solace, but even Akane screams at him, and this is when he realizes that he is in a bad spot. The only person he can blame at this point is Kanagi, who dragged him into this annoying mission. Earlier that day, Kanagi had a meeting with the founders, and they apologized for not being able to do anything because they were restrained by the cluster. Every member of the squad believes that they messed up, but Kanagi lifts their spirits by thanking them for their help. Kanagi thanks Rion especially, but Rion lets him know that he doesn't have to thank him, and he suggests that they talk about their next plan. Kanagi lets them know that the next thing on his list is to save Natasha's planet. Kanagi wants them to tell him how they were able to defeat the clusters in the past. The moment he asks this, the founders are immediately lost because they didn't think they did anything special, rather than just fight and take down the enemy. Kanagi cuts in, telling them that this is not what he means, but Ryan tells him that they are probably right. He reminds him that the clusters failed to kill Kanagi, which means that they are most likely planning out their next move. Ryan tells Kanagi that the best defense is offense and he should head straight to the planet Urad to strike Owlet without wasting time. Kanagi is shocked to hear this, asking Ryan if he means he should head out to space immediately. Pinoki lets him know that they don't have the time to waste, and Kanagi agrees with him, but he thinks they are rushing things. Rion then tells him that the first thing they should do is to visit the place where he first met the founders. It turns out that this is the reason Kanagi and the squad are heading to the mausoleum of the founders, as it appears that there is a massive portal device that is hidden there. Just as they approach the location, a big light descends upon the mausoleum, and while everyone is wondering what it is, Kanagi just tells them that they can use the light to go to Natasha's planet. Even Claude is blown away because they had to go through dangerous planets before they were able to reach Earth. Natasha is completely dumbfounded, saying she has never heard of a portal device that could teleport this many people at once in the past. Just then, they run into a bunch of monsters and Hinoki asks Kanagi if he remembers the monsters he fought at the mausoleum. Kanagi says yes, saying it was a dormant monster from the tower, and after saying this, it finally dawns on him that they were also clusters. Hinoki confirms this, saying the monsters are reacting to the activation of the portal and they are gathering in large numbers. Hinoki is so hyped for the battle that he is already screaming at Kanagi to lend him his body. Without wasting time, Kanagi, now possessed by Hinoki, leaps out of the vehicle, ready to take on the annoying bugs. Kanagi is preparing to take on them when Midori also steps out, saying he is prepared to fight. Hinoki reminds Midori that he still has a score to settle with him, and Midori tells him that he is free to challenge him anytime he wants. However, Midori tells Hinoki that this is not the time to challenge him because he is currently frustrated with his incompetence. He still remembers everything that Number Zero did with his body, and he urges Hinoki to give him the chance to vent a little. Hinoki then agrees to work with Midori, and he urges Suo to step on the gas. Just then, a giant monster also shows up on the scene, and Hinoki is really hyped to take on the monster because it's been a while since he last ran wild. Hinoki activates his splitting cloud technique and unleashes an energy blast cut that slices down the giant snake monster with relative ease. Everyone is blown away by this, and even Midori is shocked to see just how powerful the skill is. Midori knows that Kanagi back then wasn't as strong as he is currently, and Hinoki confirms this, saying Kanagi's body has grown stronger from the first time he used the skill. Meanwhile, Iryu is busy trash-talking the monsters as they drive through them, as if he has done anything useful since the journey began. He soon swallows his words when he realizes just how much they have to deal with, and he starts to beg Sakazaki to use his warp to get them out, but the dude tells him to shut his mouth already. Soon afterward, they run into a giant monster goo in front of them, but Suo trusts Midori and Kanagi more than to step on the brakes. As they approach the goo, Hinoki closes his eyes, raises his sword, and takes a deep breath. Tapping into one of his old-time skills, he sees himself standing in rain, storm, and harsh seasons during his training years just to acquire the skill. When he finally opens his eyes, he has all the enemies where he wants them, and he unleashes the droplets cut, ultimately wiping out the monsters in one fell swoop. This clears the highway of the annoying monsters, leaving Midori ultimately stunned. Midori then remembers going to see Io after he recovered to talk to her about what happened. Io tells Midori that he is carrying too much burden, and Midori asks the old lady what he is supposed to do from that moment forward because his body has killed countless people, including Eridib. Midori is left asking how he can actually atone for his sins. Io answers him honestly, telling him that she has no idea how he can, and even her answer shocks Ren and Shiki. Io tells Midori that everything that happened was a result of his carelessness against Number Zero's malice. Even though she doesn't want to burden him with more things, she is pretty sure that his mind still can't be at ease. Io then makes a suggestion that she thinks is the best, telling him to continue fighting until he finds an answer to the question burning in his mind. Io tells him to return to his duties, forget the past, and move forward to the future because even in the darkness, he will definitely find light, as long as he continues to move forward. Back on the highway, Suo soon notices that there are civilians in the car ahead of them, but they have no idea how to save them. Suddenly, the car is enveloped in a sphere of wind, shocking them. They turn around to see that the sphere was made by Midori, using turbulence. Turbulence is basically a skill that produces a storm to destroy everything it touches. But Midori has found a way to tame the destructive power of the storm and fully control it to perfection to protect the people and his friends. Surprisingly, Midori creates a bunch of it to protect everyone in the area, while also creating a storm to destroy the monsters. Akane is blown away because she never believed Midori could make a lot of these winds at the same time. Moments later, the bugs come together again to form a snake shape, dashing towards the vehicle. While those in the vehicle are freaking out, Hinoki is laughing out loud, commending Midori's new skill. The two then stand back to back, unleashing a wave of terror on the monsters as they approach their destination. Suo commends them both, telling them that they are going to arrive at their destination soon enough, which is the mausoleum of the founders. Meanwhile, a strange guy is waiting for their arrival at the mausoleum, and he appears to be the guardian of the mausoleum, Hanayagi Rui. When they finally arrive at the mausoleum, they are welcomed by Rui, who introduces himself as the caretaker of the mausoleum. He explains that his family has been taking care of the mausoleum for generations, and since there is a house inside the mausoleum, he is more or less a monk working at a temple. He mentions that his duty is to clean and greet guests, but they normally sell souvenirs too. However, with the bright light shining down on them that very day, he already knows it is not a regular day. Iryu, being the troublemaker, cuts in, saying he would also be surprised if something as strange as a bright light suddenly appeared over his house. Just then, Rui walks up to Kanagi, acting all friendly toward him, leaving the dude to ask if he knows him. Rui is not surprised because it's been a long time, but he lets him know that they used to play together at the library of the mausoleum. The moment he mentions this, it finally dawns on Kanagi who Rui actually is, and he lets out a huge gasp in surprise. Rui admits that he misses the times they played together, and he is pretty sure that Kanagi didn't recognize him at first since he is no longer wearing glasses. Kanagi then asks Rui about his father since it appears that he has taken over the mausoleum. Instead of answering the question, Rui suggests that they proceed into the mausoleum so as not to waste any more time. Rui leads them to a set of stairs that goes down into the mausoleum, and Kanagi is blown away by this. Rui brings out a book and tells them that according to the book, the light is a portal and it will guide, and it is his job to guide all of them to the bottom of it. As they walk down the stairs, Kanagi remembers the fun times he had with Rui when they were younger. They were always running around inside the library, and Rui's father would urge them to stop running. Rui once told his father that Kanagi was chasing him because he wanted him to read the biography of the founders. Rui's father pats the two on the head, telling Rui that Kanagi is actually right. He lets Rui know that the place is not a playground because there are more interesting things going on there. The man brings out a book which looks dirty to Rui, but his father tells him that it is a record about the crest of nothingness. He mentions that in the past, there was a mysterious awakener who was fighting together with the founders. But there is no comprehensive record about this. Rui's father then pats Kanagi on the head, telling him to protect the world just as his beloved founders did, since he just got his crest, creating a belief that the man already knows what Kanagi carries inside him. Kanagi excitedly assures the man that he will, and the man decides to read them a book about the founders, since there are no visitors for the day. Rui's father then sits them to show them the interesting things in the book, including the man who supposedly cut the stars. Now, in the present day as they go down the stairs, Rui finally reveals that his father is dead, shocking Kanagi. Rui says it was about 2 months after some grave robbers entered the mausoleum and his father was killed by one of the bugs, just like the ones they had fought earlier. Rui then says the insect was killed by a skilled hunter who was just passing by the mausoleum at the time, but at that point it was already too late. Kanagi remembers this like yesterday, and Rion tells him that it must have been because the seal was broken. Rion says the clusters must have sensed the presence of the crest of nothingness, which means they have been waiting patiently for the presence of the crest to take out the owner whenever they show up. When Kanagi hears this, he starts to blame himself deep down because he believes that Rui's father would still be alive if he hadn't broken the seal. As if Rui knows what Kanagi is thinking, he tells him that it is not his fault because the ones who are at fault are the clusters. Rui then tells them something that they don't know, revealing that his father's ancestor, the previous guardian, loved the founder so much that he made Rui's father marry into the Hanayagi family. He says he ended up growing up in an environment with no emotions, unlike his father, who was always calm and smiling. Moments later they arrive at the deepest part of the mausoleum, and as they open the door, they are met with a giant portal that was supposedly made by the wielder of the crest of nothingness and the founders. Rui tells Kanagi that his predecessor was the one who made the portal, but before they get carried away with talk, Hinoki suggests that they head to Natasha's planet as fast as they can. Kanagi agrees with him, and he thanks Rui for the help. Rui tells them that once they enter the center of the circle, the crest of nothingness will act as a key. He tells them that only awakeners are able to be teleported, which means he will just have to stay back, and Kanagi thanks him once again. As the squad steps into the circle, Rui calls Kanagi back, and he asks him if he is going to defeat the leader of those who killed his father, since that is where they are heading. Kanagi confirms this, and Rui uses the opportunity to make a sincere request. Rui breaks down in tears as he urges Kanagi to avenge his father because he can never forgive the clusters. Since he can't fight the clusters by himself, he is putting his fate in Kanagi, who can. Kanagi then grabs Rui's hands, assuring him that he is definitely going to avenge his father and will defeat all of the clusters. After his promise to Rui, Kanagi joins the rest of the squad in the circle and apologizes for making them wait. The moment he steps into the circle, the portal activates and heads straight for Aulette. The release of energy from the portal is so overwhelming that Rui has to bow down, and once the squad is in motion, he wishes Kanagi luck on his mission. As they travel through the portal, Kanagi is left raging because of everything the clusters have done, and he promises not to forgive them. Soon afterward, Kanagi and his squad arrive on Natasha's planet, and from above, they can see the once thriving hometown of Natasha in complete ruins, with the towers dominating the entire space. Even the castle has been taken over by the towers, and Claude and Natasha watch in horror. Everyone watching the destruction, including the founders, is raging like crazy. Sokka is able to spot some survivors behind the castle walls, and he calls the attention of the others to this. Suo figures out that the survivors are in hiding, and Iryu calls their attention to something approaching in the tent area. It turns out to be one of the bugs, and Natasha doesn't even hold back before charging in. Since Natasha is rushing in to protect her people, Kanagi calls the squad together to protect Natasha. Meanwhile, the survivors are busy serving the little meal that they have. The kid among them complains to his mother that he wants more, but his mother urges him to eat what he has been given because this is what everyone else is eating. One kid also tells his mother that he would like to go home because he is very cold, and the woman assures him that they are going to go home soon enough. The people wish that their princess could just return so that things could get better, but they have not even finished saying this when Natasha appears above them. She looks teary and broken, and she apologizes for making them wait too long. Deep down, Natasha is broken because she is pathetic and weak, forcing her to sincerely apologize to her people. Instead of the survivors trashing her, they are actually happy that she is finally back, and they start rejoicing. They celebrate because their princess didn't abandon them, and with a joyous voice, they welcome her, causing tears to run down her face. Natasha is crying because she might have left for their sake, but at the same time, she still left them. Natasha then screams out loudly, telling everyone that things are going to be alright because she has brought their strongest allies. She is in the middle of this when a giant monster appears behind her, leaving the people to believe that she is about to be eaten. However, Sokka and Iryu use their skills to block the monster, preventing it from touching Natasha, while the others come together to simultaneously wipe out the giant monster. The people are blown away when they see this, and Natasha is able to use this as a medium to tell the people that she has brought allies capable of defeating the clusters. The people start to thank Kanagi and his squad for the help, and Akane tells the squad that they have to protect the people at all costs. Suddenly, a new enemy on horseback shows up on the scene, and while Kanagi and the others are wondering who the dude is, Claude and Natasha instantly recognize him. It turns out that he is Natasha's elder brother, Mikhail Smirnov, and he looks absolutely terrifying as black goo pours out of his mouth and eyes, revealing that he is under the influence of the clusters. With a weird smile on his face, he welcomes his sister, and he suggests that they head back to the castle because their parents are waiting for her. Meanwhile, at the castle, Natasha's parents are excited that their daughter is finally. Natasha's mother, Anat, talks about how eager she is to see her daughter again, and his father, Nikolai, agrees with her. On the other hand, Akane and the others are freaking out when they learn that the dude dripping in cluster goo is actually Natasha's elder brother. Claude confirms this, saying Mihail is one of the tragedies that invaded the land. Basically, the clusters are hijacking the bodies of those who hold power in the land. Apparently, after they invaded, they used this method to quickly rule over them. Panada realizes that they are using the same tactics that Number Zero and Eva used, but it is not a surprise, since it was the clusters who gave them the artifacts. Mihail confirms this, telling the group that they accepted the clusters and decided to become part of them. Mihail starts boasting about how he now feels like a different species compared to when he was still a regular human. Mihail then urges Natasha to become one of them, and this leaves Natasha in tears, asking just how far the clusters will go in ruining her life. Mihail also turns to the squad, offering them the same thing he just offered Natasha. He suggests that they all become friends, since they were the ones who brought Natasha home. He tells the squad that all they need to do is accept the clusters and they can all rule the planet together. With an evil laugh, he drips goo from his mouth while telling them that they are going to take over everything. Kanagi replies to his offer by dashing toward him with an attack, which Mihail easily blocks. Kanagi tells the dude that he is not interested while calling him his elder brother, but Mihail tells him that he never remembered giving the dude permission to call him his elder brother. Hinoki then decides to back down from the fight, telling Kanagi that Mihail is all his, so he can see the kind of enemy he will have to face from that moment forward. Kanagi then strikes Mihail's horse and he targets Mihail for his next attack, but the dude easily blocks the strike. Kanagi is shocked that the dude's spear doesn't even have a scratch, even after being hit with a powerful skill. Mihail then returns the favor by unleashing a cluster of tentacles from his spear, and this goes past Kanagi, heading toward his backline. When Midori sees this, he screams at the squad to protect themselves and make sure the tentacles don't touch them because it will prevent them from using their skills. Mihail then follows through with a powerful energy blast from his spear. Kanagi fears that his squad is hurt already, distracting him and giving Mihail the chance to get close to him. Mihail aims to push his spear into his head, but he manages to block the attack with his sword. Kanagi is completely overwhelmed by Mihail's strength, forcing him to admit that the dude is pretty strong. Mihail tells Kanagi that his family is a family of knights, and the spear they use in battle can penetrate anything. He puts more pressure on the attack, aiming to overpower Kanagi with his lightning power. Melz is surprised that Mihail actually thinks he has a chance when it comes to a battle of lightning. Suddenly, Mihail's attack is nullified, and this shocks him. Kanagi then counters with a sword strike, but Mihail is not done. He unleashes another wave of lightning, leaving a bright light in the sky. When Mihail sees just how impressive Kanagi is, he prepares to go all out, but the tower on the castle suddenly glows brightly, and Mihail mentions that this is an order from his mother to return to the castle. Mihail calmly turns around and rides off on his horse, and he tells Kanagi to follow him to the castle if he is still interested in their battle. Kanagi then spots two people standing at the window in the castle, and with a closer look, he realizes that they are Natasha's parents. Seeing how arrogant the two are standing in the castle, the founders tell Kanagi to proceed forward because they are eager to strike the castle. In a flashback scene, Natasha and her family are seen having a meal at the table, and they all look happy. Apparently, Natasha has always been known to sleep back then, and she is even doing the same at the dining table. Mihail is forced to remind her that they are currently eating, but Natasha asks for 9 more hours. Mihail cannot believe this because it will already be evening by the time she is done sleeping. Mihail quickly tells her that her mother is already staring at her. Hearing her disciplinarian mother call her name, Natasha panics in fear, assuring the woman that she is awake. Her father, on the other hand, laughs out loud, saying it is fine for Natasha to sleep because a child who sleeps and eats well will end up growing well. However, Anat points out the fact that Natasha is doing both at the same time. Even with this, the woman cannot believe that Natasha would be the one to succeed her next. Later on, Karel, the hero who teaches Natasha swordsmanship, is seen looking for Natasha. Meanwhile, Natasha and Mihail are having a sibling talk at the time. The guard tells Natasha that Karel is looking for her, but she replies that she doesn't want to see the dude because she is not interested in practicing that day. Natasha tells her brother how she got scolded by their mother again because she is expected to be her successor, but all Natasha wants is just to sleep and laze around. Natasha tells Mihail that he is actually the one suited to be the king, and the dude reminds her that their family is more of a female patriarch type. It turns out that even their father married into the family. However, Mihail assures her that no matter what happens, she is going to become a fine queen. Natasha wonders why Mihail said this, and Mihail says he is pretty sure that Natasha loves the country. Natasha agrees with him, but asks him if he will always be by her side even if she becomes the queen. Mihail pats her on the head, assuring her that he will always support her, so she doesn't need to worry. Natasha is glad to hear this, and she tells her brother that she will be counting on him. Moments later, Karel finds the two, but Mihail grabs his sister and runs off with her to help her escape from training. Now, in the present, Kanagi returns to the squad, asking Natasha what they are supposed to do. Akane is surprised by the question since Kanagi is their captain, and he should be the one to decide. Kanagi lets them know that they are dealing with Natasha's family, so she should be the one to decide whether they are going to fight against her family or not. Natasha takes a minute to think about it, and after a deep thought she remembers what her brother said concerning how much she loves the country. Seeing her people suffer also tells her the right thing to do, and she gives the squad the go-ahead to march to the castle. Upon arriving at the castle, they all get the weird feeling that something strange is going on inside the castle. Yu is the worst as he covers his head, saying he is already tired of dealing with such disgusting enemies. Suddenly, Suo calls their attention to the strange individual standing in front of the gate. Claude and Natasha freak out when they realize that the person is none other than Karel. The moment Karel spots the princess, some of his consciousness slips out, and he somewhat recognizes her, but he loses his cool in no time and swings his long weapon at the squad, telling them to get out of the way. Suo tries to block the strike, but he gets thrown into the distance, and Kanadi is blown away that they have to deal with someone with such impressive powers. While Karel is dealing with the squad, Natasha's family stands on the balcony, watching everything play out. After some minutes of fighting with Karl, Hinoki tells Kanagi that time is up, while Akane asks Natasha if they are allowed to fight Karl. Even though it hurts her to say, Natasha has no choice but to give her friends the go-ahead to fight the person she once called her mentor. Karl hurls the dark goo at the team, but Natasha tells him that she cannot allow this to happen for the sake of her people, and she uses her skill to nullify the goo. Karl is distracted by the spark of light, giving Kanagi the chance to weaken him and destroy his weapon. Hinoki tells the dude that he would have preferred to have a proper fight with him, but they are running against the clock. Hinoki then prepares for a powerful cutting skill, the diced slash, which he uses to cut Karl internally. This cuts out the effect the clusters have on Karl, releasing all the goos that have affected his body. They watch as the goo is released into the sky and Karl crashes to his knees, telling Natasha that she's grown really well. With the last of his strength, he urges Natasha to save the country, and Natasha assures him that she knows this. Natasha then unleashes her spark of light, ultimately finishing Karl off. It turns out that those whose bodies have been taken over by clusters can no longer return to their original state. With Karl's defeat, Natasha's family walks back into the castle in disappointment. Since the gate is open, Kanagi urges the squad to go in quickly because they don't have much time left. Moments later, they arrive at the entrance area of the castle and Kanagi tells the squad to get down. Hinoki then unleashes the wave technique to cut down the tower's top. Suo is blown away that just one strike from Hinoki's one sword style is able to do this much damage. Mel's figures out that the tower top is their barrier, and Ryan confirms this, saying that if they can't break it, they won't be able to enter. Shimmer calls it a problematic barrier since it is protecting the insects and the castle itself. With the entrance open, Kanagi plans to dash to the throne room directly, and Rion tells Hinoki to switch with him. Once Ryan is in charge, he lets them know that the monster at the top is the adult of the void insects, and once it detects their approach, it will accelerate the hatchling. Iryu is confused by this, but everyone else gets it since they were all listening to the explanation back in the car except for Iryu, who was crying about his vacation. Talking about the hatchling, it basically revolves around the tower that absorbs the energy of the planet and transforms it into power to fuse with the living beings. Ryan then says there is the possibility that they won't be able to defeat them once they fuse with the living beings on the planet. Iryu is shocked to hear this, since they have Kanagi and Midori on their team. Suo also asks if the founders inside Kanagi are going to have a hard time dealing with the hatchling, and Ryan lets them know that the probability isn't zero. This basically means the fastest way to reach the insects is to nullify the barrier and destroy them. The confident tone, Ryan tells the squad that the founders will take care of any obstacles that might want to block their path. They soon run into Mihail again, and Hinoki is already gearing up for a fight. But Shimmer steps in, reminding Hinoki that he's been the one doing all the fighting. Shimmer tells Hinoki to leave the current battle to him, since Mihail is a spear user, and that is his area of specialty. One of his colleagues asks him if he needs a spear, but he says no. Conveniently, there is a flagpole lying around, and the moment Mihail unleashes his thunderbolt from his spear, Shimmer casually steps on the pole to grab it. Using this as his own makeshift spear, he blocks Mihail's attack. Claude and Natasha are stunned by how Shimmer is able to easily block Mihail's attack and even stop it. Without too much stress, Shimmer tells Mihail that his spearmanship is trash, leaving the dude in shock. With just one hand, Shimmer sends Mihail and his horse into the distance, leaving Mihail to wonder just what kind of man he is facing off against. He realizes that the aura around Kanagi has completely changed, and even his beloved arrogant horse is already trembling. Shimmer then tells Mihail to prepare himself as he shows him the technique of the blue spear of destruction, which he considers pure spearmanship. The story then takes us back several hundred years to Shimmer's backstory when there was a war between two countries. On one side stands the minority in the battle, and as a younger Shimmer walks past the soldiers, he realizes that most of them just want to return home safely to their families. Shimmer was still very young back then, but even with this, he carried a spear that was 3 times his height, and his hair was like a blue wolf's tail. The commander of the minority army also would like his soldiers to all return home alive, but he is scared that this might not be possible because the enemy's army is massive. Just then, he notices Shimmer, and he calls him a brave lad, asking him what he wants. Shimmer simply replies that he wants the battle to end, and the general is surprised to hear this, since this is his first time seeing Shimmer. He asks him where he came from, and Shimmer points in the direction of the forest of the ancient wolf. This is known as the home of the ancient god, and the man cannot believe that Shimmer is saying he comes from an uninhabitable forest. Shimmer tells the old man that he is aware that he has no intention of surrendering, even though he is aware that the enemy's forces are much larger than his. The man confirms this, and Shimmer asks him if it is true that the enemy burns all their enemies, castles, fields, and even people. It turns out that Shimmer has seen this firsthand because the enemy actually burned the forest he was raised in, which is why he came. Since Shimmer wants the battle to come to an end, the commander points in the far direction to a small hill behind the base of the enemy camp. He tells Shimmer that there is a flag that stands above the summit and under it is the enemy's general. The man tells Shimmer that they will end the battle once the general is defeated. However, he believes that to do this, they will have to break through the enemy's formations. While he is busy explaining what they have to do, Shimmer gets into position, and he points his spear in the general's direction. Just like a sniper, Shimmer locks in on the general, and he unleashes a powerful wind attack from his spear that travels through the enemy's formation toward the enemy's general. Only one of the enemy soldiers is able to figure out that something just flew past them. Moments later, Shimmer tells the commander that the enemy general is dead, and he confidently walks away, saying the battle is already over. The commander thinks Shimmer is playing around until they start hearing commotion in the enemy's camp. Shimmer tells the friendly soldiers that they can now return to their families. The commander still doesn't believe this until he whips out his telescope and, to his surprise, the general is actually dead. He is stunned that Shimmer's spear was able to end the battle in a flash. Thanks to this, the casualties in the battle were just one, and this was the general. Shimmer returns home to his mother, believing that their forest is saved. Suddenly, a rift appears in the sky, and what follows are the towers. Shimmer watches in horror as the place where he was born is completely destroyed, including the entire environment. Now, in the present day, Shimmer still carries that grudge, and he is prepared to show Mihail what true spearmanship is. Since Mihail has seen that his opponent is quite strong, he decides to go all out against him. He powers himself up, taking power from the surroundings, unleashing a massive lightning storm that surrounds Shimmer. Mihail is so fast and agile that Kanagi, who is watching from inside his mind, is extremely blown away. He realizes that the entire hall is Mihail's domain, which means he has the advantage. On the other hand, Shimmer doesn't even look worried, and he is busy thinking about the soldiers from back then, wondering if they were able to meet their newborn children. Shimmer hates himself, believing that things would have been better if he were stronger back then. In fact, he wonders just how many tragedies he could have prevented, and the fact that he is going up against the clusters again just makes him vexed. Basically, every founder has their own share of tragedy, and some even become stronger after blaming themselves for what happened. Even though they have been in the mausoleum for a long time, it is pretty obvious that they are not going to forget what happened. This is the major reason they have all been waiting for the crest of nothingness, the destroyer of tragedies, the one who shall end all of the prophecies, and this is none other than Kanagi. As Shimmer prepares to engage Mihail, he thanks Kanagi for giving him and the others the chance that they have been waiting for. Meanwhile, Mihail still believes that he has the upper hand because of the speed the black lightning gives him. In addition, he is convinced that the roar and flash of the lightning will render Shimmer's vision and hearing useless. Just as he is preparing to strike with everything he has, Shimmer fires off an energy blast from his spear, which immediately creates a hole in Mihail's chest and even sends him crashing into the wall. Mihail hangs off the wall in the most embarrassing way, and Shimmer lets the clusters know that all of his friends are all gearing up to defeat them. Even though his friends are eager to take down the enemy, Shimmer is given the rare opportunity to fight, and Shimmer lets the clusters know that there is no way in hell he would have given them even an opportunity to do what they want. As Mihail slowly loses control of the goo that has infested his body, he feels a sense of calm in him, and he is forced to admit that Shimmer's spearmanship is truly superior. Shimmer then walks up to Mihail, asking him if he has any last words. Mihail brings out a necklace, and with a sincere heart, he urges Kanagi to give it to his sister. Kanagi collects the chain, and just then, the ground below Mihail gives way. He and his beloved horse crash into the lower flow, and before he dies, Mihail pats his horse, commending it for serving him well. Just as he is about to close his eyes in death, he notices Natasha's portrait in the distance, and he manages to crawl over to the portrait, talking about how he would love to see Natasha's coronation. Just as he reaches the portrait and is about to touch it, he turns to dust. With Mihail out of the way, Shimmer prepares for the next opponent, but just then, Rowan drags him. And it appears that Rowan would like to take over the next battle. Elsewhere, Claude, Natasha, and the rest of the squad are making their way to the throne chamber. Since Mihail was the one waiting for them at the Great Hall, Claude figures out that the enemy that will be waiting for them in the throne room is none other than Natasha's father. Upon entering the hall, they find the man playing piano in the distance. Nikolai figures out that Mihail is dead, which is why the squad was able to make it to the throne room. Nikolai starts to laugh with tears coming out of his eyes, calling Mihail's death a funny tragedy. Natasha is ultimately pissed by this, and just as she is about to charge in anger, Midori stops her, telling her that he will handle the fight. Midori stretches his hand toward Nikolai, preparing to engage him, but suddenly, the memory of him killing innocent people when Number 0 took over his body plays in his head. This hurts him mentally, causing him to crash to the ground. Midori groans in pain with the realization that his body can't actually forget about the countless people that he has slaughtered. This is basically the curse left behind by Number 0, and now Midori finds it hard to attack humans. With Midori incapacitated, Nikolai dashes toward him while the rest of the squad panics. Surprisingly, as he reaches where Midori is, he ignores him and asks to hug Natasha instead. However, Natasha is able to categorically tell him that she is no longer his child. Natasha then unleashes her spark of light, aiming to catch Nikolai off guard, but surprisingly he dodges it. Suo also tries to cut him in the air, but he dodges it. Iryu is shocked when he sees this because Nikolai is pretty fast despite his huge size. Nikolai teases his daughter, asking her if the sparklight is a new skill she learned after her visit to Earth. Nikolai admits that the skill is not good for them because it will hinder the clusters. This immediately causes Nikolai to get pent up in anger, asking Natasha who taught her the power and where she learned it. Natasha replies that she won't tell him, but lets him know that the person who taught her is the founder of the Wanderers. Everyone, including the squad, is shocked when they hear this because they never expected her to mention a founder. Nikolai angrily dashes toward Natasha in an attempt to finish her off, but Claude is able to get her out of the way. However, Nikolai is not about to give up because he is interested in knowing where Natasha learned the skill. While he is busy raging, Natasha simply tells Nikolai to look behind him. It turns out that Rowan is already behind Nikolai with her mouth wide open, ready to swallow him up. Basically, Rowan is the founder of the dinosaur, and her skill allows her to recreate or reanimate the power of the ancient dragon, whether from reality or from fiction. Before Nikolai can even react, Rowan's giant jaws clasp onto his body, leaving him to scream in severe pain. While the dinosaur is busy tearing Nikolai apart, the squad notices something strange in her tummy, and it turns out to be Kannagi. This immediately tells them that the dinosaur they are staring at is one of the founders. Hanada freaks out when he realizes that Kannagi basically has a skill that transforms him into a dinosaur. While the rest of the squad is freaking out about this, Iryu, the weird one, is rejoicing that there is a dinosaur in front of him. Akane cannot believe just how annoying the dude is because he is celebrating a dinosaur's appearance. Iryu displays his knowledge about dinosaurs by reading out everything he knows about them. To make it worse, he even stole Sokka's glasses just so he could see the dinosaur better. After a bit of struggle, Rowan finally tears Nikolai's head off. Claude cannot believe his eyes and he compares Nikolai to a freaking toy back on Earth. Natasha unleashes her skill in an attempt to finish Nikolai off, but he still keeps dodging, even though all that is left of him is his head. Natasha urges the dude to stop dodging, and Nikolai, on the other hand, asks her why she is using her skills against her parents. Suddenly, the piano starts to play by itself while Nikolai's head remains in the air. Nikolai screams at Natasha to stop what she is doing, or else he is going to perform a funeral concert for everyone. Suddenly a bright light hits the room, and before they know it, they realize that the dude's head is fusing together with the piano pipes. In a shocking turn of events, his head, alongside the piano pipes, is able to transform into a mechanical robot, which Nikolai calls the Divine Musical Soldier. Instead of being scared about the transformation, the squad is actually creeped out because of how lame it is. Nikolai starts to boast that the T-Rex might weigh 10 tons, but the weight of his piano is 20 tons, which means he now has the advantage over the dinosaur. Nikolai delivers a powerful and deadly blow to the dinosaur's body, leaving a bright light that makes everyone believe that Kannagi is done for. However, when the dust clears, they are shocked to see that Nikolai's punch couldn't even penetrate Rowan's head because of the golden shield blocking the punch. Basically, Rowan's skill is transforming the aura into the body of a dinosaur, and since she is fused with Kannagi's extraordinary aura, the size difference is basically meaningless. Rowan then returns the favor by delivering several high-powered blows to Nikolai's body, riddling his insides with punches. Nikolai coughs up blood while groaning in pain and shock because the transformation is supposed to be his invincible musical fortress. Even though Rowan is on the attack, Nikolai is not ready to be defeated, and he angrily gathers his strength to unleash another wave of attack. He frantically activates the piano, unleashing a new wave of music. Meanwhile, the survivors who are scattered around can hear the music, and they immediately recognize that it is Nikolai's piano. While those outside the castle are enjoying the tune, Midori and his squad are covering their ears in pain because Nikolai's music is like a sonic weapon. The pressure from the sound is overwhelming and the whole attack is directed at Kannagi. This makes it worse for Kannagi as blood starts to come out of his ears, forcing him to grab his ears in pain. Seeing how Rowan is struggling, Hinoki comes in, asking him what he is doing because he is supposed to be the king of the ancient world. Hinoki motivates Rowan, telling him to hurry up and take back his throne. This is enough to push Rowan to another stage and he transforms into a velociraptor to gain more speed, while Kannagi remains uncomfortable inside him. Nikolai soon realizes that Rowan's speed is a problem because he can't pinpoint the music accurately. Just then, Rowan leaps into the air and Nikolai makes fun of him, telling him that he just lost his advantage by leaping into the air. Nikolai boasts about how precise his music is because even if he transforms into a flying dinosaur, it changes nothing. Once Rowan is right above Nikolai, he transforms again, and this time, he transforms into a Brachiosaurus, which is the biggest of all the dinosaurs. Using his entire body weight, Rowan lands on the dude, crushing Nikolai with his overwhelming body weight of 30 tons. Meanwhile, the clusters have found out that Kanagi is on the planet. The cluster whom Kanagi fought mentally before told his colleagues that he once sent his soul into Kanagi's. He talks about how he was about to be successful with the whole thing, but failed thanks to interference from Natasha. One of the clusters, Zal, is disappointed that the dude lost against Natasha. Another cluster, Kurt, mentions that they just received an info that someone taught Natasha Sparklight. Another cluster, Zos, then cuts in, expressing his fear because Sparklight is the only skill that can instantly kill them. Zal lets his colleagues know that the whole thing is really bad, and he adds that Kanagi is also a problem because no matter what kind of problems he faces, he always overcomes them. The cluster in black lets his colleague know that as long as Kanagi exists, there is no way they are going to escape their destruction in the future. Zal then asks the dude in black who is in charge of Aulette, and the dude replies that it is Voss, the quintuple husk. He mentions that Voss is currently absorbing the energy of the planet and preparing to fight against Kanagi and his squad. Zal is pissed at how everything is going, and he talks about how he would like to go to cut down Kanagi himself. But the dude in black says he would go instead because he would like to see the singularity with his own eyes. The dude in black, Yell, bows to their king, an unknown figure behind a veil, asking for permission to leave the meeting. The king grants him the permission, while wishing him a safe trip too. It turns out that Yell is the first rank among the clusters, and he is also known as their returner. Back in Aulette, Nikolai's head has been split in two, and just when they think it is over, his head starts to come together. Nikolai forms a small body for himself while telling Natasha that he has been waiting for her. He crawls toward Natasha, suggesting that they play the piano again. However, just as he is about to touch the piano, Nikolai turns to dust and vanishes just like Mikhail. Claude is broken by his boss's death, and the rest of the squad expects Natasha to be heartbroken. She turns her back to the squad, preventing them from seeing her expression, while telling them that they need to move forward. Kanagi realizes that Natasha is only looking forward with a brave heart, even though it is pretty obvious that it is hard to lose her family. Moments later, they arrive at the end of the castle, which is the throne room, and they find Anat on the throne, waiting for them. Surprisingly, Natasha's mother doesn't look disfigured like her husband and son, and this leaves Claude shocked. The woman commends Natasha for bringing Natasha back, and Claude maintains his loyalty as he bows to the woman. Deep down, Claude is hopeful that Anta is still the same person because her appearance and voice are the same as in the past. He believes this because Carl managed to regain half of his self-awareness, and he is confident that Anat was able to break the spell. Claude then tells Natasha that her mother might still be fine, and Natasha gets off her ride. She walks toward her mother, and the rest of the squad also believes that Anat is fighting the clusters with her strong will. Natasha's mother then tells Natasha to forgive her because the day the clusters came in, they could not resist them. She talks about how Mikhail and Kurl tried to save them, but were swallowed up by the clusters. With tears in her eyes, the woman says she is glad that her daughter was able to safely escape to Earth. As Natasha climbs the stairs to the throne, she tells her mother that she doesn't have to worry because as the last royal member of Aulette, she is going to rebuild the planet. Anat agrees with Natasha, saying she has grown really well, but Natasha cuts her off, telling her that she is not talking to her, but to her mother, whose consciousness is currently trapped in the body she is staring at. Her supposed mother lets off an evil smile, and Natasha screams at her in anger, asking her how she dares to have the same voice as her mother. With anger, Natasha screams at her, asking her how she dares to tarnish the pride of the royal family of Aulette. Natasha calls out the clusters, and the real being living inside Anat finally displays itself, revealing that the cluster was actually active from the start. She tries to use the opportunity to attack Natasha with her insect-like limbs, but Natasha is quick to activate her skill, shattering her limbs. Unfortunately, she is able to escape into the air, saying she is already familiar with Natasha's skill because this is the second time she has tried to kill her parents. Natasha is frustrated that she wasn't able to get the cluster once and for all. Just then, Kanagi taps Natasha's shoulder, and by the time she looks back, she realizes that Kanagi has an overwhelming force around him. Kanagi angrily tells the cluster that it is an honor for it to have chosen to nest inside Anat, the queen of Aulette. Kanagi lets the cluster know that they might not be able to revert Anat back to her normal self, but he lets the clusters know that he is going to burn all of them to ashes, so they won't tarnish the royal pride again. The overwhelming aura emanating from Kanagi's body this time around turns out to be that of Mel's. When the cluster sees how Kanagi is talking, and the aura from his body, it immediately recognizes Mel from 300 years ago. The cluster confidently boasts about how it is not like the weaklings that they have faced so far, and she prepares her powerful attack. Mel's is also doing the same with her skill, Burning Light, which envelopes the entire area in a bright, blinding light. Talking about the clusters, they are a hive of organisms, and the black goo is basically the cell of each cluster. Apparently, the hierarchy of the hive is determined by the density and purity of the cells, and now that they are facing off against the cluster inside the queen, it appears that the cluster is connected to the breeding factory of the insects. This obviously means the density and purity are at the highest level. After unleashing the powerful firepower, the queen turns to ashes, but before they can start celebrating this, they realize that the cluster is perfectly safe behind another layer. Mels figures out that she has made multiple layers of the goo into solid armor to block the heat. The queen laughs out loud, asking if Kannagi is done attacking her already because what she just witnessed is really weak. While attacking Kannagi and hitting him around the battlefield, he starts to trash talk him, saying his body is weak, which is why the founders are unable to fulfill their maximum potential. Kannagi simply ignores her claims, and once he is in the clear, he screams at Midori to execute the plan. Before the queen knows it, Midori and the others dash past her since she is already occupied with Kannagi. Before getting to the throne room, Rion had created a battle plan for them. Akane is tasked with analyzing and destroying the barrier protecting the insect by combining the maximum power of turbulence and Natasha's anti-cluster skill, Sparklight, in an attempt to destroy everything. Ryan tells them that the towers are connected to the insect sitting at the top, and they are sucking the energy of the planet, thus feeding it to the insect. Ryan believes that they can win if they reverse the flow of the energy to all towers with Sparklight. He tells the team that the founders will distract the queen, and the moment the signal is given, it is up to them to analyze and destroy the barrier. With the plan now in motion, the queen finally realizes that they have been aiming for the insect from the very beginning. She is desperate to stop them from reaching their target, and she shoots her limbs at them. But Kannagi takes down all of her attacks, leaving her ultimately surprised. Mels lets the queen know that she is nothing, but she doesn't want to accept defeat to a bunch of ancient ghosts. She angrily unleashes a barrage of long-range attacks at Kannagi, but Mel still has the time to tell her that she is wrong when she said Kannagi is holding them back because of his weak body. Mels then tells the queen that from that moment forward, she is not getting anywhere near Kannagi's friends. Mels then decides to go all out by chanting a magic incantation that produces a massive blue light. When talking about incantation, it is a process of drawing a blueprint on one's body to create a phenomenon called magic. Mels is the Mage of Truth, and by this, she can control all magic without incantation, but the only reason she is even chanting is that Kannagi's body is still developing. Looking on the bright side, it is a big achievement that a powerful being like Mels is able to exert an overwhelming mana with Kannagi's weak body, and this is thanks to incantation. The queen is pissed that Mels is toying with her, and as she sends out her attacks, she boasts about how magic won't work against her. Mels ignores her, and the moment she is done with the incantation, she releases a powerful ice spell that freezes the entire room over, including the queen and her attacks. Mels then tells her that there are many methods to deal with the clusters, like Sparklight, parasitic extermination, and extreme cold. Mels explains to her that she is an organism made from liquid cells, which means all she has to do is freeze her to the core over and over. Mels urges the queen not to underestimate the founders because they are driven by their anger towards annoying clusters like herself. The frozen overqueen shatters, and Mels finishes the job with a fireball to completely disintegrate her, putting an end to her reign of terror. Meanwhile, Midori and the others are still trying to break the barrier around the insect. After a strenuous push, Akane is able to remove the barrier, and she leaves the rest of the job to her teammates. Kannagi also shows up on the scene, thanking Akane for her help, and he tells the others that it is time for them to end the battle once and for all. Since the barrier is already destroyed, the insect has been exposed, and if this were 300 years ago, it would have meant the end. But little does Kannagi and his squad know that the clusters have also been evolving in case they finally have a rematch battle with the founders. Inside Voss's husk, he hears Yell calling out to him, and he tells Yell that his hatchling is almost done, so he can take on the enemies. Yell then tells Voss that his enemies are too strong for him, which is why he is going to pull out his consciousness and fuse it with the empty husk. Voss agrees to what Yell wants as long as it is for the prosperity of the clusters. Basically, 1 second inside the world of consciousness is much longer compared to the outside world, but even with the difference in time flow, something shocking happened. An attack suddenly flies past Kannagi and Midori from the husk. This is an attack that is so fast a normal person won't even notice it, which is why only Midori and Kannagi were the only ones who got a glimpse of it. Kannagi freaks out because there is no way he is going to make it even with Midori's turbulence or Mel's thunderbolt. It turns out that the target of the attack is Akane, and Kannagi quickly calls on Hinoki to take over. Since Hinoki's slash is faster than Mel's thunderbolt, Kannagi trusts him to get the job done. With Minoki now in charge, he is able to deliver a fast slash that cuts the tentacle just as it is about to impale Akane, but it still leaves a cut on her chest, showing just how deadly the attack was. Hinoki then unleashes one of his powerful attacks at the insect, leaving an overwhelming force that destroys everything in its path. Just as everything settles down, they see an empty vessel of a cluster leaving the insect, leaving them wondering how possible this is, since they have already defeated the royal family who fused with the insect. In reality, when one is fighting against an extremely tough foe, people sometimes think that they can overcome the situation by using wisdom and ingenuity. It is normal for them to think that they are the only ones who can counter their enemies, as if they are the only ones who have grown stronger. However, this thought is pretty shallow because in reality, the enemies are all improving day by day. Since it is a race for survival, it is a battle that puts the survival of both species at stake. Before the team went to Aulette, they held a meeting where Ryan told everyone what he knew about the clusters according to the information he had from 300 years ago. He lets them know that the first thing the clusters do is to drop towers onto a whole planet, and the moment the towers touch the planet, it starts to absorb its energy. After this, they put an insect that has access to the towers to concentrate all of the planet's energy into it. Once they are done with this, they fuse the core of the insect with the local organisms to create the strongest individual there, which is basically the husk. While Ryan is busy explaining all of these, Iryu turns to Sokka to tell him that he doesn't understand anything from what Ryan has been saying. Since Iryu is too dull to understand, Sokka decides to explain to him that the clusters are parasites that absorb the living force of a planet to reproduce. Ryan then continues by saying they have no idea what condition is on Aulette. However, considering the fact that the invasion started 6 months ago, he believes that there is a possibility that a husk has already been made. Suo then asks if this husk is really strong. Ryan confirms this, saying the husk is pretty strong and their power can be classified into 8 different ranks. If he were to rank the team Suo by the husk, Suo would be at the 8th rank. In fact, he lets them know that Kanagi is currently 5th rank, while Midori is 4th rank at best. He then tells them that if they meet a 3rd rank cluster or below, they are to retreat immediately. Ryan then asks Natasha how strong her family is, just in case they have been used as fusion materials. Natasha revealed that her mother is the strongest and she is just as strong as Suo with his katana, which means she would be at least 6th rank or in the worst case scenario, a 5th rank. With this, Ryan believes that there is still a chance at defeating her, but this was all based on their plan that the clusters haven't evolved over the past 300 years. Now that they are facing off against a husk, sweat runs down Rion's face because it appears that his fear has come through. He is shocked to see that the clusters can now produce a husk without the need to fuse with a local organism, and this is not the only problem. Hinoki tells the team that judging by Rion's previous prediction, the enemy should be around 5th rank, but he lets them know that his last attack was at least around 3rd rank. Rion panics when he hears this, and his colleague tells him that 300 years have passed already, so it is pretty impossible to produce an accurate prediction based on their logic only. The husk finally speaks out, saying he is impressed with the body because it appears that he can actually go toe-to-toe with the founders. The dude then greets Kanagi, telling him that it's been a while, and Kanagi is shocked that the dude knows him. The dude then reminds Kanagi that he is Yell, the one cluster, who slipped into his consciousness back on Earth. Kanagi is stunned when he realizes that he is going up against such a powerful enemy, but as if this isn't enough, a barrier is created around Kanagi and Yell, blocking out the rest of the squad to prevent them from helping him. Yell tells Kanagi that, the same way his friends won't be able to help him, he also would not be able to help his friends. Yell then finally introduces himself to Kanagi and the founders, leaving them stunned as he reveals that he is a 1st-rank husk. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad is also freaking out because they realize the barrier separating them is so strong that even the founders' strength might not be able to shatter it. Suo asks Akane if she will be able to dispel it, and she replies that she is going to try to do so. They soon realize that the cluster monsters are heading toward the civilian population, and without hesitation, Natasha figures out that she has to save her people. She dashes toward them without giving it a thought, and Akane screams out her name since she is putting herself in danger. However, Midori takes charge, creating a protective barrier around Akane while telling the rest of the squad that they can go after Natasha while he protects Akane. Suo commends Midori, telling him that they are counting on him and they urge Akane to continue dispelling the barrier. Suo lets Akane know that they are dealing with the boss-level cluster, which is pretty strong, and she assures him that she is aware of this fact. In fact, she can feel a tremendous amount of pressure coming from beyond the barrier. Seeing how dangerous the whole thing is, all Akane can do is pray that Kanagi doesn't die before she finishes dispelling the barrier. Back in the barrier, Hinoki throws away every element of fear and tells Yell that he would be a worthy opponent since he is 1st rank. Hinoki uses his skill against Yell, and Yell replies with a powerful attack that leaves a shockwave in the barrier. Yell remains steadfast while Kanagi is thrown backwards, but manages to land on his feet. Hinoki commends Yell, telling him that he is pretty good, and just as Hinoki prepares to go all out against Yell, Kanagi suddenly loses mobility, leaving him incapacitated as Yell dashes toward him. Hinoki is shocked and he asks his comrades what happened. Ryon screams at Hinoki, telling him to immediately get out of Kanagi's body. Hinoki argues with him, saying there is no way they are going to defeat the enemy if he gets out of Kanagi's body. Suddenly, a gust of overwhelming wind moves past, and just as Yell is about to break Kanagi's head, his hand gets kicked off. It turns out that Eiler swooped in at the last second to protect Kanagi's body, and she screams at her colleagues, asking them what is happening with Kanagi. Ryan lets her know that the synchronization rate is too fast, and he lets Hinoki know that he has been using Kanagi's body too much that day. In addition to this, Ryan says Kanagi's body might be completely taken over because the synchronization rate will keep increasing. Hinoki cannot believe that there is a time limit of 1 minute, but he is more concerned about what they should do since they can't allow the clusters to make direct contact with Kanagi. Eiler says she was able to deflect the last attack from Yell, but she is pretty sure that she can't do it forever. As if this isn't bad enough, Yell's attacks are fast like lightning, which makes Hinoki believe that he is the only one suited for the situation. He hasn't finished saying this when Shimmer hits him on the head, telling him to stand back. He reminds him that they still have more synchronization time left compared to Hinoki's. Shimmer then tells Kalik to make weapons for them, but Hinoki doesn't think alchemy is going to help them against someone as strong as Yell. While they are busy arguing, Yell is getting closer to Kanagi, and Eiler screams at the team to decide on what they want to do quickly. Hinoki calls Rowan, telling him to take control, believing that Yell won't be able to touch Kanagi, since he will be covered with an aura in the form of a dinosaur. Rowan shakes his head to tell Hinoki that he is wrong, and Skirnir decides to translate it for Hinoki, telling him that Yell is faster than lightning, which means Rowan's dinosaur defense is nothing compared to what Yell can do. Skirnir makes sure to add an insult at the end, but Hinoki pretty well knows that the insult is from Skirnir, not Rowan. Hinoki is completely overwhelmed as he has no idea what they are supposed to do, and Kanagi finally steps into the conversation himself. He lets them know that he is aware that his soul would disappear if he lends his body to a single person for too long, but even with the risk attached to this, he lets them know that he still has an idea. Meanwhile, Yell is already trash-talking them, telling them that their movements are so dull. He reminds them that Natasha and the entire planet will be done for if he manages to kill Kanagi. Seeing how Kanagi remains incapacitated, Yell launches a long-range attack on him, but just as the attack is about to hit, Kanagi vanishes and appears right behind Yell. Eiler angrily asks him whose attack he is calling dull, and without mercy he kicks Yell in the head. This sends Yell flying, but before he can even balance, Kanagi has closed him down again, landing a kick to his body. Yell feels the impact of the attack and realizes that he is now going up against the founder of Kicks, Eiler. Just then, Eiler exhausts her time with Kanagi, but before Yell can take advantage of this, Eiler switches with Shimmer, who punches Yell's head with a powerful spear attack. Shimmer assures Eiler that he is going to continue where she stopped, and Eiler heaves a sigh of relief. It turns out that Kanagi's plan is to switch the founders around at high pace in an attempt to overwhelm Yell with their attacks, but he lets them know that he will be the one to decide who is switched on. Talking about the clusters, they are organisms with a hive mind and a desire to conquer everything in their path. This was how they operated at the beginning, by baiting their prey, while craving the avenue to escape from their predators. They also wanted shelters to protect themselves from heat and cold. Later on, they noticed that animals could conquer territories, and thanks to their warm and hydrated body, the clusters realized that they actually don't need to starve or be preyed on. Because of this, they started by parasitizing small animals at first, and as they continued to parasitize the land, their numbers grew exponentially. Just when the clusters finally conquered the land, beings with high intelligence landed on the planet with their space rocket. These beings were venturing into the stars, but it provided the perfect opportunity for the clusters. And thanks to the science and technology provided by the beings, the clusters started to conquer the whole planet. After this, they crossed the stars, other dimensions, and even space-time itself. Not long after this, they started to rule the stars, and they were called star clusters. Finally, 10,000 years after their star migrations, the evil parasites made their way to Earth. The clusters were eager to conquer the planet as they had always done, but little did they know that Earth had been holding tremendous hidden powers. To make it worse, the founders were all active and waiting for them, ultimately handing them their first defeat. Back in the barrier, Yell gets dismantled by Shimmer's spear attacks, but even with this, he continues attacking. It turns out that Kalik was the one who created the spear, but Shimmer knows it is still not strong enough to block Yell's incoming attack. However, Shimmer resorts to the use of a skill to deflect the attack and shatter half of Yell's head. Even with this, Yell just smiles, and Shimmer finally figures out that there are no internal organs inside the husk. He believes that instead of attacking Yell in a single place, they need to strike him in a line. Mel cuts in, saying it would have been good if their melee fighters like Eiler could fight. Shimmer then tells them that it is fine, as he calls on Mardet to take over. Mardet acknowledges this and tells Kalik that he will be counting on him. Yell is shocked when he sees Kanagi whip out a bow and arrow, wondering why Kanagi would choose such a slow weapon. However, Garbett analyzes the entire surroundings and fires off his weapon. Yell dodges the arrow coming straight for him since it is quite slow, but just then he notices that the arrows inside the quiver are gone. Before he realizes what is happening, arrows have impaled his body from several angles. Yell is shocked because he didn't even know when Garbett fired the arrows. It turns out that Garbett is not yet done, and he activates his skill, the arrow of the umbrella, ultimately opening the arrows up like an umbrella, while they are still stuck inside Yell. This dismantles Yell's body, and he is forced to admit that the founder's skills are still potent even though they are borrowing the body of a weak boy. It dawns on him that he is finally facing off against the annoying founders. Yell regenerates and realizes that he will be at a disadvantage if he allows the battle to continue for long, which means he has to finish Kannagi off with his next attack. Kannagi also lays out his worry to the rest of the team, saying it is weird that Yell is weak. Hinoki agrees with him, but the others have no idea what they are saying. Hinoki explains that if what Yell said about being a first-rank husk is true, he is supposed to be much stronger than he currently is. Hinoki adds that according to Ryan's assessment, he is ranked 5th, which means fighting Yell would be impossible. Hinoki confirms this, saying if Yell is truly a 5th rank, he should be strong enough to fight against him in his prime, and Kannagi freaks out because this means Yell is super strong. Hinoki continues by saying that Kannagi would have been torn to pieces right away, and Hinoki tells Rion that the dude should be around 3rd rank at least, based on what he could ascertain after fighting him. Rion doesn't want to believe that Yell was lying, and Kannagi tells them that there is a possibility that Yell has the same connection, just as he has with the founders. Kannagi says Yell's body is 5th rank, based on observation. But inside it is Yell, who tried to kill his soul. He lets them know that Yell is a 1st rank, who is currently controlling a 5th rank body, which is why it is so strong. Kannagi explains that his current status is 5th rank, and if their body levels are the same, it means the time limit is 5 minutes. Hinoki smiles when he realizes that the battle will be decided by either them, the founders, or Yell, the special 1st rank. However, Rion is worried because he believes that Yell has not yet shown them all he can, since the husk they are currently fighting didn't exist 300 years ago. Rion says it would be nice if they could have more cards in their hands, and Hinoki smiles, reminding her that they have some cards that they can use. Hinoki then turns to the group of introverted founders sitting in the distance, telling them that their time has come to be useful. The leader of the introverts, Hazama Yoshikatsu, cannot believe that Hinoki just called them introverts while they are busy playing a game of cards, and he threatens to kill Hinoki. In a distant past, in the year 1992, when Awakeners didn't exist, Hazama is seen on his video game, while his mother is telling him to go get her groceries. Hazama urges his mother to give him some time until he reaches a save point. However, his mother lets him know that she is going to dump the game in the trash, ultimately forcing the dude to leave the game. However, he gets even more interested in the task when his mother lets him know that he can keep the change as his pocket money. Moments later, Hazama is on his way home when the towers start falling from the sky, destroying everything in their path. Hazama watches in horror as fire engulfed the whole area, but just before he is killed, a portal appears underneath him. Hazama is taken through the portal, and he lands on a field where he finds other people who have been transferred there to fight the clusters. It turns out that the Earth summoned its first generation of Awakeners at the same time the towers fell from the sky. The humans were all from different eras, and they were the strongest humans. Hinoki is the first to walk over to Hazama, asking him what his skill is, and Hazama nervously replies that his skill is gaming. Now in the present, Hinoki and Hazama are still busy arguing. Hinoki tells Hazama that he and his group of introverts didn't even train Kannagi when everyone else was. Since they have found themselves in this tough situation, Hinoki tells Hazama and his group to be at least useful. Hazama screams at Hinoki, telling him that they would have gladly trained Kannagi if they had the chance, but Hinoki and his gang have been hoarding Kannagi to themselves. Hinoki cannot believe that this is Hazama's excuse because all he needed to do was join in the training, but they have been standing back and mumbling. It turns out that the introverts actually wanted to join, but their introverted nature made it really hard for them to say anything. Hazama screams at Hinoki, telling him that they were scared to talk because Kannagi could have looked down on them. While the two are busy arguing, Garbett screams at them to keep their mouths shut, and he tells Hazama to join the fight if he would like to, because Yell is already getting used to his attacks. Just as Garbett predicted, Yell is able to dodge his next wave of attacks, and Yell tells him that he has figured out that Kannagi's body has reached the limit with Garbett. Yell hurls a long tentacle at Garbett, destroying his bow, while almost taking Kannagi's head off. Kannagi manages to escape the situation with just a cut to his face. Yell is surprised that Garbett was still able to dodge his strike, but he lets him know that he doesn't have the leeway to use his bow while defending. Kannagi freaks out when it dawns on him that Yell was basically testing out the power of a founder, and without making rash moves, Yell was able to predict ahead while waiting for an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Meanwhile, the founders haven't come to an agreement yet, even though Kannagi's life is at stake. Hazama is supposed to switch with Garbett, but as he walks toward Kannagi, he finds it hard to express himself. It gets worse when Kanagi turns around to look at him. Hazama starts to tremble and he almost loses his mind when Kanagi speaks to him. Kanagi is surprised as he doesn't understand what is going on, but Hazama nervously replies, telling Kanagi that they have always been watching him. The other introverts are also dying inside, hoping that their leader, Hazama, would be able to smooth things over. Hazama continues stammering as he asks Kanagi if they can borrow his body too. Kanagi is surprised to hear that Hazama is willing to fight alongside him, and Hazama nervously confirms this. Hazama then tells Kanagi that it might be a bit difficult since he doesn't know their names, but Kanagi corrects him, telling him that he does. Kanagi shocks him when he tells him his full name, and he proceeds to the next person. He mentions the dude under the mask, Mujin Inari, the girl in purple, Nemi Nefronte, the dude with nunchucks, Huo Longyen, the fellow with a wooden weapon, Takamura Keiji, and the girl with pink hair, Luciana Glitchspear. The gang of introverts is shocked when Kanagi basically calls out their names, showing just how familiar he is with them. Kanagi mentions that he has always admired all of them all his life, and he calls them his favorite founders. With a bright smile on his face, he urges them to lend him their strength, which leaves them in tears. Hazama then calls his gang together, forming a circle and telling them that Kanagi has done his best to motivate them, which is why they now have to fight. Back on the battlefield, Yell is about to hit Kanagi when his tentacle is suddenly dissolved in a poison-like substance, and he also realizes that the aura around Kanagi has changed again. It turns out that Hazama is now in possession of Kanagi's body, and he is wielding a sword and a shield, while the rest of the introverted gang prepares to join him in the fight. Hazama dashes toward Yell with his supposedly powerful attack, trying to cut him, but Yell easily dodges the strikes, while wondering if Hazama is trying to bait him. Yell counters with one of his tentacles, and he almost decapitates Kanagi, but he manages to dodge at the last second. Yell continues to attack Hazama, forcing him to keep dodging, and in Kanagi's mental space, Eiler asks Hinoki if he is sure that Hazama can handle the task given to him. Hinoki wonders why Eiler is complaining, and she mentions that she hasn't fought with the introverts on the same battlefield before, so she hasn't seen them fight. Luciana then cuts in, telling Eiler to keep quiet and watch because Hazama won't even lose against someone like her. Eiler nervously replies that she is not trying to discredit Hazama, but Kanagi cuts in, telling Eiler that Hazama is crazy strong because he is also a founder. Hinoki seems to know what is going on, and he tells his comrades to calm down and watch how a hero fights. 300 years ago, when the founders were together, Hazama and the introverts were always seen playing a game of cards, while the others were having fun. Even though Hazama is always the most excited during the games, he is always the one losing, and he will accuse his teammates of cheating. There was even a game run that he lost 12 consecutive times, and while he is still raging about this, someone calls his attention to Luciana, who just arrived days ago. While the other founders are having fun, Luciana is sitting behind a tree, and she fits their persona really well. Since Hazama is the leader, the other introverts push him to recruit Luciana to their ranks. Hazama manages to walk over to where Luciana is, offering her the chance to join them in playing a game of cards. Luciana is surprised that she is being invited all of a sudden, and just as she is about to crash out on the dude, she notices that he is trembling, which means it was hard for him to even approach her. Since she has found people like herself, Luciana thanks Hazama for the invitation and joins the group. Now in the present day, Hazama is struggling against Yell. Even though his movements are a joy to behold, Yell can see that his attacks are really weak. However, he doesn't feel the need to be scared of him because it doesn't look like he is skilled like Garbett and Shimmer. Yell continues chasing Hazama around the battlefield with his dangerous and long tentacle. Moments later, Yell finally gets the drop on Hazama from behind, but just as he is about to impale him, Hazama suddenly turns around and parries his attack with his shield. Yell is shocked when his attack gets parried because it appears that Hazama put aura into his shield. Before Yell knows what is happening, Hazama cuts him midsection, slicing him in two. The extrovert founders are shocked when they see this. Yell, on the other hand, has now confirmed what he fears, and this is the fact that Hazama's main skill is aura control. With an evil smile and expression, Hazama tells Yell that the sword is poisonous. The extroverts almost crap their pants because Hazama's face looks so scary. Even Eiler is forced to ask what sort of hero Hazama is, and Hinoki laughs out loud before revealing that Hazama had no combat experience when he was teleported. He says Hazama was just a normal student, and he was even weaker than Kanagi when he awakened. However, he became stronger after undergoing a ton of training from Hinoki. Hinoki says Hazama might be a crybaby and a whiner, but whenever he is in the tower for a battle, he never runs away. In fact, when he was scared and his feet were shaking, he managed to keep his fears suppressed so he could continue moving forward. Hinoki tells his friends that Hazama is a courageous fellow, which is why he is a hero. As the battle continues, Hazama is shaken by the pressure of fighting Yell, and he is already trembling. He figures out that he is not going to last long, but then it dawns on him that Kanagi allowed him to use his body despite the odds stacked against him. Hazama is about to lose his footing when he hears the introverted squad cheering him on, telling him to keep it up as their leader. Kanagi also chips in, apologizing to Hazama, telling Hazama that he is struggling because his body is weak. However, Kanagi lets Hazama know that he would like to save Natasha and the people on the planet, which is why he is counting on him. Kanagi's words and the encouragement from his team members is able to push Hazama to start fighting again. With a smile on his face, he dashes toward Yahello, combining his sword and shield skills against him. Yahello watches in horror as Hazama closes down the distance between them, pushing his poisonous sword into his body. Yahello is surprised when he realizes that his body is actually getting slower. And even though he is not attacked with sparklight, it appears that poison is also effective against his species. Yahello taunts Hazama, telling him that he has been degraded from 300 years ago, but Hazama replies to him with a powerful shield charge while telling him that he is the degraded one. Hazama smiles at Yahello, suggesting that they finally have a good battle. At this point, Yahello is totally confused as he doesn't know if Hazama is trying to push him into a corner with his poisonous shield. Deep down, Yahello believes he is going to turn the battle around because he already has a read on Hazama's attacks, but suddenly, his arms get shredded. Yahello is totally confused as he doesn't know if he just got attacked by another founder or if Hazama changed weapons. It turns out that Inari has taken over with his double short swords, providing speed for Kanagi to use. After Inari switches out, Luciana comes in, hitting Yahello ferociously with her wick. Nemi then jumps into the action, and after this, Wo steps in too. Before Yahello knows what is happening, he has been reduced to bits thanks to Kanagi switching out in split seconds to use combo attacks on him, giving him no chance to counterattack. This is when it finally dawns on Yahello that Kanagi is not the same as when he defeated an insect back on Earth. With Yahello fully vulnerable, Kanagi switches with Kenji, telling him to finish Yahello off. Kenji lands his devastating attacks on Yahello, further shattering his cells, preventing him from regenerating. As Yahello turns to dust and vanishes, he screams out Kanagi's name in horror because he simply made him exhaust the limit on the husk. With Yahello's defeat, the introverted squad jumps up in celebration. But little do they know that by the time they defeated Yahello, the self-destruct switch of the planet had been turned on. On the outside, Suo and the rest of the squad are also battling it out with the monsters, reducing their numbers to the best that they can. Meanwhile, Kanagi is already feeling the effects of lending his body to the founders for too long. Suddenly, they feel a rumbling in the ground, and this is when Kanagi realizes that something is wrong because even after defeating Yahello, the barrier has not disappeared. Just then, he hears a voice beside him, and this startles him. He demands to know who he is talking to, and Voss introduces himself to Kanagi. He lets him know that he is the original owner of the husk that he just defeated, and since he was watching his battle against Yahello, he has been able to ascertain the fact that Kanagi has a variety of weapons and techniques. Kanagi takes a moment to think about it, and Voss clears the air for him, telling him that he is the commander of the clusters on the planet. It turns out that he is also the one who created the barrier. Kanagi asks Voss why he is showing himself when he knows he just defeated an enemy far stronger than him. Voss tells him that he would like to give him a reward for his fighting spirit, and he lets Kanagi know that he just made the core of the planet go out of control. Even though the founders don't understand what this means, they are pretty sure it is something bad. Ryan is the only one who figures it out, and he tells them that Voss is telling them that he has messed up with the planet in such a way that it would explode from within its core, causing it to disappear into cosmic dust. Kanagi freaks out when he hears this, and he asks Voss why he is doing what he is doing. Voss reveals that he is taking this extreme measure to make sure he kills Kanagi this time around. He mentions that the energy core from the planet is quite valuable to them, but they are willing to sacrifice this just to kill Kanagi. Kanagi is surprised to hear that the clusters are willing to go to the extreme just to eliminate him. Voss tells Kanagi to be proud of himself because they had to go this far just to take him out. The whole planet starts to shake with natural disasters hitting it from every corner. Natasha immediately tells Claude to secure the people because she could sense that whatever is happening is not a natural disaster. At the same time, she wonders if Kanagi is fine. Back in the barrier, Voss hurls a projectile at Kanagi, and Kanagi tries to block it, but he gets hit real bad. Voss lets him know that he is already weakened after his battle with Yahello, and he tells Kanagi that he is going to continue playing with him until the planet finally explodes. Before Kanagi can pull himself together, he gets hit again, and Voss lets him know that he might not be strong like Yahello, but he is confident that he will be able to hold him off until the planet is done for. However, Voss lets Kanagi know that he would also prefer to defeat him before the planet goes kaboom. As Kanagi continues to suffer, Hinoki urges him to switch with any founder that he can because, at the rate at which it is going, he is definitely going to die. Kanagi gets hit again, and he gets thrown to the floor with blood coming out of his mouth. He tells Hinoki that he can't switch with anyone. Rian is freaking out because he knows that Kanagi has received a lot of damage from fighting against Yahello and was also forced to bear the burden of switching with more than 10 founders that very day, which basically means Kanagi's mind is at its limit. The only solution to this is to defeat Voss and break the barrier and return to Earth as fast as they can, but Kanagi disagrees with the founders when they say this. He tells them that there is no point if they just save themselves, and he lets them know that he doesn't care what happens to this body as long as he gets to save Natasha's planet. Kanagi groans in pain, wondering if he is still going to be on the losing end even after he defeats the first rank with everything he has. Tears roll down his face as he slowly starts to accept defeat. Just then, a familiar voice speaks to him from outside the barrier, telling him that he did well. In a shocking turn of events, the barrier shatters, releasing Kanagi from the confined space he is in. As he falls down, he is grabbed by Akane, who just dispelled the barrier. She hugs Kanagi tightly, talking about how happy she is that she managed to break the barrier in time. Voss, on the other hand, cannot believe that Akane just broke his strongest barrier. But he still believes that Kanagi has nowhere to go. He puts everything into his final attack as he dashes toward Kanagi and Akane. However, his fate runs out as Midori intercepts his attack, and he looks really pissed since Voss doesn't have the appearance of a human. With Midori's appearance, Voss feels an overwhelming fear he has never felt before, causing him to change into defensive mode before even realizing it. Since he was born as a cluster, meeting Midori's anger is the first time he will ever experience the emotion called fear, and with overwhelming strength, Midori tears him apart. 45 minutes after landing on the planet, Kanagi and his squad finally defeated their main enemy, but they now have 3 minutes until the planet turns to dust. Meanwhile, Sokka and Iryu have just finished rescuing the civilians when the barrier broke. They expect everything to be over, but the whole planet is vibrating. Even the survivors are surprised that everything is going to shit. Iryu freaks out, and Sokka tells him that the planet can't be saved even though they really worked hard. Deep down, Sokka is also disappointed that the planet is going down even after all that they have done. Sokka is pissed that he wasn't useful, even though his power and that of Iryu's would have been the best to carry the civilians to safety. Sokka is still beating himself up when Iryu calls his name in Natasha's presence. Natasha lets them know that she has checked the surroundings and it appears that everyone is safe thanks to Sokka and Iryu. Natasha then dashes off because she still has the strength to fight, thanks to the two. Natasha has been able to put some level of confidence in Sokka, and he smiles. Natasha then makes her way to where Kanagi is, and Kanagi, who is just recovering, apologizes to Natasha that they are not able to save her planet. However, Natasha grabs him, telling him that he is wrong because the planet can still be saved. Kanagi asks her how, and she explains that 300 years ago, Earth was able to gather its strongest founders, which means a planet has its own will. Natasha believes that with Sparklight she can communicate with the planet's will, and she concludes everything on a maybe. Kanagi and Akane cannot believe that she is seriously relying on a maybe at the moment. In Natasha's defense, she tells them that this is going to be her first time, but it was the founder of Wanderer who taught her how to do so. Natasha tells them that she believes that the tower where the insect was residing should lead to the deepest part of the planet. She explains that she just needs to go there and use her sparklight at the core of the clusters. Since only people from the planet can enter the deepest part, she tells them that she would have to go alone. She urges them to leave the rest to her. And just as she is about to leave, Kanagi gives her the necklace that her brother dropped for her. He apologizes for not being able to give it to her earlier, and he lets her know what Mihail said when dropping the necklace. This is enough to put a smile on Natasha's face, and she dashes off with all the determination to save the planet. Before entering the core, Natasha puts on the necklace while thinking of everything that the clusters have taken away from her and her family. Because of all the pain they have caused her so far, Natasha is also not ready to lose the planet. With 2 minutes left until the explosion, Natasha speeds through the pathway on her ride and soon runs into clusters that are there to stop her. Even though it is dangerous, Natasha doesn't think she has the time to deal with the clusters blocking her path because she has used too much of her sparklight that day already. She sees herself as a useless princess who can't protect her people even after she escaped and got sparklight. Since she couldn't do it alone, she had to rely on the heroes from Earth. She remembers the shock on her face when Kanagi and the squad assured her that they were going to help. She couldn't believe that even Midori was ready to help her, and she asked them why they were ready to risk their lives even though her planet had no connection to any of them. Suo replies that it is the bond of teammates, and Hinata confirms this. Akane mentions that experiencing the pain of missing people one holds dear teaches someone to help others because she has experienced that. Midori, on the other hand, tells Natasha he is trying to make up for his sins, while Sokka says he is doing it for his own goal. Iryu tells her that he might not want to go to a dangerous place, but he finds Natasha to be cute, so he has no choice. As for Kanagi, he says he doesn't know, shocking the entire group since he is the captain. Kanagi tells them that the founders inside him are furious, and after what Natasha showed him in her memory, Kanagi makes it his mission to be able to stop her tears. Everyone in the squad cannot believe that Kanagi just said a whole bunch of crap. Kanagi ends it by telling Natasha that he also likes how she smiles. Now that Natasha is heading into the danger zone, she realizes that the squad gives her courage, and the fact that everyone has always helped her, she wants to answer them with the same. Just as she is about to push herself into the heart of the danger, Claude shows up and clears the path with his skills. Natasha is shocked to see her butler when she thought all hope was lost. With a smile on his face, Claude tells Natasha that he is going to handle the clusters so Natasha can save the planet. Natasha then proceeds into the core, and she spots what she needs to destroy to save the planet. She prepares to use her biggest and final spark light against the cluster, but just as she is about to touch the cluster, she gets impaled by cluster spikes. Natasha coughs up blood with a broken heart and the realization that she failed at the last minute. Just then, the necklace her brother gave her falls off and drops on the cluster, providing a semblance of light and hope for her. With this, Natasha is able to push through the wall of hopelessness, and she is able to touch the cluster, ultimately releasing her biggest sparklight into it, shattering its power and breaking the spikes lodged in her body. This generates a light so bright that even Claude, who is not near her, almost goes blind from it. On the outside, Iryu and the others are already freaking out because things are getting worse. They notice that the clusters are heading toward the core of the tower, but Midori swoops in to clear them off. This is when the sudden beam of light hits the planet, leaving everyone in shock. The civilians are even broken, as they believe that the bright light is a weapon from the enemy. The light only gets brighter, overshadowing everything else, and in the end it lets off a loud bang that destroys every alien presence on the planet, ultimately purifying the planet. When the light finally subsides, Hinata and Suo are shocked to see that all of the clusters have been erased. Akane also wakes Kanagi to show him the beautiful view, and Kanagi realizes that Natasha was able to save her planet. Later on, Natasha opens her eyes to a bright morning, and Akane is the first to greet her. She is shocked to be alive, and before anything else, she starts to smell a beautiful scent. She looks to her front to see Kanagi cooking a pot of soup. Using Hinoki's skill, he cuts down ingredients into tiny bits, while Tokigenza, the founder of Chinese Town, takes over the cooking. In no time, he finishes up with the dish, and he tells them to serve it. Claude takes up the large plate to serve it to the survivors, and he urges the kids not to rush because there is a lot to go around. Moments later, Suo and Hinata also return with meat and fish, so that they can have another food source. Toki is happy to see this, and he tells them to drain the blood from the meat and prepare the appetizer, while telling others to help with the fish. After cutting up the meat, Toki tells Suo to rub sauce on it while Hinata continues working on the fish. Toki tells Akane to make more tableware because they need more. Natasha is shocked by everything she is seeing and she asks the gang what the hell they are doing. Hinata simply answers that they are cooking, and Akane casually says they are short-staffed. Natasha stands up to see that her people are already eating to their heart's content. The kids who have not eaten well in a long time consume the food with tears in their eyes. While cooking, Toki tells those who are injured to signify that their Valentine healer is ready to work on them. Kanagi lets Natasha know that they barely saved her. It turns out that the healer put everything she had into saving Natasha, but Kanagi obviously passed out after that. After a short rest, he was able to lend his body to a founder, which is why Toki is now in charge of food. Natasha ignores the food first and decides to watch out for the clusters, but to her surprise, she realizes that there is no single tower on the planet. She is shocked by this, but Kanagi commends her, telling her that she was the one who erased them. Thanks to this, the sky of Owlet is finally blue again. And since there is nothing else to worry about, Kanagi tells Natasha to eat her meal with her people. One of the children walks up to Natasha with a plate of food and a smile on her face, urging the princess to eat with her. Natasha is left emotional from this, and she lets out tears of joy while accepting the child's meal offer. Just then, Iryu screams out, telling Kanagi that they have a problem because refugees from other areas are coming in. However, Kanagi doesn't see this as a problem because Toki is eager to make even more food for as many people as he can. In no time, Toki has prepared food for everyone who has just arrived on the scene, and they are all thankful to be alive. Even Natasha admits that this is the first time she will be eating such tasty food. Even the introverted founders wish that they had their bodies so that they could also have a taste of Toki's superb cooking. Kanagi assures them that he is going to give everyone his body, so that they can. The introverts are happy to hear this, and Hazama immediately makes a bet, saying whoever wins next will be the one who eats first. Luciana has no issue with this because she is pretty sure Hazama will be the one to eat last since he is a colossal failure when it comes to the game. Hinoki, on the other hand, notices Mel's smiling and he asks her what is funny to her. Mel's replies that it is nothing serious, but she only missed what she is currently witnessing. She reminds Hinoki that 300 years ago they were always eating just like this after every battle. Hinoki agrees with her that it is fine to eat a good meal after a big battle, and he starts to walk away into the distance. Mels asks him where he is going, and Hinoki replies that he has to clear his mind. He reminds them that Yell didn't die, and Hinoki is planning to be the one to take down the annoying cluster the next time they meet. Meanwhile, the clusters have learned of Yell's defeat, and they are not entirely surprised since he was using the quintuple's husk. One of the clusters then talks about how she is going to tease Yell the next time she sees him. However, she remembers that there is a prophecy that she set up on Earth, and it is time for her to go see it herself. Several days after the battle on Aulette, Akane and Kanagi start to carry out the refabrication of the planet, creating housing and other things to make life better for the people. Kanagi commends Akane on her transmutation, saying she is improving. Akane reminds him that alchemy is her forte and she is not ready to lose to Kanagi, who is cheating. Iryu then points to the large, long crack in the floor, asking Sokka what it is. Sokka replies that it is a result of the earthquakes, but he wonders just how far it goes. Suddenly, water starts flowing down the crack, and Hanada shows up, revealing that he managed to redirect the flow of the river. Iryu's brain almost freezes when he hears this as he tries to process what is actually going on. Hanada tells him that the river can be used as a source of drinking water. Apparently, Hanada heard from some of the survivors that there is a water stream over the mountain, so he just brute-forced a path of about 10 kilometers to get to the water. Iryu cannot believe what he just heard, forcing him to ask if the dude is a freaking monster. Kanagi then shows up, asking Hanada about Suo. Hanada reveals that Suo is still away, cutting some trees from the river. Just then, Suo shows up with a mountain of wood, asking if it is going to be enough. As if that is not enough, Iryu and Sokka see Midori removing the rubble on the planet with his power. Iryu simply conclude that he is rolling with pretty scary people. Kanagi is glad with all the supplies they have gotten, and Kanagi tells her that all they have to do is work on the waterway so it can support the people's daily necessities so that they can finally go home. Kanagi then asks her where Natasha is, and she lets him know that she is heading in the direction of the castle. Akane tells Kanagi to have a chat with Natasha before they go back home, and Kanagi agrees to this. Akane, on the other hand, goes down to meet the kids, suggesting that they have a meal together. Moments later, Kanagi finds Natasha and Claude staring at the ruins of the castle. Natasha apologizes for not showing up since he started building the camp. Kanagi, on the other hand, apologizes to her, saying they destroyed a lot of things. But Natasha tells him that she doesn't mind. However, she lets Kanagi know that since she was born, she has always been with her family, and coming to the ruins is her last chance to meet them. In all humility, Natasha and Claude bow to Kanagi, thanking him and his squad for what they did. Kanagi is shocked to see this, asking the girl why she is doing this all of a sudden, and Natasha reminds him that he is the savior of their planet. With fierce determination, Natasha tells Kanagi that she is going to repay the debt, but Kanagi tries to tell her that she is already promising too much. Natasha mentions that the first thing they are going to do is build statues of bronze for the members of the Kanagi squad, but thinking of how embarrassing it is going to look, Kanagi urges her not to. However, Natasha insists that she is going to, while telling Kanagi that the people of the planet will never forget him no matter how many generations pass by. Kanagi is totally blown away by this, and he shakes Natasha's hand, thanking her for the courtesy. That evening, the squad heads to the teleportation point ready to return to Earth. The people of the planet are shocked to see that the squad is already going back, and they start pleading for them not to go yet. Even the kids are crying, saying they still want to play more with the squad, turning the evening into an emotional hullabaloo. Even Iryu tells Kanagi that he would like to stay another week, but Sokka simply knocks the fool out before he drags them back. Akane turns to the people, telling them that they have to leave because they have to protect their world too. Hanada assures them that they will come visit again, and with a thunderous voice the people of the planet thank the squad for their help. Just then, Claude makes a suggestion, urging Kanagi to marry the princess. This immediately triggers another wave of context, and in Claude's defense, he reminds Kanagi that he saved their country. He also reminds Kanagi of what he said about his desire to stop Natasha's tears. The people start celebrating, since they are in favor of what Claude said. However, Natasha urges them to calm down, reminding them that she and Kanagi don't have the time to think about this. Kanagi also adds that they have to protect Earth from the clusters, which is why they have to go. Natasha agrees with him, assuring him that she is going to do her best to rebuild Aulette. Claude asks the two if they know just how hard it is about to be, and the two assure him that they are prepared. As they step into the teleportation point to leave, the people send them off with bright faces and a thankful heart. Soon afterward, the squad arrives at the mausoleum of the founders, and Iryu celebrates that they are finally back home. Sokka cannot believe this dude because he was begging to stay back on Aulette for another week. Akane is glad that everything has finally come to an end, and Kanagi reveals that he would like to visit Aulette again when everything calms down. Hanada reminds him that they can always visit Aulette when they want. Just then, Kanagi remembers what Natasha said about family, and he tells the group that he would like to visit his mother. The group is surprised to hear this, and Midori lets them know that Kanagi's house is nearby. Midori tells Kanagi that he can leave, assuring him that he is going to handle the reports. Kanagi is glad to hear this, and he mentions that he is going to talk to Rui. Kanagi then runs off with excitement, hoping to see a bright smile on her mother's face once he gets back home. Unknown to him, the second-rank cluster, Ella, who wanted to come to Earth to check her prophecy, has somehow found Kanagi, and she is already edging to fight him. 2 minutes after their arrival on Earth, Kanagi gets a call from Rui, scolding him for not telling him that they are back. He mentioned that he only went to check the mausoleum because it was so bright, but by the time he got there was no one there. He lets Kanagi know just how worried he is, and Kanagi tells him that he was planning on doing his report, but he had to visit his family. The moment Kanagi hears this, it reminds him of his late father, and he finally agrees to meet later, as he is fairly certain his mom has been lonely. Moments later, Kanagi arrives at his house, and his mother is shocked and glad to see him. Without wasting time, his mother has collected his clothes to wash and even entered the kitchen to prepare a meal for him. She tells Kanagi that he should have at least given her a call when he was coming because she would have prepared a meal for him. Kanagi apologizes for this, telling his mother that his mission was nearby and he decided to just visit. Kanagi is about to let out the secret that Midori is still alive, but manages to caution himself at the last minute, telling his mother that he got permission from his leader. It is pretty obvious that the world believes Midori is dead, and Kanagi is not about to change the narrative for his mother. Toki tells Kanagi that he would like to show their gratitude to his mother by cooking for her, and Kanagi offers to help his mother in the kitchen. His mother disregards the offer, assuring Kanagi that she can manage by herself because she doesn't remember Kanagi knowing how to cook. While waiting for his mother to finish cooking, Kanagi realizes that time goes by really fast because it feels just like yesterday when Midori showed up at his house to recruit him to the anti-prophecy agency. Moments later, his mother finishes preparing his food, and he thanks the woman for it. He takes some of the dish, and with a bright smile on his face, he finally gets back the taste of his mother's soup. He realizes that his mind is always filled with missions or incidents, but at the moment, he feels so relieved. While eating, his mother continues staring at him because it feels so nice to see him in person, even though she has been receiving news about him. His mother then mentions what she notices about him, saying he looks really well, while also asking if his work is going well. Kanagi confirms this, saying he might not be able to go into details because it is top secret, but he has been quite busy. He lets his mother know that he has made a lot of friends, and even if it's not as beautiful as he thought, because there are many challenges, he is glad that he became a hunter. His mother is happy to hear this, and she talks about the money she sends him every month. Kanagi quickly asks her if the money is not enough, but the woman replies, saying the money is too much. With shock written all over her face, she tells Kanagi that the amount feels like his annual paycheck, while asking Kanagi if he even spends any of it on himself. Kanagi then tells his mother that the money he is sending her is just half of his salary because he obviously doesn't have the time to spend money. His mother freaks out in shock when she learns that her son makes her annual income in just a month. She finally confirms the fact that hunters are really amazing, and Kanagi tells her that hunters face many dangerous situations. After he is done eating, Kanagi stands up to leave, telling his mother that he has an appointment with Rui at the mausoleum. Before leaving, Kanagi's mother asks him what he wants for dinner, and he replies that he wants tonkatsu. Deep down, his mother is surprised that he is leaving for the mausoleum immediately after his meal, which is something he used to do during his summer vacation in elementary school. On Kanagi's way to the mausoleum, Keiji notices the change in Hazama's expression, and he asks him what the problem is. He replies that he is envious of Kanagi because his timeline is just like his. Hazama then asks Keiji if he doesn't miss his home, and he confesses that he does, revealing that he was summoned when he was doing his part-time job. Just then, Hazama mentions the fact that he hasn't seen Hinoki, and Mel's tells them that Hinoki is currently inside the rift. Hazama hears this and freaks out because he doesn't expect anyone in their right mind to enter the rift. Mel's reminds Hazama that they are already dead, and she believes that training in the rift can sharpen one's mind. Mel's lets them know that it is imperative that they prepare for their final battle. Meanwhile, Hinoki has gone to challenge the dudes in the rift. The dudes are happy to have him back because it's been a while since he visited. Hinoki lets them know that the clusters have gotten stronger so he can't sit around, which is why he needs to refine his mind to the best. The leader of the rift guys, Melville, who is the founder of Monster Slayers, laughs out loud before welcoming Hinoki to the lost world of carnage. Moments later, Kanagi arrives at the mausoleum and Rui wastes no time asking Kanagi to tell him what happened in Owlet. He also wants to know if Kanagi wants any advice, and Kanagi immediately asks him if he knows the founder of the Wanderers. Rui is shocked by the question, and Kanagi lets him know that they need to find the founder of Wanderer to obtain a certain skill that will help them defeat the clusters. At the same time, in the remains of the Rank 1 prophecy, Snowball Earth, the area remains peaceful under the supervision of the Anti-Prophecy Agency. One of the agents there, Kasha, tells his colleague Ray that he has noticed the drop in temperature. Suddenly, Bila appears on the scene, and Kasha demands to know who she is while telling her that normal people are not allowed on site, so she has to leave. Ella laughs out loud when she hears the dude refer to her as a normal person. She unleashes a massive aura from her body to show them that she is not a normal person, as they think, and she proceeds to attack them with the aim of killing them. She hurls a powerful dark blast at them, and Kasha frantically taps the emergency button on her collar, hoping that someone would show up to save them. Just as they are about to be wiped out, they are saved by Midori's turbulence, and Midori appears in the sky, asking Ella who she is. The only reply Ella gives is the fact that she is a second-ranked husk. Meanwhile, at the library of the mausoleum of the founder, Rui has brought out every book he knows that might contain what Kanagi is looking for. However, he is still doubtful of the fact that there is a founder of the Wanderer. He lets Kanagi know that there is also no book in the library that has anything to do with the said founder. Kanagi doesn't want to argue because he is pretty sure that the founder exists, because Natasha mentioned that he was the one who taught her about Sparklight. Kanagi tells Rui that they might finally have a chance against the clusters if they know more about this founder. Just then, Skirnir calls Kanagi's attention, and Kanagi is shocked that the loner is reaching out to him. Skirnir then tells Kanagi to immediately reach out to his friends, saying he is getting some weird feedback from Midori's crest since they share the same crest. Kanagi is shocked to hear this, and Skirnir hasn't finished talking to him when he gets a call from the rest of the squad, telling him that they are on their way to the mausoleum already. Kanagi runs out and meets up with his squad, who showed up in a car that appeared out of nowhere. Akane screams at Kanagi, telling him to hop in because Midori is in danger. 5 minutes earlier, Akane and the others got the news that Midori is missing, leaving them to start asking where he is. Sokka is the one able to figure out where Midori is, and this is thanks to the fact that he placed a marker there, including several other locations. Since he has a marker there, he lets them know that he can teleport there immediately, and he believes that Midori most likely received a distress signal from the agent stationed on site. Sokka lets them know that something ominous is going down on the mountain again. Just as he predicted, Midori is having a really tough time against Ella. He is badly wounded already, while Ella is busy toying with him. Ella mocks him, asking him why he is so weak when he is supposed to be the world's strongest. While they are safely tucked away in Midori's turbulence, Kasha and Rei apologize to Midori, telling him that they never expected the enemy to be as strong as she is. Even though he is badly wounded, Midori tells the two that it is not their fault, while assuring them that he is not going to let any of them die. Basically, Midori is currently being held back by two things, and the first is the psychological trauma that he is facing after mass murdering people. This makes it hard for him to fight against human-type enemies, and the second is the fact that he is trying to protect Kasha and Rei, who were Makoto's former squad members. Thanks to these two factors, Midori finds himself struggling against Ella, who has gravity powers. She is making life hard for Midori by countering all of his power. From everything Midori has seen, he realizes that Ella is close to Mel's level. He almost gets crushed, but manages to escape, and the crater left behind from Ella's attack shows just how powerful a second rank is. As the battle continues, Ella scolds Midori, telling him that his fight is boring because the battle she had against the founders 300 years ago was more interesting. Exhausted, Midori asks Ella what it is that she wants, and this question pisses Ella off. She mentions that she is the owner of the prophecy, Snowball Earth. She explains that the plan was to use cryogenic cores in 17 different locations to freeze the whole planet because current humanity won't be able to stop it. However, everything has been going south thanks to the appearance of the founders. Ella tells Midori that, thanks to all of these setbacks, she has decided to give things a small push. Before Midori knows it, his left side gets hit with something he never expected from a cluster, which is an ice attack. The shock on his face is glaring, and Ella knows that he is probably wondering why she is able to use ice attack when the clusters are supposed to be weak against cold. Ella calls Midori an idiot, telling him that humans can obviously use fire even though they are weak to it. She mentions that she developed the skill that allows her to control low temperatures, and the whole world will be frozen by Snowball Earth. With her new skill, Midori realizes that Ella is just too strong. Another attack from Ella forces Midori to start dodging, rendering his power weak. Kasha then steps up to take on Ella, urging Midori to run away. He lets Midori know that they can't afford to lose him, but Midori refuses to run. Kasha asks him why he won't run, and Midori tells the two that they are the keepsake left by Makoto. Hearing this from Midori immediately gets the two emotional. Midori is ready to die to protect them because the two are proof that Makoto prevented the Snowball Earth prophecy, and he is not about to allow that to go to waste. Suddenly, Ella reaches Midori before he can even blink, and he punches him into the distance, away from the two that he is supposed to protect. As he flies through the air, Midori realizes the sad truth that he can't win against Ella. This reminds him of his childhood and how he was always called the cursed child because of his power. He had no friends, and to make things worse, he had just killed a lot of people recently. Midori ultimately reduces his reality to a kid who can't protect but to destroy. Midori then convinces himself that he is truly a cursed child. Just then, he remembers how Io saved him, and this immediately forces him to rethink his conviction because Io didn't save him for nothing. Midori starts to remember all the people who have been saved from Io, down to Makoto, and even Kanagi. However, he figures out that it is hard for him to properly fight Ella because she looks just like a human. Midori is pissed at himself, and he declares that he is not the world's strongest, while unleashing a powerful turbulence with his maximum output at Ella. This is able to pin Ayla down, and Midori ends the combo with a tornado that sends Ayla flying off. This creates a large and long crater in the ground, leaving Kasha and Rei to believe that Midori has won the fight. Thanks to his last attack, Midori is completely exhausted, with blood pouring out of his body. The dust finally clears off, and Ayla appears, totally unharmed. And this tells the trio that they are screwed. Ella then decides that it is time for Midori to die because he has used his most powerful attack, which appears to be really weak. Ella unleashes a powerful attack at Midori, and with no way to block it, Midori knows that they are dead, but he hates himself for not being able to protect the two Makoto left behind. Just as the attack is about to hit, Mel's seal of truth appears out of nowhere to nullify the attack. Ella is shocked to see this, and when she turns around she sees Kanagi and his squad arriving in their cars, with Kanagi's aura farming on one of the cars. Mel's realizes that the whole situation almost went badly, and Kanagi expresses his happiness that he made it on time. Ella is surprised to see Kanagi showing up really fast, and she tells him that she is not expecting him since he is supposed to be the main dish. Without hesitation, she hits them with a powerful gravity attack that sends the squad scurrying away for their lives. Midori immediately warns them, telling them to be careful because Ayla is second rank. After giving the warning, he passes out from exhaustion and blood loss. Surprisingly, Kanagi thinks it's a blessing that the dude is actually out cold. Ella is pissed that Kanagi is facing somewhere else instead of the battlefield, and she unleashes a powerful ice meteor on the team. Everyone freaks out, but Iryu takes it to another level as usual, holding his head in frustration because he believes he is about to die. However, Mel's tells Iryu that he has nothing to be scared of because during their few days in Olet, they were able to train Kanagi some more. Mel's then unleashes her power, Starlight, revealing a fiery meteor that meets the ice meteor halfway, resulting in a big explosion in the sky. The ice shatters, resulting in nothing but steam, and Ella is impressed by this. Deep down, Mel's is worried that her power is still not enough against Ella because the key is Midori. Meanwhile, Midori wakes up in his consciousness, wondering where he is, believing that he is dead. Just then, he hears Skirnir's voice behind him, telling him that he is wrong. Skirnir relaxes on the grass field, saying he was always cramped in Kanagi's mental space, but Midori's is far more convenient. Midori is shocked to see a strange person in his mental space, and he asks him who he is. On the outside, Ila is still making life hard for Kanagi and his gang. Iryu is hiding behind their vehicle, and he even suggests that they run away from the area. However, Sokka lets him know that his idea to hide behind a car is really dumb. He hasn't finished saying this when Ella hits them with a gravitational attack that causes them to start falling sideways. As expected, Iryu is the worst, as he screams out like a goat. Kanagi spots Midori's body falling off, but before he can act on this, Ayla engages him, reminding him that she already told him to stop looking elsewhere. She dashes toward Kanagi, hoping to catch him off guard, but Hazama takes over Kanagi's body just in time to parry the attack with his shield. Nonetheless, she is able to unleash a powerful ice attack. Meanwhile, Suo is able to catch Midori, and he tells Kanagi to focus on the fight, assuring him that they are going to take care of Midori. Hazama lets Kanagi know that Ella is not an easy foe because he can easily feel her power from the last attack. Ella lets Kanagi know that she was only joking when fighting Midori, who is the appetizer, but since the main dish, Kanagi has decided to show himself, she lets him know that she has no choice but to go all out. Ella then unleashes another ice meteor, leaving the team utterly freaked out. Seeing how bad the situation is, Mels tells Hazama to switch with her. Mels then asks Sokka and Iryu if they can teleport the team away. But Iryu says it is impossible because knowing everyone's exact location is impossible. Mels agrees with him, and instead of whining, she just unleashes her own fire meteor to counter Ella's attack. It is at this point that Mels has no choice but to admit that Midori is quite amazing because he was able to hold out against Ella for nearly 5 minutes, and she starts praying for Midori to come back soon. Meanwhile, in Midori's consciousness, Skirnir finally introduces himself, telling Midori that he is his junior because he possesses the same crest as him. He mentions that he is the founder of the wind, and he apologizes for stirring his soul. Midori is overwhelmed by this, and he asks Skirnir why he is inside him. Skirnir mentions that they are connected via the crest, and he can just see him as his special teacher. He explains that an awakener is someone who goes far beyond human understanding, and he lets him know that his position at the moment is only at the entrance of the said domain. Skirnir tells Midori something important, which he has to know, and this is the fact that he has the dormant potential to defeat the clusters. As the battle rages outside, Suo asks Mels if they can win against Ella, and she lets them know that they have no chance, shocking Suo, who asks how they are supposed to stop Ella. Ryan then comes in, telling them not to give up because a strategist should think about the next moves, whether they are losing or not. Mels assures Suo that as long as the founders are alive, there will always be a way out. When Ella hears them say this, she laughs out loud, telling them that it is impossible to survive against her. She sends out an attack against the team, but Mels is able to block it while revealing that they are all hoping for Midori to awaken. Ella laughs even more when she learns that Midori is the one they are waiting for to come and save them. She increases the output of her power while asking the team what they plan to do when Midori finally wakes up, and Mels confidently replies that they are going to defeat her. In Midori's mental space, he doesn't want to believe that he actually has the power to overpower Ella, but Skirnir lets him know that he is the only one who can do it. He tells him that even if he enters his soul, he won't be able to use him like Kanagi, which means he will be the only one fighting. Midori holds his head down, telling Skirnir that he wouldn't have been suffering if he had gotten stronger beforehand. Midori tells Skirnir that he has been going through serious training since his childhood because he wanted to protect the people from the threat of the prophecies. Midori wants to continue expressing his feelings, but he can't find the right words, and Skirnir assures him that he knows how he feels, since they are the same. He mentions that they are always looking to save those who survived the attack from clusters, but it turns out that every time he needs power, his hand lacks it. Skirnir tells Midori that all of them are still suffering from the roots of the evil that they allowed to exist. It turns out that Skirnir also had his own share of trauma. Skirnir manages to bottle his emotions, and he walks up to Midori, telling him to give him his hand. He assures Midori that he is going to give him the power that he needs. It immediately dawns on Midori that if Skirnir gives him his power, he is going to be gone for good. Even though it all looks sad, Skirnir assures Midori that he is happy because this only means he gets to finish his mission sooner than his fellow comrades. Skirnir then grabs Midori's hands, and immediately, all of his power starts to flow into him. Midori is also able to access Skirnir's memory thanks to this, and he sees him talking to the founder of Fire, Asura. Asura asked Skirnir if he was truly going to the mausoleum, and Skirnir said yes because when he asked Valentine to examine, it appeared that he was becoming useless, thanks to the fact that he used his power beyond the limit, causing his soul to be torn apart. Skirnir decided back then that he had to wait for the next awakener of the Crest of Nothingness, since this is the only thing that can stop the progress of the destruction of his soul. Skirnir tells his comrade that even if it is one person that he can choose, it is still the better option. After hearing this, Asura also tells Skirnir that he would also go to the mausoleum, but Skirnir tells him not to rush himself. Skirnir then tells Asura that fighting is really hard, and he wonders why he wasn't able to grab the girl's hand. Skirnir is still broken about the girl he wasn't able to save, but Asura urges him not to think too much about it because they all failed. Nonetheless, Asura believes that one day will come when they can entrust someone to save the girl that they couldn't save. With tears in his eyes, Skirnir tells Asura that he doubts if someone like that would ever exist because it would be very nice if it did. Now in the present day, Skirnir's existence finally vanishes after passing on his power to Midori. Midori groans in tears, and just then, Suo notices that his crest is glowing. On the battlefield, Ella is pissed that Mels even has the thought that Midori would defeat a cluster like herself. She screams in anger, saying Midori couldn't even stand up against her, while mocking him for being nothing but a modern awakener. She calls Midori a weakling, whom she can easily freeze and break. While saying this, she continues to max out her power, and she soon unleashes an overwhelming gravity skill, Nebula Graphy, that knocks everyone on the team to the ground. Mels tries to dispel this, but Ella lets her know that it is already too late. Before Kanagi knows, he gets hit from behind with Ella's freezing power. Mels tries one last time to cast the right spell, but she is totally overwhelmed by Ella's power. As Kanagi slowly gets frozen, Mels realizes that Skirnir might not have made it in time, which is why they are about to lose. With everyone now under her thumb, Ella releases a massive gravity attack, aiming to finish them off, but she suddenly realizes that she's missing a major part of her body from an unknown attack. By the time she realizes what is happening, she understands that she is being attacked by a small but powerful ball of wind, which is tearing her body apart. In no time she gets caught in a massive windstorm that starts to throw her around, ultimately rendering her spell ineffective. Ella watches in horror as Midori appears in front of her, unleashing several wing blows to her body, which sends her crashing into the ground. Missing her right arm and her body falling into pieces, Ella can only scream in annoyance. Midori finally shows himself in an elegant fashion just to Aura Farm, while standing in front of Kanagi as their personal savior before telling Ella that it is time for them to finish their fight. With Midori's arrival, Kanagi realizes the sad truth that Skirnir is gone, but before he starts crying over this, Mels tells him not to be sad about it because Skirnir has fulfilled his duty. Ella regenerates her missing body parts, preparing for a rematch with Midori. In a quick revelation, it turns out that Number Zero found out a really crazy fact the day he hijacked Midori's body. That very day, he used Midori's power to wipe out Manhattan Island, and when he tried to use Midori's full power, he immediately backed off. He watches in horror because of what he saw that very day. He realizes that Midori couldn't use his full power because the Earth would be destroyed along with them. Talking about theory, wind will never exceed the speed of Mach 1 because the moment it exceeds the sound barrier, shock waves will appear. This basically results in the wind tearing itself apart. But Midori could overcome this limit by using his aura together with the wind. Thanks to this, he can generate a wind with the speed of Mach 3, and this is a wind that shouldn't have existed in the first place. The creation of such a wind should have caused the Earth to be swept apart like a bullet tearing through it because the massive vortex would penetrate from the stratosphere into the depths of the Earth. The ejected materials from the underground would also pollute the air and affect the circulation of Earth's atmosphere. All kinds of disasters, such as earthquakes, tsunamis, and abnormal weather events would happen, and the details of the prophecy that the world would be destroyed by Midori, which was written by Gita, weren't exactly an exaggeration. It is a known fact that humankind will perish if Midori decides to go all out, and it turns out that the turbulence made by Number Zero was a breeze compared to what Midori can actually do. However, Midori has finally learned to control his power thanks to his meeting with Skirnir. As Midori prepares to engage Ella, he figures out that the first thing he needs to do is create a vacuum where air doesn't exist, and this is called the void wind. Midori calculates the whole situation and he figures out that he just has to put his enormous wind aura in this vacuum. And if he concentrates all of the energy of a Mach 3 tornado into a single point of void wind, it would be deadly against anything and everything. If he now decides to add other skills on top of this, it would become a time bomb. Without a doubt, Midori declares that he is the perfected form of a wind awakener. Ella is tired of Midori standing in one place, and she decides to attack him first with her ice spears, but just as they are about to reach Midori, they are deflected. Even Ella herself gets thrown to the ground, leaving her to wonder why her skill is striking the ground instead of the intended target. Before she knows what is happening, Midori reaches her and punches her so hard that she is sent flying into the distance. It turns out that Midori has found out that once he can predict his opponent's movements and place his void wind accordingly, he can force the enemy to move the way he wants. In addition, if he uses his void winds as relay points, he can accelerate himself to increase the power of his attacks, giving him the speed of the Flash, while retaining the punch power of the Hulk. Before Ella knows it, she starts getting thrown around the battlefield with no way to respond to Midori's attacks. Kanagi and the rest of the team are left in shock as Ella gets thrown around like she is nothing. Even Ella cannot understand why Midori suddenly got stronger. She wonders why Midori is not being eroded even after touching her, which means he is attacking her with his wind aura. Frustrated, Ella tries to cook up something powerful, but Midori easily blocks her attack before it even gets anywhere, and he lets her know that whatever she is trying to do is useless. Just by grabbing her hand, Midori releases a massive attack wind that tears her arm apart. This is when Ella realizes that she has no chance and she has to escape, but most of her body gets disintegrated by Midori's attack. As she crashes to the ground, she cannot help but admit that Midori is a freaking monster. Seeing this, Ella decides that she is going to use everything she has to kill Midori because he cannot be allowed to exist. Ella then combines her two powerful attacks, but before they can finish forming, Midori nullifies the attack. Ella is left in shock, and Midori tells her not to worry herself because the entire airspace is already under the control of his void wind. Ella looks down to see her lower body getting destroyed by Midori's void wind. Ella crashes to the ground, and with fear written all over her, she realizes that there is no way in hell that she is winning against Midori. Upon accepting defeat, she decides that she has to make the prophecy come true at least. She then releases a massive wave of aura from her body, hoping to wake the prophecy, Snowball Earth. But her energy is sucked in by Midori's void wind yet again. Ella is left speechless when she sees this, and Midori reminds her that he already told her that whatever she tries to do is useless, because he can just suck her power using his void. Midori assures her that she can't do anything in that location, but Ella's ego still makes her believe that she amounts to something. Midori then grabs her with his void wind, and Ella soon realizes that she has lost all mobility, including her voice. As she is slowly disintegrated by Midori's power, she finally understands what her comrade experienced 300 years ago when they fought the Founders. Midori closes his fist and finally finishes Ella off, turning her into dust. Just as he finishes Ella, he hears Skirnir's voice behind him, commending him for a job well done. As Skirnir finally vanishes into the afterlife, he tells Midori that he is leaving the rest to him, and Midori calls him his teacher, while thanking him. Meanwhile, on a certain planet, we see a group of strange individuals who seem to know about the clusters. The white-haired tells the red-headed dude that the clusters have made a move. With what he can see, he figures out that the second rank has been defeated on Earth. The redhead doesn't see why this information is important until the white-haired tells him that the main force of the cluster is on the move and it appears that they are headed towards Earth. The redhead is surprised by this because it is quite soon, and the whitehead tells the redhead that they should also go to Earth. Surprisingly, the redhead agrees to this, and in a shocking revelation, the redhead is Kane and he is the founder of Wanderer. Also with the Grook, the founder of the Odachi, Minamoto no Shigur, and he is in agreement. Lastly, the whitehead is Kanagi Itaru, and he is Kanagi's predecessor, the user of the Crest of Nothingness. They are all aware that the battle that is about to ensue is going to be the final battle. Back on Earth, Suo expresses his shock that Midori was able to defeat Ella on his own. Midori is also stunned, and he cannot believe that he just used a portion of a founder's power. Suo freaks out when he hears Midori say that what he just used is just a portion of the power he has. Midori tells the team what Skirner told him about how an awakener is a being that is beyond human understanding. Since he is still at the entrance, Midori figures out that the concept of an awakener is much deeper than what he knows. Midori starts acting weird, like a baby who is trying to grasp a weird situation. After he is done mumbling, he concludes that he wants to go deeper. Kanagi then calls his name, and when he turns to Kanagi, the first thing he tells him is that he is hungry. Just after saying this, he passes out on the ground. Later on, Midori wakes up in Kanagi's room, but he is disoriented and doesn't know where he is. Meanwhile, downstairs, the rest of the squad is enjoying the magnificent dish prepared for them by Kanagi's mother. Iryu is the first to tell the woman that he wants more because the food is just too delicious. Even though Sokka is swallowing the dish like his life depends on it, he still tries to correct Iryu, telling him to have some shame. Rui is also present, and he admits that it's been a long time since he ate the woman's delicious food. Everyone present in the room has something nice to say about the woman's delicious food. The woman berates Kanagi for telling her ahead of time that his friends would be coming over because she can't keep up with cooking. Not ready to lose their delicious dish, Iryu and Sokka offer to go get whatever the woman needs to make a delicious dish. However, the woman tells them that there is no need for this, since they are guests after all. With this in mind, she urges them to eat until they are full. Just then, Akane asks the team where Kanagi is, and Suo tells her that Kanagi is upstairs. At the same time, Kanagi has served Midori his own portion of food, and he is going crazy about how delicious the dish is. Kanagi lets him know that the dish is his mother's specialty, and he wishes that Midori could eat with everyone. But it is not possible, since the world believes that he is dead. However, Midori assures him that he is good with the way he is. Kanagi then tells him that the day he scouted him, this was the same dish that they prepared for his arrival, but the S-rank hunter who attacked them finished the food. After Midori is done eating, he and Kanagi sit down to talk. Midori tells Kanagi that Skirnir handed over all of his knowledge to him and disappeared. Because of this, Midori is looking to understand his power even better so he can repay Skirnir. However, he is sad that there is no place on Earth where he can practice with his full power. Just then, Rui enters the room, telling them that he heard their conversation, and since Midori is looking for a place to train, he lets him know that he knows a good place. Later on, when Kanagi falls asleep, he finds himself in his mental space with Mel's waiting for him. It turns out that Mel's has figured out that Kanagi is also looking to get into a deeper power level. Mel's then tells him that it might finally be time for him to reach the second stage. Mel's looks into the sky while telling him that Hinoki has already gone into the rift to train. Kanagi looks up to see an island flowing in the sky. On this island is the founder of the divine beast, Byakko. The founder of Dominion, Valerian Rex, is also there, and he is excited about the fact that Kanagi is finally ready to come up to them to train. However, Rex lets Kanagi know that he is not going to show him mercy during his training session. Rex asks the founders if they trained Kanagi well, but Mel's lets him know that the rest is up to him because they have done their part. Kanagi, on the other hand, is still confused as he doesn't know what they mean by the second stage. Suddenly, he is grabbed by an invincible hand that starts lifting him toward the mysterious island. Mel's lets him know that from that night forward, he would be training on that island. She mentions that what they have taught him so far are merely skills that enhance human capabilities. But those who are on the island are on a different level compared to them. Since they need their power, Mel's tells Kanagi that from that moment forward, they will be entering the domain of founders. Kanagi screams out in shock, asking what Mel's and the others would be doing at that time, and Mel's replies that they also need to sharpen their own soul. Kanagi is utterly confused by all of these, as he doesn't understand what it means to sharpen his own soul. He hears a strange voice, and from the voice he easily deduces that the person talking is Rex. Rex is surprised that Kanagi knows him, and Kanagi tells him that he has read the Book of the Founders so many times that the book has almost worn out. From everything he knows, he's found out that the only person who can use this skill is the founder of Dominion, Valerian Rex. Rex is impressed that he is correct, and he drags him closer with his invincible hand. Kanagi lands on the ground, wondering where he is, and Rex ultimately tells him that his head is too high. With an overwhelming force, he pins him to the ground, forcing him to bow before him. Kanagi is shocked because he literally can't even move his body, and Rex tells him that he has to stay humble until he tells him that he can move his head. Groaning in pain, Kanagi asks Rex why he hasn't shown himself since he was inside his body too. Rex then tells Kanagi that he is just a vessel, and he believes that it would be nice if he could learn from humans like himself. Rex explains that the crest of nothingness that he owns is connected to the planet's past and future, which makes it a great potential. He mentions that the Earth is gathering all of its strongest beings from all timelines into a single one to counter the malice that is consuming the universe. He adds that the person Kanagi knows as Melstius Silentius was the first ancient king, but he and his folks have existed long before that. With a flick of his hand, he finally lets Kanagi breathe, and he tells him to raise his head. Kanagi is still confused by what he means by that he and his folks have existed long before. Kanagi raises his head to see overwhelming figures appearing on the scene, and Rex tells Kanagi the shocking truth he never expected. It turns out that Rex and his folks are demigods. Rex tells him that they have been waiting for his growth since they don't fully grasp human limits. Kanagi is confused by this, and Rex explains that his body is going to be torn apart if he is to accommodate gods, and it is obvious that they don't know human limits. Rex then lifts into the air with overwhelming pressure, telling Kanagi that it is time for them to see if he is truly worthy of having their power in order to subjugate the clusters or not. Rex tells Kanagi that this question alone is going to be his second stage. Since Kanagi has started training up there, Mels tells her comrades that it is time for them to fulfill their duty, and Asura agrees with her. The founder of the water element, Jie Shui, and the founder of the earth element, Reve, are also on the scene. At the same time, Suo is having a good sleep when his brother appears to him in his dream, telling him that it is time to take his crest. Suo is totally confused, forcing him to ask Makoto if it is a dream, and his brother tells him to interpret it however he wants, but he tells him that his aim is to give him his crest. Suo immediately asks his brother if he will be leaving again once he is done giving him the crest. His brother doesn't answer because the answer is obvious, and Suo bursts into tears because he still has a lot he wants to talk to his brother about. Seeing how emotional and tearful his brother is, Makoto transfers him into his room so that they can talk. Suo cries even harder, seeing his brother sit in front of him with his cat in his hands. Makoto commends his brother, saying he has been living well, and Suo agrees to this. He mentions that Oribe and he are living well, including everyone else in the family. Suo also boasts about how he trained under Ichika and became the vice captain of the Kanagi squad. Suo continues telling his brother about everything that has happened since his death. After talking for some time, Suo finally slows down, telling Makoto that he is so happy to see him, even if it is a dream. Suo tells Makoto that he is going to become very strong so he won't lose to him. With a confident voice, Suo tells Makoto that he shouldn't worry about him. Makoto assures him that he knows this. And just then, Makoto touches Suo's crest with his own, and a warm feeling of energy passes into Suo's body. Makoto then tells Suo something important in an inaudible dialogue, and moments later, Makoto leaves again. Suo screams out, telling his brother not to leave, and he soon wakes up to reality. He checks out his crest to see that it now has a different form, which looks even more fierce than the previous crest. The next morning, Kanagi finds it hard to eat well, telling the team that his training over the night was hellish. Seeing how dull the mood is, Suo takes it upon himself to lighten up the mood, and he immediately compliments Kanagi's mother for the exceptional dish. After they are done eating, the squad prepares to leave, and they all thank the woman for her kind hospitality. Kanagi also lets his mother know that the food was nice and delicious, and the woman smiles, saying she is glad that it was worth the stress. She even tells Kanagi to invite his friends again next time because they are all nice people. The woman then says her farewell to her son, whom she is only going to see again in the new year. Kanagi rushes off with excitement, telling his mother to prepare a nice dish for him by then. Kanagi then reaches out to Rui, asking him if Midori is with him. Rui confirms this, and Kanagi lets him know that he will be by his side very soon. On their way, Akane mentions the difference in Suo's crest, and he lets them know that it was his brother who gave it to him. With the new power that has been given to him, Suo says he has to meet with Ichika. Later on, Kanagi meets with Midori in the vast space where he is currently training. Kanagi talks about how big the whole planet is, and Midori tells him that they have Rui to thank for this. It turns out that it was Rui who told them about this inhabitable planet that the portal can also get them to. With this planet in hand, he lets them know that Midori can train to his heart's content. Apparently, the planet was initially used as a training ground for the founders too. Midori tells Kanagi that he is going to return to the agency after he is done with his training, but he urges Midori to be his training partner. Kanagi is shocked when he hears this, and Midori reminds him that he is currently the second strongest after him, and since he wants to test a lot of stuff, Kanagi is the perfect sparring partner. Midori teases him, telling him that he is going to do his best not to break him. Kanagi then throws away every element of fear, telling Midori that he accepts his request, and with a determined voice, Kanagi declares the practice open. Meanwhile, a team of clusters is on its way to Earth, and the captain urges his members to get some rest because they still have a long way to go before they get to Earth. He tells them that they have to activate the 5 different super rank prophecies individually until their main force arrives.